You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
It was a thing because I didn't want to be without the pot coming home for 4.5 hours because
these exactly.
Were debilitating. They were crippling. They weren't like just, oh, I got a little pain in my temple. No. These were like full-on next level migraines that never went away. And I can honestly say Canadian cannabis is what ultimately saved my life and my friends in Canada that supported me.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's November the 18th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at the network's YouTube channel, as well as paceradio.net. Good morning, Rev Cindy. How you doing?
I am amazing. And how are you doing this morning, Al?
I'm doing all right. I'm a little sore, but, that's just life,
Life, age, fibromyalgia, arthritis.
All those things. Just getting older.
We have wonderful medicine for that, though.
Correct. Exactly. Talking about medicine and stuff like that. Right off the bat, I'm going to mention some news, which is not something that we can show, but it's something that we can discuss. And that is the fact that our sponsor, Legacy 420, is for sale. Yeah.
Tim, you're only 65, Tim. Come on, dude.
Yeah,
it's
Tim posted
Legacy without Barnhart. It's just.
Yeah, Tim posted that he's about to turn 65 in a few months, and he's going to put the place up for sale. So, Legacy 420 is for sale. I would suggest anybody who's interested to get a hold of Tim. It's what's missing. It's got a lab. It's got process facilities. It's got the retail outlet. It's got grow space. Yep. 10,000 square foot building. Lots of parking.
It's just it's going to need somebody with the same heart that's going to go in there to try and hold the same standards. And I hope that they find an appropriate person. I hope that Tim is choosy on who he sells it to try and keep it going with the same love and vigor that it's going with now.
Yeah, I always looked at what Tim did was history making, and I believe that by purchasing Legacy, there's a lot of history behind that and the way it all got started, because it got started in 2015, and I was around shortly after he got started, and Project Long Arm and the police, they came and visited him. He stood his ground. They came back. he stood his ground again, told them a bunch of stuff, and then from there, things just seemed to explode.
Yep.
More and more stores were opening in Saginaw, and then that's just started to spread into more places, even across the country. So
now you guys have two of the most infamous or famous green miles in Canada.
yeah,
Like,
oh yeah,
I mean, if you are a cannabis connoisseur and you go to Ontario, like they are tourist attractions. It's hard to go to Ontario and at least not go down to one of them. I just, I absolutely love both green miles and the people that are on them. And, one of the biggest places to visit, on that one, of course, is Legacy 420. I was honored to have a tour that Cindy took us on. It's going to be hard to watch it go into somebody else's hands.
Yes, it will be.
But congratulations to Tim on his decision to retire. And I hope you find an amazing person to take over from you, Tim.
Yeah, you spend a lot of time building a business, and he's 65, wants to retire and enjoy, life without having to deal with a business. And
or look over your shoulder.
Correct.
Because he is Legacy. So as much as he's stood his ground and he's, planted his roots, there's always that, are they coming? Are they coming?
Yeah.
As much as you try to dispel it, that's, it's there. And
So good luck, Tim, on selling the place. I'm sure I'll be talking to him at some point before then, and get updates and so on and so forth. So, all righty, what do you say? We get into our regular news.
Might as well.
There we go.
Okay, coming to us from Ganja Panor, Massachusetts issues safety guidelines for ground cannabis dust.
Yes, regulators with the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission on Wednesday released new health and safety guidelines for the cannabis industry in an official bulletin, dubbing ground cannabis dust a hazardous material. The regulations come nearly 3 years after the death of Lorna McMurray, a 27-year-old cannabis worker who suffered a fatal asthma attack while working at a Trulieve cannabis processing facility in Massachusetts. Trulieve, a Florida-based company, later agreed to a $14,000 settlement with the Occupational Safety and Health Administration over McMurray's death.
All licensees should be aware that ground cannabis dust is a hazardous chemical that OSHA has issued citations to licensees who have failed to evaluate and classify accordingly. Licensees should evaluate the workplace safety and health risks, including but not limited to skin and respiratory sensation by an allergen associated with ground cannabis dust generated during the processing of cannabis in their workplace. This is an excerpt from the bulletin. Additionally, the CCC noted that state law requires cannabis operators to follow written workplace safety and health standard operating procedures and take necessary steps to ensure safety for employees.
All licensees, like any business, are required to comply with the Occupational Safety and Health Act of 1970 and are subject to the oversight from OSHA, the CCC says. Meanwhile, the CCC last month issued fines totaling $165,000 to two of the state's largest cannabis companies, Cureleaf and SN Wellness, for violations including improper pesticide use and failing to follow the state's seed-to-sale tracking program. Improper pesticide use.
Yeah, that one gets me. And I can understand that this poor lady had an asthma attack because that's going to get in there. The dust is going to get in there and coat and make it hard to cough up.
Right.
Like, my heart goes out to her and her family. That's terrible to have happened. I mean, how do you stop the dust? I mean, you don't.
I don't know how the setup would be, but also filtering. And if need be, employees may be required to wear dust masks.
Yeah.
And it's just because of all the dust in the air. She had a pretty a precondition. But unfortunately, yeah, she died, and that's not good, right?
No.
So, alrighty, on to the next story.
Yeah, coming to us from KNKX, psilocybin bans were passed in almost all areas in Oregon, except for one.
Ooh. The number of places or organs can seek therapy using psilocybin shrank substantially this election. Psilocybin bans passed in all but one of the 17 Oregon jurisdictions that floated the idea. The list: Lake Oswego, Warrenton, Seaside, Oregon City, Escacade, Hubbard, Emily, Sheridan, Mount Angel, Jefferson, Lebanon, Redmond, Sutherland, Rogue River, Brookings, and unincorporated Clackamas County. Nello rejected a measure that would have banned psilocybin-assisted business by 3 votes.
Wow. When Oregon voters established the country's first state-regulated psilocybin program back in 2020, they included the ability for cities and counties to opt out. 2 years ago, 25 counties and 26 towns banned psilocybin in the 2022 election. It's really limiting an important mental health resource, says Jason Bergen, who's with the Psilocybin Assisted Therapy Association.
Bergen is a former police officer who says psilocybin therapy has given him huge relief from his job-related PTSD. He thinks the bans don't make sense because people are not being forced into the psilocybin therapy, and he's worried that they make people who would benefit from psilocybin treatment travel long distances. I can see his point.
He said, if you have PTSD and you go into the city, that's not exactly the environment that is conducive for you to be non-reactive. Having it more local is important because you could go in, have a session, and then go back home. Like Oswego, voters approved a ban on psilocybin-related businesses with 66% of the vote. Wow. Mayor Joe Buck said the city floated the ban because the state regulations dictating how far away psilocybin businesses must be from schools and daycare centers meant they were really, only a couple of possible locations in the town.
Okay, now this is therapy locations, right? This is not psilocybin stores where people can just walk in. These are people that would have to go into probably some type of professional building or place that's set up to do this.
Yep.
So why the ban?
I don't know.
Like it's a medical thing. It's not a retail business.
It's a lack of education is what it is.
Time.
I mean, people are scared of it because they know nothing about it.
Yeah. The regulations we have put in place were really tantamount to a ban, Buck said. So instead of putting these regulations in place, he thought it would be right to ask the voters, what do you want? Buck said he personally is a proponent of psilocybin treatment for people who have no other options. Psilocybin is being used to treat various issues from PTSD to addiction, depression, and anxiety.
Yeah. It's kind of a shame when something like psilocybin becomes the boogeyman when its aim is to really improve those conditions, Buck said. But it's totally understandable why voters in our community and all those other communities decided they weren't quite sure about it because it's so unknown, lack of education, as we said. Buck hopes the U.S. Food and Drug Administration will continue studying psilocybin to get a better understanding of its benefits and issues.
The new bans come at a time for Oregon's fledgling psilocybin therapy sector. Cost remains high from $1,500 to $3,500 a session. Jason Berg said the Psilocybin Assisted Therapy Association said supply and demand are out of balance.
Yeah, absolutely. When we have an abundance of service centers and there's just not that many people that need it, he said. Many service centers are struggling, he said, and a few have recently closed. Compounding the problem is the fact that the service centers are prohibited from advertising because psilocybin remains a Schedule I federally prohibited drug. Consequently, there are few ways centers can differentiate themselves and build a niche market.
Counties that banned psilocybin in 2022 include Wallawa, Union, Umatilla, Morrow, Gillum, Sherman, Baker, Grant, Wheeler, Jefferson, Lynn, Clackamas, Warren, Bolk, Tillamook, Glatso, Crook, Muller, Harney, Lake, Klamath, Douglas, Coos, Corey, and Josephine. Cities that banned psilocybin in 2022 include Philomath, Class, Claney, St. Anne's, La Pine, Redmond, Cascade Lock, Central Point, Eagle Point, Jacksonville, Rogue River, and a whole whack more.
I was wondering when you were going to do that.
I just thought, no, I'm not going through all these. Too many. But yeah, that's like it just comes down to the Schedule 1. But yeah, even though the state allows it, and the state allowed the municipalities to make the decision, it comes down to the municipality. Like, yeah, like if the state,
some things still come down.
Not worried about the federal end.
Yeah, some place still comes down to federal. Like banking is all federal. Yeah. Advertising is, I'm going to guess by this last story, something that the federal people can latch onto and come down on, and that makes it hard. I mean, and I get it. I am, with my newly decided career, I'm going through the same problems. Like, how do I advertise?
Yeah.
Where do I advertise?
Yeah, exactly. All righty. Get the next story lined up here, and we'll get on with it. Yeah, because that's, the people voted for it and all that, and then council's rejected. And like I said, it's not a retail store. It's like banning dentists. I don't know, maybe. Alrighty, next story. It's up.
Okay. Coming to us from Strachan, one man's journey to grow the cheapest cannabis in Canada and be Cindy's best friend. Sorry.
Todd Berry has been working with Cindy and adjacent to cannabis in BC's Kootenay region going back decades. With legalization lumbered its way into Canada, like many in his walk of life, he decided to take a crack at getting a federal license to grow cannabis on an outdoor farm in the region.
What began as a co-op with 2 different farms with plans for more has been pared down over the years through layers of regulations and business and interpersonal challenges into a one-person operation on a small farm about 1 hour north of Nelson, BC. Among the goats and the cows and the hay he feeds them, Todd Berry grows 4 acres of cannabis varieties at Cedar Bug Farms, and he's done there for several years. Now, after more than 5 years of trying, learning, and adapting, Berry says he hopes this will finally be his year to bring a crop fully to the market.
Yeah, he says this year was all about trying to put the pieces together that worked. We had a lot of challenges in previous years, but I also learned a lot along the way. Now, one of these lessons was not to overbuild and to see how the plants respond to being left more to their own devices. In the first few years, the farms had multiple employees working all season long to plant, weed, tend, and harvest. This year, Berry has done most of the work on his own, and that has meant learning to let a lot go.
Weeds are a big part of it. I learned to let a lot of the wild plants just grow, which created a more beneficial micro ecosystem that seemed to support itself rather than spending a lot of time and money weeding and mowing. This move alone meant he could handle on his own what would have been handled by a team of 10 in the first few years. He says that keeping costs down was always part of the plan, which is one of the reasons he chose outdoor production.
We chose outdoor because I saw the drive to the bottom in terms of prices. The amount of overproduction was predictable. I still see outdoor as the best way to deliver something of high quality and value for people to smoke. Though, Over the years, the entire process has taken its toll on Barry and the farm. Not only did the co-op model unravel in the first few years, but he now needs to sell the farm to cover the ongoing expenses he's incurred to get to this point.
Despite these challenges and obstacles, Barry is one of the more optimistic people in the industry. He says he prefers to own and learn from his mistakes rather than focusing on the things he cannot change or finding external situations to blame. It's been very hard. Having to sell the land I've been growing on is hard, but I have to stay positive, and that perspective is why I think this is still a viable business. Every year, I've learned what to do right and what not to do next time.
He continues to say is, my hope is to find someone who will buy the farm and I can continue to operate it for them. So this year's harvest will be what I hope will prove that model. Barry has about 1/3 of his field planted this year and expects 50 to 80 kilograms to be ready for sale in the coming months.
His dream has been to sell into the BC market as an outdoor BC grown product, but he's also exploring other options, including the export market. Finding a market for outdoor product in Canada can be difficult, he says, but he believes that growing at a lower cost than indoor and with a better terpene profile from the natural light will win over consumers who may be more accustomed to indoor product. BC has a long history of great outdoor cannabis, especially in the Kootenays, and we need a way to bring that to the legal market.
There you go.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, the through my experience now with growing outdoor, because I grew indoor for years, how do the outdoors grower deal with the outdoor elements, like as far as stuff, just dirt, stuff like that falling on the plants, being blown on the plants from wind?
Yep.
I don't know. This is all that because I can't see, gamma rays getting rid of that type of stuff. But who knows? Who knows? Who knows? We'll have to find out someday. Alrighty, next story is up.
Okay. Coming to us from Mugglehead Magazine, New York pot farmers take state authorities to court over adult use rollout measures.
A group of cannabis farmers in New York are livid about the state's handling of the adult use market rollout and say it has left them destitute. They filed a lawsuit on Monday. In it, the 120 craft cultivators allege that the Office of Cannabis Management's negligence has resulted in drastic oversupply in the market. They claim that the state regulator was irresponsibly issued piles of cultivation and retail licenses and squashed their chances at fair competition.
It's breaking these poor people who have invested their lives, life savings, their families' life savings. The coalition's legal representative, Dean Pilato, said, and they are dying. He feels that the regulators are just handing out licenses willy-nilly without consideration for the little guys. Some of these unfortunate cannabis growers have lost everything trying to stay afloat since the state opened up the market at the end of 2022. The oversupply fiasco has caused the price of cannabis goods to drop too, thereby making cultivations unfeasible economically.
The lawsuit says the New York Cannabis Office has enabled certain licensed cultivators to unlawfully consolidate in order to increase their canopy allowances into a single larger growing operation, therefore avoiding the strict limits imposed on each individual license. This essentially refers to when companies or organizations in New York with mutual interests have found a loophole to dominate the market by holding the multiple licenses. This violates the state's two-tier system that is supposed to prevent operators from vertical integration and an unfair foothold in the supply chain.
Only select medical suppliers are supposed to be permitted to be vertically integrated in the Empire State. what the OCM has done is created 2 classes of operators, Pilato said in an interview with WGRZ. An unlawful one that is taking advantage of the market and the people who are trying to follow the law that are getting left behind. And also, like, I mean, something else that they did here over the summer is a lot of the cultivators, because they were waiting to get into some of the like dispensaries that were supposed to open but never did. They ended up going to farmers markets.
That's what the state did, is they created a farmer market for for those operators, correct?
Yep.
And now Pilato claims the cannabis regulatory is aware of the prevalence of these issues and isn't taking action to change them. Both 66% of the small patch growers in the state currently have a profit margin below 1%. Some of them have even become suicidal and developed health issues, the suit alleges.
Market monitoring and stabilization and a regulatory framework designed to protect licensed operators from unfair competition and market dysfunction is the goal, the lawsuit stated. Cannabis farmers in the state were forced to throw away thousands of pounds of product earlier this year due to the vast oversupply in the sector. About 250,000 pounds of chronic merchandise remained unsold in February, values at over 35 million US.
There you go. So basically, it sounds like, did the state just allow a free market and let the market decide on what businesses survive? Because it sort of reminds me of what Ontario did here when we just opened up the door to retail businesses opening.
Oversaturated.
Oversaturated.
But like, I mean, in New York, what they were doing was saying, you know, like, listen, we're going to look after all the people that have already been hurt, and we're going to help them with turnkey operations, and we're going to help them do this, and we're going to help them do that. And then now they're letting this happen. So, like, have they really helped the people they stated they were going to help, or have they hurt them further? Your dog's looking for out. What?
Correct. She's wanting in, so I gotta go. All right, it's dog letting in time as well as medication time. We'll be right back after our session. You're watching Psychedelics Campus Educational News. We'll be about 3 minutes, people.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back from a medication session, and Cindy's still medicating. Oh, hey, kitty.
It's our new host.
Yes, and she doesn't scratch at the door wanting in or out during the broadcast.
No.
All righty, we shall get started. We got 4 more stories to cover. We're going to go to Quebec, a couple of them. That's why we're going to head off to Spain. So let's get started on them. And the first one is
coming to us from StratCan. Law firm says that the SQDC broke provincial rules with rotating SKU pricing.
Is that rules or laws? I think it's probably regulations. I don't know. A law firm in Quebec has modified an application for a class action suit against the Sûreté Québec de Cannabis relating to how the provincial cannabis retailer priced their products. On November the 15th, lawyers of Group SGF amended an application for authorization to include what they say is a claim that the SQDC admitted they sold rotating SKUs or SKUs at a lower price than regular SKUs, potentially violating provincial cannabis rules.
Group A SGF first filed a class action suit against the SQDC earlier this year on behalf of the plaintiff, who is Gabrielle Bellinger, alleging the Provincial Cannabis Agency does not comply with the Consumer Protection Act, the CPA. In that case, Bellinger argues that the SQDC forces people to make blind purchases of cannabis products listed on their website. In a press release last May, the SQDC said it was taking the time to look into the issue properly, but noted that its initial comment was that it disagreed with the applicant's claims and intended to contest the application.
Lawyers for Group SGF say they believe that the class action is now open to all cannabis consumers who purchase so-called non-rotating products from the SQDC, whether online or in store. Group SGF says they would have meant consumers paid a higher price for the same product than if it had been put in a product with a variety displayed as in rotation.
Interesting.
The lawyers for the plaintiff, Mr. Gabriel Bellinger, believe that all of this is in violation on the prohibition on providing a discount to the consumer on the price of cannabis as per Quebec's Cannabis Regulation Act.
Yeah. This amendment may still require approval by the court, notes Bellinger's lawyer, who believe that at this stage, such a request should be granted. If not granted, they say they will file a new class action. The original class action includes anyone who has purchased cannabis in the dried flower and pre-rolled categories for which the strain displays on the SQDC website has been strain rotating since October 17th, 2018.
That's a lot of sales to have to deal with. A media representative of SQDC tells StratCan that the agency will take the time to review those allegations. They say in an email, however, we remain confident that we comply fully with the law and that we respect our customers' interests. I know that. Yeah, there was a store I think out west that got fined because it was actually selling cannabis for less than what
We did that story. Yeah.
Yeah. So, now to read this, it just sort of seems similar. Anyways, okay.
That makes me think that a lot of the people that are out there, either at the dispensary level or government level, they're starting to realize that they're gouging, they're charging too much. Like this is starting to be brought to light, whether it's a dispensary selling under or the SQDC trying to make some extra money.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Next story. It's up.
Coming to us from MJ Biz Daily, Spain's government still dragging its feet on medical cannabis market.
Come on. Spain's long-awaited and hard-fought legislation to launch a medical cannabis market in the country has been slammed by pharmacists, patient advocacy groups, and businesses. The draft decree, which was published earlier this year by the Ministry of Health, was immediately criticized for its restrictive nature, preventing the country's extensive network of local pharmacies from being able to prescribe and dismissing cannabis flower as an option for patients.
Under the government's draft decree, Spain's plan for medical cannabis use outlines 4 specific indications for its application: spastically due to multiple sclerosis, severe refractory epilepsy, nausea and vomiting caused by chemotherapy, and chronic refractory pain. But with the deadline for the second public consultation period on the proposals now passed, the industry has once again been left waiting to understand what shape Spain's medical cannabis industry might take.
Yeah, really, taking the time, that's not good. Patients are waiting. People are suffering.
Yeah, people are suffering.
But yet they just taking their time on getting something ready.
Well, I mean, I feel that the only thing that they're doing there is patients are going to help heal themselves. They would rather be illegally healed than legally horrified, in pain or dead or whatever. So all they're doing is giving their legacy market a chance to step up and take control. Help the patients.
Going on. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what happened here. The legacy market stepped up and said, "Well, if you don't got them, we do.
We'll look after them." Yeah.
Yep.
All righty. Here we go. Next story is up.
Coming to us from StratCan. Police in Quebec search properties, make arrests in connection to illicit cannabis.
The Sûreté de Cannabis, or Quebec's Cannabis Smuggling Investigation Service, in collaboration with Quebec City's Police Department, conducted searches on the morning of November the 14th in connection with the illicit cannabis and other substances. The operation, say police, sought to dismantle a criminal organization engaged in the production, distribution, and sale of illicit cannabis and other substances in the Portneuf region between Quebec City and Trois-Rivières.
Police arrested 2 women aged 26 and 32 and 2 men, both aged 32, in the course of 4 searches of 2 residences located in Donnacona and Cape Sanante, a business located in Portneuf, a storage facility located in Donnacona, and a vehicle. The operation involved around 30 police officers, including investigators, the SIJ technicians, and dog handlers from the Sûreté du Québec.
The Access Cannabis Program, that's Action Concertés pour, is a provincial initiative set up in 2018 by the Ministry of Public Health to combat illicit cannabis operations. Earlier this month, police in Quebec arrested 6 and seized a large quantity of cannabis in connection with what they say was a hash processing facility. There you go. A hash place sent down.
We're doing really good today.
We are. I know, eh? We're just getting the last story of the day all lined up here. But you know what? We'll say that, and then next thing you know, this story
will be long.
Could be a long one. It could take us 10 or 15 minutes to get through it, right? And by the time we're done, we'll look at it and say, hey, we're done on time. All righty, here we go.
Coming to us from earth.com, psychedelic use linked to higher risk of schizophrenia.
Alrighty, psychedelic substances, once the mainstream of counterculture, are steadily blending into mainstream recreational and therapeutic activities across North America. But are they safe, they wonder? A recent in-depth study offers some sobering new insights. The investigation reveals a worrying association between the use of hallucinogens, a category that includes substances such as psilocybin, LSD, DMT, ayahuasca, and MDMA, and a heightened risk of developing schizophrenia.
Yeah. The comprehensive study was conducted by researchers at the ICES, the Ottawa Hospital, and the Department of Family Medicine at the University of Ottawa, and Bruet Health Research Institute. Although the positive therapeutic potential of psychedelics has garnered significant enthusiasm lately, the research team cautions that usually such celebration outpaces the thorough understanding of the associated risks.
Uh-oh. Just so you know, this website is messing me up. It keeps pop-ups.
I hate pop-ups. Would you like me to continue?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Under psychedelic use.
Yeah, I shut it down because it froze me up. Everything was jittery. But if you can read it off, go right ahead.
Okay. The analytic foundation of the study relied on over a decade's health data of people aged 14 to 65 years living in Ontario, Canada. The researchers monitored changes in hallucinogen-related emergency department visits and ensuing schizophrenia diagnosis rates. The results were astonishing. Relative to the general population, an individual with a hallucinogen-related visit to the emergency department had a staggering 21-fold increase in the likelihood of developing schizophrenia. Even after factoring in, co-occurring substance use and mental health disorders, the risk remained 3.5 times higher. And that's why in the field, when we're working as facilitators, one of the first things I was taught was how to screen somebody to make sure that they are both mentally and physically ready to take this medicine. It's a very important step.
Before we'll go through more of the story, and just so you know, I can carry on my part. I just can't share it. That's the problem. As soon as I share it, it starts acting up. But we were talking about this before the show, and like I said to you, boy, I'm surprised that you picked this story because of the fact that, to me, it sounded a lot of what we were hearing about cannabis when people started talking about the benefits of cannabis and that, for health and all. The concern was, schizophrenia. And, it was all over the news. And I thought, oh, no, here we go again. But from your education.
Yeah, from my education, I mean, I'm not sure if everything that they have listed there, like I don't think that LSD and psilocybin really should be on that list. We've done enough research on those. Like, I mean, Paul Stamets himself has, what these people would consider overdosed a gajillion times, and the man is brilliant. So, but we have to be careful with a lot of the bigger, stronger entheogens. It can trigger something that is already in the brain. I don't believe it can cause, but if you are susceptible to having psychopathic tendencies or schizophrenic tendencies, it would be very cautioned to go in on some of the medicines I've learned. I would be insisting on doing a lot of pre-work and working with your therapist to prepare somebody. And there's even some mental disorders or injuries that are very strongly warned against. Like bipolar is one that we really shouldn't serve somebody who has bipolar tendencies. If somebody's already leading in schizophrenia, we really shouldn't serve them. their brain is already, showing detachments and dissociation, and we don't want to push that further. And that's something that can happen with some of these medicines. Going through an ego death is your brain literally going offline. It's like turning off the computer and unplugging it and doing a hard reboot. That's what you're doing to your brain. And not every brain can handle going through that.
Yeah, just like every computer can't either. So.
Yeah.
All right. We'll continue on with the story. They say that data spanning from 2008 to 2021 also revealed another concerning trend. While the annual rates of emergency department visits associated with hallucinogen use were stable between 2008 and 2012, they saw a sudden 86% spike in the period from 2013 to 2021. Within the 3 years of the ED visit involving hallucinogens, 4% of the individuals were diagnosed with schizophrenia.
Yeah, in comparison, the diagnosed rate for the general population was a meager 0.15% within the same time frame, a difference that equates to an alarming 21 times higher risk for the former group. When stacked against the risks associated with alcohol and cannabis use, hallucinogens still didn't fare very well.
Individuals with emergency department visits due to psychedelic use were at 4.7 and 1.5 times higher risk of schizophrenia, respectively, compared to alcohol and cannabis. Despite the study's potentially alarming findings, the study's authors emphasize that their findings do not establish a causal link between hallucinogen use and schizophrenia, and that more information is needed about risks associated with different types and use of patterns of hallucinogens. That part never reaches the headline. That the study authors emphasize the findings do not establish a causal link.
No, and it's not everybody. And in my time learning psychedelic facilitation and learning to work with the medicine, I've had a number of mentors and teachers over my time, and really with all of these people that are practicing good practices, it might have happened, a half a dozen times, but that's still too many times. Do you know what I mean? And a lot of these people, especially for the medicine I studied, it's such a new medicine that, a lot of this stuff is being found out as time goes on over the last 50 years.
Well, these people could be people who are predispositioned with.
Well, yeah. And as we research the people that have been hurt, that's what it comes out to be. Some of them have bipolar, or they're they have schizophrenia. It just hasn't become active yet, and things like that. And so you really have to be careful in screening your people with the very strong entheogens, such as iboga and peyote and ayahuasca and 5-MeO-DMT are the four that come to my mind. You have to be extremely careful.
Yeah. Well, there's as this person here mentions, while there is an enormous enthusiasm for psychedelic-assisted therapy as a new mental health treatment, we need to remember how early and limited the data remains for both the benefits and the risks.
Yeah, and this highlights the urgency for more studies and improved public health measures to better comprehend and mitigate these risks. In clinical trials of psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy, experts integrate safeguards like excluding individuals with a personal or family history of schizophrenia, yes, and very close monitoring.
Yeah. However, the authors warn about the potential risk of hallucinogen use outside of these controlled settings. The study also highlights the need to identify those at higher risks of developing serious adverse events from hallucinogens, facilitating safe recruitment practices in future trials.
Yeah. And really that's what it is making sure you spend time on discovery and intake and going over everything with your participant and preparing them properly, letting them know what can potentially happen, so they go in completely informed and they're making a complete informed decision to take this medicine. The implications of this study are very critical, both to public health and to policy development. As psychedelics become more accepted for therapeutic and recreational use, understanding the associated risks becomes increasingly crucial. Initiatives for public health education should include specific education on the dangers of hallucinogen use, particularly in cases where there is known, known issues to mental health disorder.
Yeah. I've closed off the story. Sorry, but okay. The it's good to know all the risks, and if somebody has a condition that's could lead to a negative experience, then
I haven't personally taken ayahuasca, but I've done research into what is needed to take ayahuasca, and I've met a shaman out in British Columbia who has a place out in Maple Ridge, and he won't even take you if you've diverted from the dieta. Like there's 2 weeks previous to taking ayahuasca that you are meant to be on this certain food diet with certain things cut out. You can't even take cannabis heading into this. And if you have, they deny you right there. They want no contraindications. You have to be healing. You have to have a certain mental health decree, and they don't let you in if you don't. And that's one of the the oldest medicines. Like they've been using ayahuasca for a long time, right? It has a lineage, a number of lineages. So, a lot of these medicines, both in the legacy world and in the therapeutic world, they're kind of on par with that. They have pre-work that they want to do to make sure that you are viable for that medicine.
Yeah. Well, they're screening, right?
Yep.
Making sure that everything's going to be fine going into it. And that, in the end, that is looking after the client.
Absolutely. This medicine is about healing, not about hurting. And all of these medicines are about healing, not about hurting. So, we have to show them the respect that they deserve to get the healing that we need.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Anything else before I sign us off?
No. Thanks for letting me spew about all that stuff. It's always fun to talk psychedelics.
And that's why I sort of shifted it towards the end, because I knew there'd be some discussion. I'm just, too bad that it's a website that has lots of pop-ups and the sharing is a little bit hard. It's good to know. I was, like I said earlier, I was a little concerned whether everybody was just, it was just a bad headline, just like in the days of cannabis. But it makes sense if you're already predispositioned, just like in the cannabis end of things. Then
if you go into an hallucination that your brain can't comprehend and understand, that's going to kick off some negative effects. You have to be prepared for the unpreparable. It's I know that it's an oxymoron saying that, but you have to be able to talk to yourself and tell yourself that it's going to get freaky and it's okay.
Yeah. All right. That's our report for today from the legacy420.com news desk. And thanks to our buds at Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics, addies.ca, and legacy420.com. In closing, I'd like to say thanks for tuning in and watching. Plus, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
I'm going to take us back down memory lane.
Okay.
Okay. I've got a spot here all lined up. Who do I see there? Whoops.
Oh.
There we go. You see that? You are handing out. You're actually.
Oh my God! Yes.
We're in the grindhouse.
I didn't see me there, Al. I was looking at the picture on the screen, and I'm trying to think. Okay, who is that?
Oh, sorry.
I recognize that bald head anywhere.
See, the article is always called "Keeping Pace Everywhere."
Yes.
Remember that saying that you used to always say before the at the beginning of the documentaries?
It was something about adding the E to make it peace.
Correct. Yeah, it was something about share pace everywhere, so it creates peace. So it's people everywhere advocating cannabis education.
Oh my God, Al! Yeah, I mean those are experiences that I'll never ever forget. First of all, as you were saying, being at the Toronto Home Show or the Toronto Women's Show, and these are just regular shows at the convention center, and people are walking along, and all of a sudden there's a table there, and it's all to do with cannabis, and the cross section of people that we would get. A lot of people in favor, but we used to come across some people who weren't very happy about having us there.
Yeah, that's right. That would happen. Well, here's there on the screen. You can see the National Home Show.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We go to these things.
Oh my God! Look at that.
But do you remember what happened that night when we had it there with Boris and in the restaurant, and who came in the door?
I'm not sure. What happened?
You remember that we were all up on the up at the front by the front window
on the stage.
On the stage, and the cops came in, and they stood there at the doorway, inside the doorway, just staring at everybody.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, and then people were saying when they were leaving that they were getting their picture taken from across the street.
Really? Isn't that interesting? Oh my God, I'd forgotten about that, Al.
And then, not only that, the Belleville Intelligencer got involved in it as well, and it became part of the editorial. What was the Belleville police force doing?
That's right.
Bothering law-abiding citizens who were discussing politics that the government is asking for input on.
I forgot all about that. You're absolutely right. And is that a grow-up game right beside it?
Yeah, that's the grow-up game right beside it, man. And you know what? I still got a couple games. They stopped because of COVID, but right up until COVID, we're still holding anywhere from about 2 to 3 games a year. People were still coming
Al,
to. We were still playing them.
We should do another one.
We have to. Oh yeah, for sure. Exactly. I've got
Yeah.
people that are on a list that are waiting to play. People who haven't even played before that want to play. So it was always a great time.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it. Okay. Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles. Okay, soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it, because we thought it was the best stuff, because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
You just cut it out now. These are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the happers.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over.
First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh, I think we lost Steve.
Cindy,
Okay,
we're live today on Tuesday, November 19th, 2024 on paceradio.net and streaming everywhere. What you got there?
I have my water bottle from Tandava. Tandava Retreats. Thought I'd show it off.
Wow.
Yeah.
Show off.
You've got one.
Look, oh geez, we got nice, yucky, rainy weather. Actually, it's not raining. It stopped just for the podcast.
Just for the podcast. It's coming back, though. I looked at your weather.
Yeah, thanks.
Sorry.
It's always sunny in here. Did you like that?
It's beautiful. I love your little Vanna White thing. How you doing, Steve, besides crappy weather?
Doing okay. Life is going pretty good. Things are moving along, faster than I was really anticipating, and I don't mind that at all. After the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference, things have been rolling right along, and oh, look at that beautiful little moonlight with a mushroom growing on it for the mushy moment. Oh. All right. How are you?
Yeah, things are getting busy for you. Even down here on the East Coast, I have I've got to get a package out tomorrow to a local dispensary that's interested in your products, which makes me really excited. It'll be nice to have a place to send somebody when I'm not available. Oh, well, you can just go over here.
Yeah, it'll be nice when the mail strike's over and we can actually get stuff going faster.
Wouldn't that be nice too? Yep. I'm out of gummies. I have like 3 left.
I think we can air fly some out there and get them to you by early tomorrow.
Oh yeah, for $483. Because the couriers are jacking their prices because of the postal strike right now.
Well, I have to say I went to mail 3 packages away, and it cost me double to send them by courier than what it was to send them by post.
Yep.
Now,
yep.
I get why they're doing it. You do it around this time of year. People want packages to go. Usually you get a bit of support, but I got a feeling they're going to get a whole lot of not so much support this round. People are already kind of grumpy out there. So, don't make them grumpier by not getting the mail through or checks through or, presents through. Like, come on.
Yes, I am just doing the share thing.
Then I'm just going to sit here and watch you.
No, don't do that. You keep talking. Because I'm just trying to get the podcast.
Yeah, some of the things went funky, and the auto fire up on some of the sites isn't really working. That seems to happen every time there's like a software upgrade in this one or a software upgrade here, and then it's we got to iron out some of those glitches. It's not doing this anymore. It's kind of going.
So yeah, I get it shared out to our room on Mushy Moment, your macrodosing room, and to our guest's homepage, so his family and friends can watch as well.
Hey, I should do that so my family and friends can watch too.
And everybody watching.
They should be watching anyway. They should be at the Mushy Moment one just watching. Hey, if any of my friends are watching, comment.
It's going to be silent. I notice that we get viewers, but nobody we don't get comments. Sometimes we get comments once it gets up on Signal. Signal? No. What's that called?
WhatsApp?
Well, no, it goes out on YouTube and where else? Spotify. So once it gets out on Spotify, there's Helen. Hi, Helen.
There we go. Now I feel human.
Now you feel human.
Hey, you got today's guest, didn't you?
I did. I did. Today's guest, this is kind of a special one for me. As you all know, I spent 9 months doing this pretty intense course for psychedelic facilitation, specifically in the 5-MeO DMT realm. It was an intense 9 months that I spent with 15. I was, there were 16 of us all together, 15 other students and 4 instructors, and we all worked our butts off. We ended with a 2-week tour in Mexico where we all sat with either Bufo or 5-MeO 8 times in the run of 12 days, did a lot of healing together, did a lot of work together, endured a lot of education together, and then we all graduated together at the end. It was pretty amazing. And the gentleman we have on today is one of my classmates.
Can I introduce him?
I'd really like that, yes.
All right. Hey, everybody. I love doing that. Hey, everybody. Put your hands together and please welcome. This is awesome because people will actually clap and you can't hear it, but it's pretty cool. Please welcome, and I'm going to try and nail this one. Ready? Dr. Jacobo Villarreal. Huh?
You got the
thumbs up. Practice. I was pretty close.
You got it all right. Thank you.
Welcome to the podcast.
Thank you for having me here. Hello, Cindy. Hello, Steve. I am honored. I am very happy to be here with you and with everyone who's watching. Welcome and thanks for joining us in this podcast. As Cindy says, she has been a very supportive in this training we have. These 9 months we've been doing the training, and we had the time to develop a very beautiful, very enriching and nutritious relationship. So I'm very glad to have her in my life, and I hope I will have her a very long time.
You will. Yeah, of course.
I'll second that opinion.
Thank you, Steve. We are very honored to have you on this podcast. You were the first of anybody coming out of the 5 training, our cohort, to come on the podcast. And I'm really, really excited. And I do hope to bring everybody else over time. Jacobo, I told you ahead of going live that we like to ask a specific first question we ask of everybody. This podcast really is about healing, specifically in the natural and psychedelic realm. And that is how we met. We met through the psychedelic realm, through this beautiful medicine of Bufo alvarius 5-MeO DMT. And so my question to you is what brought you into this realm? As a doctor, as somebody who has studied the sciences, what brought you into the spiritual realm to want to bring in natural and psychedelic medicine and meld it with your practice?
Well, I think if I would start with one word, it will be a rebellious act. So when I was 20 years old, I was very curious about psychedelic plants and weed and all. Well, mostly mushrooms. The only psychedelic I knew was mushrooms, and I had done a couple times weed or so. So I have been doing a lot of research on them. Ever since I did weed for the first time, I started to dig a lot of information. And then my family had a trip to Europe, Amsterdam. So that was when I was 20 years old. And whenever my father told me that we were going to Amsterdam, I knew what I was going to do in there. So I was really, really, really excited. And when we got there in Amsterdam, I quietly stayed apart from my family. They were sightseeing, and I got lost for the day. And I started asking the persons on the street, where should I be able to find some mushrooms, magic mushrooms. And there they were. They pointed me to a place that was called a smart shop. And upon asking one or two persons, I arrived to the place. And it was a very strange and weird place because it had a lot of paraphernalia, bongs, and a lot of stuff in the shelves in there. And there was this big man with a mustache who looked right through at me, and when I came near the shelf and asked him about the shrooms, he looked me in the eye and told me, like, "This is the first time you're gonna do this, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, how did you know?" So, well, in that case, he took 3 boxes from under the shelf and told me that this is like psilocybin mexicansis. This is the mildest shroom I got for you. These are 3 grams, and what you're gonna do is you're going to take this in a quiet space, and you're gonna have half of it. You're gonna eat it, and you are going to feel whatever you are supposed to feel. If at any moment you want it to be over, you just have to eat some sugar or candy, and it will go away. I don't know why he said it because it wasn't true. But so I bought the shrooms, and I went back to my hotel room with my family. It was already sundown, and my mom and sister were getting ready to sleep. My father was in the computer. He was he was looking for a plane flight to Paris. That we were going to have a tour the next day, so we had to take a flight very early in the morning. And he was buying the tickets. So I got on the bed, and I took my notebook. I took the recorder. I was supposedly going to record myself for this, and then I took the half of the mushrooms, and I take them. And there I was, like 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, and I wasn't feeling anything. So I got I got desesperated and got the other half. So it hasn't passed like 5 or 10 minutes when I started seeing the walls like it was like an oil painting where you put water on it and it started like to fall away. It started very, very, very mild, and I was like in awe of that happening. It was so amazing for me. And then I started to think a lot of things very fast, and I was in awe. I was very surprised, like white, and then milk, and then cow, and then animal. Very, very fast thinking, very fast train of thought that I was having difficulties on following. And then I was having a lot of fun, and suddenly my dad interrupted me and asked me that he was having a little trouble finding the ticket to Paris to the next day. So that he was very worried we were all going to lose the tour for the next day. And I was looking at his face, and he was crumbling before me. He was like melting away, and with all the might and willpower I could summon, I told him, "Don't worry, Father. Today was a very exhausting day. Why don't you go to sleep, and I will take care of it in a moment." And by thinking back at how am I supposed to take care of that if I am like losing the grip of reality at this moment? So I noticed that he was like giving me like he trespassed his anxiety onto me, and then I started to feel very anxious, very, very anxious about the plane. And I would see the faces of my mom and sister, who were already asleep, and I was looking at them as if they were very young persons, like a baby, and then they were like very old persons, and it was coming, going and going. So I started to become a little anxious. I I standed up and was thinking about telling my mother like what I was going through, but in my mind I was like, what she's gonna do? If any, she's gonna ground me and she's gonna yell at me because of what I am doing here. So I stand up, I went to the bathroom and turned on the light, and the light of the bathroom was like the sun. It was the brightest light I ever seen. It burned my skin, and then I turned off the light, and it was like the darkest void night in the coldest dark night ever. So I just sat in the bathroom and was hoping that if any, I was going to be very grateful if I could go back, and even like I could like, how can I hope I'm gonna be able to at least wipe up my ass while coming back from this experience, if any, because I didn't want to be a burden for my father and for my family. And then I was like doing all this I was thinking about all of this, and it suddenly started to came down. So when I watched my watch, it had only been past like an hour or so. So I sat down at the computer, at the laptop. I bought the tickets for Paris, and then we went on the tour the next day. So that was my first approach to psychedelics, psilocybin, to be precise.
Wow. Wow.
That's pretty intense because you're with your family. And the first time you've done them.
Yeah, I know. I don't know how I was able.
Cool.
Come again?
You got to hold your cool through the whole thing.
Yeah, I think that was the greatest part. I was able to hold my poker face in front of them.
Wow.
Wow.
So that was when you were 20, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then you go through med school and you become a doctor. And did you continue to use mushrooms throughout that time?
Yeah. Well, since that time, I got really obsessed with psychedelics. It was even though it was a challenging experience for me, it made a dent on my personality, and I started studying a lot, and I had after that I had a period where I didn't do any mushroom, like 5 years or so, and then I came into touch with DMT. And ever since then, I started using DMT on low doses with myself as an exploring tool. And each time I used it, it was very illuminating for me. And as I share these moments of illumination with my friends and family, they would be very curious and ask me if they could do it as well for me. So even though I have had a lot of hellish experiences with DMT whenever I was alone, because that's the main approach I did with when I was younger, I was able to provide for a safe space, not facilitating much, but mostly like sitting for friends and family who wanted to explore the medicine as well. And as I did this, it was more like a recreational use of DMT more than a healing space for DMT. And it wasn't until the 2019 that I was having trouble getting past some point whenever I did psychedelics, whenever I did DMT, especially speaking.
Now, when you're talking DMT in this realm, are you talking 5-MeO or NN?
That's exactly what I was going to ask.
Yeah, I am talking about NN DMT.
Okay.
Yeah. I will say 5. And well, it was 2019 whenever I was struggling with going past through some stuff with DMT because I wanted to see more. And every time I would do DMT, I would go to these hellish places with fire and darkness and devils and demons. And I wasn't sure how I was supposed to face all this stuff because I would fight and I would face, but always the same and the same and the same and the same. And I would read in the literature that these medicines show you a lot of stuff, and these medicines bring a lot of healing and a lot of beautiful stuff that I wasn't seeing. Even though it wasn't beautiful stuff, it was really great stuff for me. So it was like, okay, it's difficult, but I still want to do this difficult stuff. And then that's when I tried to look for help from outside help, and I met Luis, which was a 5-MeO DMT facilitator. And we spoke a few times over the phone, and then we set up a meeting, and then he gave me 5-MeO DMT for the first time. And the first seconds I did the inhaling, I regretted it deeply. And the thing with that, it was like I was facing madness. I was facing madness, and I was really standing still. I wasn't very dynamic at the time. I was like really trying to grip myself to this reality and being scared. Yeah, I was scared.
You weren't letting go. You were doing the struggle there.
Yeah, I was struggling and trying to keep my grips on reality until the effect wore down. And when the effect started to go down, I was like very shocked, and I started laughing nonstop. Like I was finally able to. It wasn't up till the effect were starting to wear down when I was able to let go, and I started to laugh and laugh and laugh and I literally became. I literally dived into madness, and I was like yelling like you could like the Joker in that kind of laughter, and I couldn't help myself, and I was rolling on the grass, and I couldn't stop. And it was really, really great for me to be able to feel and let go all that laughter that was stored up in me. I was like right up until that moment, I was a very stuck up person, and I was very serious, and I was very, well, the opposite of laughter. I was very serious. And I noticed how this laughter that was coming out in this moment was all a stuck up laughter that was inside of me that I had been repressing for a long time. So it was really healing for me. It was really, even though I realize now that I didn't let go completely, it was a somewhat release or breakthrough to some degree for me.
Layers. It was a layer that.
Yeah, it was a layer. Yeah, correct. And when I was coming down, I just knew it, that I had never done this in a professional way. I was keeping my friends and family safe, but as I saw Luis, who facilitated me, that was doing his work in a more professional, he makes a living out of that. I knew, like, he doing that to me was like he was showing me how to start doing that. And that's where I stuck with him, and I asked him if I could join him in facilitating 5-MeO DMT. And we will be doing this for about 1.5 years, maybe 2. and I would travel with him. I would travel with him, and he would come also to Monterey, and we will do Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, like 10 facilitations a day, one-on-one. And it was really a really hard work for me. I would do with him, I would do 5 Mio DMT once a month whenever I started doing them. And then I would take a period when I would do a little bit more to be able to get familiarized with the molecule. And then I was at first afraid of the implications of giving 5 Mio DMT to other persons in a more structure, or in a more, well, this is me and I'm facilitating you. I am not just taking care of you. I am giving you a safe space. I'm trying to maximize benefits. I'm trying to help you get the most of this experience. And that's how I started to study. Well, I have always studied a lot. But since that experience and me following Louis, I started to going more deeper, and specifically to 5 Mio DMT, which was the tool that gave me my first real breakthrough. So that's why I have these special feelings for 5. More 5, it's the toad secretion, the bufo secretion.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my story about it.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing.
Perfect timing too. That's actually an awesome story, man. That really is. You had me sucked right in there. I was right on it. It was like, wow, that was beautiful. But this is a good time, so we might as well take the commercial break now.
Yes.
It's break time. So time to check out our sponsors, pay some bills. You're here with us live on the Mushy Moment on paceradio.net, streaming everywhere. We'll be right back.
Back in 3.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tynaniga.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And Steve has missed it. That's okay.
Here at paceradio.net. We're here with Dr. Jacobo Villarreal. Huh?
That's nice. Nailed it.
I have a question, because there was in your story, there was a point you said something, but that both Cindy and I laughed. And it was a very unexpected moment when you said, and I, on my first vape of the 5-MeO DMT,
you regretted it instantly.
You regretted it instantly. Now I know we both weren't expecting that. So can you just elaborate on that a little bit? Because that completely caught me off guard.
Well, yeah, sure. Well, now thinking back at the moment, it was a really, really intense experience. It wasn't like anything I've ever experienced before, even though I had done NN-DMT and I have done a very high dose of NN-DMT. I think it was mainly because I was with someone I didn't know, maybe. And I think it also had to do with the thing that I wasn't expecting a very big difference between NN and 5-MeO DMT. So I was maybe, what's the word that I could use? I was naive in a sense of what to expect. Maybe I did lack a little bit of preparation while doing for the first time 5-MeO DMT in order to expect, well, you shouldn't expect anything in a 5-MeO DMT session, but maybe you should have I'd invite you to have, not should have, maybe it's better if I say I'd invite you to have a little bit of rhetoric or background whenever you're doing psychedelics. So for me, it was really unexpected. It took me off guard, but right at the moment, I was the only thing the first thing I thought it was I shouldn't have done that, and the second thing I was thinking was, well, suck it up. This is what you wanted. This is what you wanted. This is what you wanted. Like, and I did suck it up. I was really, really, really tight. I was like fighting for my dear life. And whenever the effects started wearing off, I did felt a sense of achievement because I was like able to withstand whatever I had withstood, even though I hadn't really understood what happened. But it did give me a really very big sense of achievement. And when it started going down, I was finally able to let go of all that laughter that was stored up on me. So that boost in achievement that I felt was like the permission that myself needed to be able to unapologetically be myself and laugh at the experience I had just experienced. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, that's
100%.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Wow.
100%. Beautiful words, Jacobo.
Yeah, thank you. I think it was a very great experience for me. It's nice to be heard by all of you guys. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Now, in that first experience, you had somebody that was there with you. Were they facilitating in an aspect of ceremonial or clinical or just safe space?
It was a shamanistic approach. The Louis, whose name is whose new name is Shane. It's I would call him a neo-shaman, though he doesn't call himself like that. He was raised, he's not raised, he was taught in a shamanistic way by the Seris in the Comcac Nation in Hermosillo. He was dressed in a very humble way. He would be wearing some necklaces and some feathers and stones, and he would sing to me. He would sing to me very out loud and with the maracas. With maracas.
Oh, yeah, so he's doing some of the Comcac chants and whatnot.
Yeah. That's how he was doing that. It was a very profound way that I took as my own. Whenever I do ceremonies, I would also do the chanting with my maracas. And in one way, I think it couldn't be different for me, because that way that was shown to me was how I learned and understood how authentic, how to express my authenticity to my participants and to my participants and patients. There was one time when we were in Tandava retreat that with Cindy that brought me a lot of understanding of myself. That was right after I did the ceremony. And two of our colleagues were like very impressed in the way I did the ceremony, chanting very out loud with the maracas. And they were asking me if they were sensing that I was that there was a lot of ego in me. There was a lot of ego in me while I was facilitating, and at the moment I didn't really understood what was happening, because I was so excited and so happy that their words came very loving to me. And I was able, now that I thought, I don't think, I answered them. I told them that it was possible that there was a lot of my ego going in there, because I was feeling very happy and very excited about it. But it was also for me the only way I could show them how to behave, not to behave, but how to be in the space ceremony. Like for me, every facilitation session, it's a party. I try to make a very loud and very strong party, and with music to everyone I facilitate, because that's how I learned to be my authentic self. So in order for me to let people be their authentic selves, I have to be authentic myself. So that's how I embrace that method that was taught to me and passed to me.
I know what ceremony you're talking about, but you're talking about when we were doing the co-visibility, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You were, I have to tell you, Steve, Jacobo was chanting to his participant, and they had a connection that was just so beautiful. And Jacobo would chant, and he would get loud, and he would get, as he said, very party-like with it. And when the participant and Jacobo would lock eyes, Jacobo would know, and he would come out with a yee-haw, And it was perfect timing every time. And it was just so beautiful to witness. And it was, it's not something that I don't think he would use for every participant, but in that moment with that participant, it was definitely a necessity. It was very beautiful.
That's
Yeah.
awesome. Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
What's your most magic moment you've experienced so far in your journeys?
Well, I think it has to be the third time I did 5-MeO DMT, when I finally was able to let go and break through and go to that non-dual state. I was going with the intention of reaching that space, and I have been doing well, the first time that I already told you, and the second one that it was also very magical, but I also got a grip. And the third time, it was that time that I got to that non-dual space where I became everything, where I became one with everything, with the air, with the stones, with the facilitator, with Luis and all the persons that were with me. I recall there was my mother with me. I drove her with me. I wanted her to be with me. So I think that's one of the things that helped me to release definitely for the first time. And it was wonderful. It's at point, it's like maybe I don't know if, well, everyone who has breakthrough through that space can tell you that there's nothing like it, and they have no words to describe it. But it was the best feeling, and it was the thing that reassured me that I was on the right path.
It's kind of weird, like when you come out and you're in that space, because there's all of a sudden there's a coherence between mind, body, and soul. The DNA seems to be at rest. There's no the central nervous system is calm, and the brain comes in quiet, and just the observer gets to just observe this interesting moment that isn't really that normal for us as humans. That's what I found when I come out of it. It's like there's a coherence between all three. Mind, body, and spirit are all in harmony, and it's like, yes, this is a beautiful moment.
Yeah, it is indeed. I think that what I experienced is something everyone has the right to feel at one point in their lives. Whenever I felt that for the first time, I felt grateful for feeling that. And then after, I was like, how wasn't I able to feel this before in my life? Like, now I think it was just the perfect timing, but I was like, one of the things I've been working through in my personal stuff is around the shame and hiding the fact that I am using these medicines for work in my community, mainly because all of the demonization that's going on.
Yes.
And I felt a little bit of guilt that I wasn't rebellious before, or starting doing this earlier in my life.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
What's going through your mind, Steve? I see you think.
Well, mainly because when you first started, you were rebellious, and then you went through the doctor phase, and then you're coming back in, and you're kind of like, I should have been a little more rebellious there in that doctor phase rather than. But really, we only get to be where we are. So
yeah, sure.
Everything is as it should be, and you're in the perfect spot now. Which is,
well, now I know better, right? Well, now we all know better. Well, a little bit better.
Oh yeah, I'm still getting my ass kicked all the time.
Yeah, me as well. I sometimes you think it gets easier, but it doesn't get easier. It only gets weirder.
Well, that concept of letting go, it's a hard thing to really in those medicines. That's been one of my biggest struggles too, is the letting go. But in that letting go, the one thing I remember is when all of that fight finally went, okay, I'm done, and I just let go and breathed, and said thank you and welcomed. All of a sudden, I was no longer me struggling. I was this little spot in this huge pool of energy that was in a huge, beautiful harmony of frequency. And it was like, oh my God, why have I been fighting this all this time? And in becoming that little spot of energy in that massive, massive pool of loving energy, it made my DNA understand that what my brain has taught it is really important, that keeps my central nervous system on edge and the hypervigilance. It taught the DNA, hey, none of that's needed, man. It's not as important as you think, and we need to just and it's been a beautiful change of state for literally my whole avatar being. It took quite a while for me to have that breakthrough period. But when it did, you realize you're just a small piece of this beautiful, huge picture, and the importance that we've laid on it as this avatar that needs to. No, it just needs to love the fact that it's a piece of it all and enjoy this whole reality.
Yeah, for sure. That reminds me that one of the, not one, but the reason that I was laughing nonstop on the first time, and also the third time when I was coming back, was exactly what you were saying. That I was like laughing to the absurd of, we are just what we are, and what am I fighting everything, and what I am so angry at, and what I am so sad at, and what do I complain everything about? All that stuff that stop having meaning at the moment where you are under the effects of 5. That makes it so. I was really silly at the moment.
Oh, I can see the laughter coming out because you get to see the absurdity of everything you've been holding in your brain, and you're struggling so hard to hold on to all of it. And there's so much absurdity there. There really is. There's so many programs and just absurd things that we drag through our lifetime. And, when you get to realize, oh, hey, this is actually a beautiful place, and our struggles are actually beautiful things to be walking through. That, I had it pointed out that after every struggle, it was pointed out to me, after every struggle, I seem to be in a better place. So a friend of mine said to me, when you look in hindsight, you can see that, oh, that struggle, I came out better. That struggle, I came out better. So now if you struggle, just know, oh, it's going to come out better, and then stop struggling because you already know it's going to come out better. So that's my concept I'm trying to achieve and make happen right now, is that, oh, if I hit a struggle, stop struggling. You already know it's going to come out better than where you are. So just get to there, because you can see it in your past already. Your hindsight's 20/20. So just take that and go, oh, this isn't a struggle. It's just a period. I'm going to come out better.
Beautifully seen. Beautifully said. Thank you.
Now it's to live it.
Now it's a what?
To live it.
Now it's to live it.
Absolutely. Ever you came down of that kind of experience, all you want to do is it's live, experience, enjoy everything, the little things. That was a very changing life changing experience for me. Very, very, very changing. I am very grateful for that. I am very grateful for for stepping into this role and finding this molecule in my life. I think it has brought me a lot of compassion, a lot of wisdom, a lot of understanding, and well, responsibility as well to be a voice
And
for this kind
gratitude.
of,
I can hear it in your voice.
yeah, thank you. Yeah. I am very, very grateful for this. And I'm also very grateful to be here and to be able to share all these experiences with you and to meet you all. I am very, very, very happy for being here. Thank you for
Well, I
having
got to
me.
say, this is like honestly, this has been an honor. Cindy said I was going to love you, and you're absolutely awesome. I love your authenticity. I love your story and your journey. And hopefully one day, maybe we'll be down in Mexico. We can all go up to Huatla de Jimenez and go do some mushrooms at Maria Sabina's there as well.
Sure. I'll be happy to join you. I'm happy to join you, and you are welcome to. I would love to have you here whenever you want to.
I don't say that. I'm already in love with Mexico. Yeah. I can't wait to come back again. Like I
She's
seriously.
already on her phone looking up cheap flights.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to have you here whenever you want to, Cindy. Just tell me, and we'll arrange everything for you to be here.
Oh, that would be amazing. I love Mexico. For the short time I was there for 3 weeks, and I fell in love with that small town of Tepoztlan. What a beautiful little area.
Have you ever been to Oaxaca?
No, like that was my first travel outside of Canada or the US, right? Like that's it. It was my first time out, and what a trip it was for me. Your country. I mean, that little town and the bit of driving I did between Mexico City and Tepoztlan. I mean, absolutely beautiful. I don't think I met an angry Mexican person while I was there. Everybody was in a good mood. Everybody was happy. The town was pretty much, the time we were there was in a celebration of some sort for one of us, for a saint or Independence Day or the new female president being sworn in. We were there for 2 saints' birthdays, but everybody was so kind and so friendly. And you're walking around town and everybody's like, in the morning, you're just walking around, Buenos dias. And they're like, because obviously I'm a tourist, right? And so everybody's just so sweet and so kind and so caring and so helpful. And they try so hard. And if they don't speak English and I don't speak Spanish, we eventually would figure everything out and we'd laugh about it. And I just got to tell you, I fell in love with Mexico while I was there. I can't wait to go back.
Yeah, it does sure has a very magical way of being.
Very magical time.
Mexico. Woo.
I spent time in Oaxaca. I had a great time there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hiked all the way up to that little theater area up top with the statue of Benito Juarez, and I got me smoking a joint underneath them. And I hiked out to El Tule, the big tree. I went to the famous mole place. Had some nice mole there.
Wonderful. It's a terrenal paradise in Oaxaca. It's really, really beautiful, wondrous, and magical.
Yeah.
We should go. We should get together one day and go to Oaxaca. I plan to retire myself in Oaxaca when I'm older.
Nice. Yeah, it's pretty sweet there. I did a bit of tripping around there. I really quite enjoyed it. It was quiet when I was there. It was COVID, so I was able to walk around all over the place, and the streets weren't busy. I was walking around at night and just having a blast. It was pretty cool.
Did you have any mushrooms in there?
I went to Huatla de Jimenez and I went to San Jose del Pacifico and did mushrooms both places there. Yeah. We went to Maria Sabina's her museum, and then her nephew. We did mushrooms with her nephew, and we went up to her shrine and sat up in the mountains at her shrine. Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, awesome. That's the best place I've ever done mushrooms in my life as well. But that will be another story.
I would love to go there.
And hopefully we can come down and write another story. Huh?
A lot of stories.
Wow.
Yeah. 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 Well, Jacobo, we are getting close to the end of our podcast here. So this is where we ask you, if you have anything else you want to tell us, if you have anything else that you want to share, any last words?
Should we share these things?
Well, yeah, if you want to reach out and say hi, this is where you can find him. If you're down in Mexico.
What? Come again?
I said, if people are looking for you, this is where they can find you to say hello.
Sure. Yeah. Dr. Jacobo Villarreal, Facebook. Well, I just want ending. Well, I want to, again, to thank you for having me here. I want to thank you for making this space for all these persons that are walking this path on psychedelics. I think that it's very important for people to speak up about these topics, and it's going to be increasingly more important for everyone to be educated and well informed about psychedelics, so they can integrate them in their lives as they were once used by the Asian people on the world. So I am so glad that you are doing this work. I am so happy that I am on this path as well. And I am very, very grateful for all the people that I've met in this path as well. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, stick around after the podcast, Jacobo. We will, once we play the ending and we will bring you back in for a little chat before we all go our separate ways.
All right, I'll be here.
Yeah, so don't go.
And in the meantime, it's that time again. So thank you for joining us here on the Mushy Moment with my co-host Rev Cindy, myself, and our awesome guest, Dr. Jacobo. We're proud to be coming to you live from paceradio.net. We'll see you next week with more exciting guests, healing information, awesome sponsors. Much love. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
All right. As we make our way on to testing sample number 11.
Number 11, first 7.
You weren't here for the first 7.
You missed the first 7.
We're on pre-roll 4.
Yeah.
Pre-roll 4 is what we are on. Everybody move. Pre-roll 4.
I got a meatloaf in the oven that I'm going to eat when we're done, and I'm going to enjoy it.
Send it up, Derek.
Bring it on now.
All righty.
Delicious.
So this goes to Deb.
Yep.
Deb, it's up. You're up.
Deb gets to do the
Dum, dum, dum.
Yeah, go.
She doesn't want any more.
I can't get it open.
She can't get them open.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know, this is one of the things you got to think.
Can't get
with
pop. I
arthritis,
did worse than that.
Having
They let
to
me cry
open
because I couldn't open the freight.
I've had to use a pair of pliers to open some of these things out.
And, like, you know, I'm not saying it's the caramel cup tubes. It's all the tubes.
No, it's whoever's making the tubes. It has nothing to do with the karma cup.
No, exactly. Like some of them
Or
have
any
a
other
little,
cup.
little edge where you can get your thumb underneath there and pop it out, right? But they are like blocked shut with unless you squeeze them.
They're grandparent proof.
Well,
Well, you do something.
one is and one's old enough to be.
The dishes.
It's transparent paper.
Yeah.
I don't know how you could tell.
How did it,
It's
yeah.
not brown.
Yeah, this is I didn't do the pre-rolls
Brown
last year,
ones.
but like I said a little
yeah.
while ago, I'm
I can't
pretty
smoke
happy
on
with
them, they
the
just make me cough.
papers, which is a big thing.
Lights, any
As
of
far
that
as I'm
kind of-
concerned.
Yeah.
The last one
No,
had
I
a
can do long paper.
free-flowing
Well,
filter.
I can't really suck that hard anymore to get something from one of those.
You got the scissors?
Like those long ones I used to do.
Oh,
I
it's
can't
all right.
roll the other one.
All right.
Nowhere. I can't
Okay.
get them lit.
Yeah, you don't have any pre-rolls, Todd. But there's only the one. I wonder if Sarah's looking at adding to the pre-roll category by including infused pre-rolls, having that as a separate kit.
They do sell them, don't they?
Yeah. There's all kinds of
Yeah,
infused
Shatterizer has the 8-ball Kush, which is infused and has Keithan on it.
Whatever they put on the inside of them.
I think they might have a couple of the other ones as well.
Yeah. I've seen them. I bought them at the store with the kiff on the outside and kiff on the inside.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then I saw that on the OCC. What is it? OCS website. Sorry,
Right.
I've had a few, and I'm not driving. I've seen that they have a type of moon rock.
Winner so
Well,
far.
I miss the old moon rocks.
Fingers.
I
I hope it's where
don't want to
they
forget this one. Okay, yeah.
get
Everything,
excited now.
everything is all right.
He's fooling, isn't he? Guess you have to find out.
I think I'm going to
Let dry, let dry inhale taste.
I should have.
I'm thinking
That's got a nice taste.
yeah,
Eh?
exactly.
There you go. All right.
So I
We ready?
say to me, as I just regular class final
Plus
people.
4. Yeah. Visual appeal.
Excuse me.
No.
What do you think, Sam?
Again, everybody got quiet again.
Well,
Leave me alone.
Yeah. Filling out paperwork online. Like there was no way I was going to print these off and then fill them, have them do it. So I had to input everything. It was
Okay, late time.
yeah, light time. Light her up. Yeah, spark her up.
Now, are you finding that?
Get Bob's car to it.
Are you guys finding that the joints are going out?
No. No, they're burning.
Okay, good.
Yeah, they're burning all the way through. I think there was one that had a little funky beginning.
A little. Well, that's just because you didn't clip the end.
They're not on 5 yet, eh?
I don't like that wick because sometimes it will go a little funny. Right?
How you making out, Mama? Jesus, that got a nice smell to it, eh? Here comes that little breeze my way.
Breeze, you can hear the birds chirping.
There's definitely a lot of birds
Can you hear
hanging.
the birds, Al?
Oh yeah. I can hear birds here too.
Can you hear the cars go by?
No.
No.
I can hear cars go by here too.
Yeah.
And
No,
trains.
You can hear the cars, but it's good that you can't hear the cars, but you can just hear the birds.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to do the last summer. I was doing the radio show at nighttime, sitting over there on the lounge swing, and it'd just be pitch black around me, and that's how you could hear was the animals.
Yeah.
How was the bullfrogs and stuff last night? Was it quiet?
There's only a couple of them.
Oh.
The funny thing was that glowing orange thing I saw.
Oh yeah. Might have been the moon.
Yeah, I think it was. It just peeked out. It was really low. And then I looked at
in the trees.
above the trees. They were in the middle of a spot, but it was like this orange spot.
That flying saucer again, do you think,
Well,
Al?
that's what I was hoping to see.
Flying saucer might be.
And then it rained right after I was outside.
I miss the sounds from the farm. I miss the sound from the farm, but it's different here. The sounds are different up here.
No, I was really happy with it.
Like a cloud ran over that was wet.
And then
But yeah, I was just
It's nicely done.
For me, the aroma didn't seem to come off the taste. For you? Yeah, I like
and
it.
then all of a sudden it just
A little bit.
like the clouds went and covered it again. But it could have been setting.
It wasn't
very little harshness to it.
Reflecting off the sun, you know.
But it's still not
Yeah, yeah.
flavor to it.
I don't know.
All right.
It's kind of creepy.
How many strains you got left, Al?
3, man.
Well, we're 3 hours and 47 minutes into this. Let's see if we can do 420 exact.
Okay, well, that won't be a problem. And just so you know, anybody who's watching, when this ends, there is more programming that will start up at 6 o'clock. So, like, we might end up at 5:15 or something like that, for example. And there's more programming that starts at 6
Does it
p.m.
taste like a smell?
and it will run straight through till after midnight.
And what that is all the programming that both of our networks have put out this week.
Correct.
Last week.
Yeah.
I
Like,
don't
for
work it
example,
too good
this,
neither.
I'll probably do some editing on this
Working
and
the
run a couple different sets.
Smoking
next
experience.
Saturday.
Eh? Harsh to smooth.
And so for re-rolled
to smooth.
Saturday. Every morning, starts at 8 o'clock until whenever.
Ash color.
Yep.
Deb has it there. Can you hold that out for me?
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
All this stuff that you read.
That's some pretty good oil too. The papers,
Oh, good
the
pot.
filter, look how dark it's got.
Yeah, just making a point.
I smoke cigars.
Right.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, they're reviewing the oil that's on the paper from it burning and seeing that there's oil on the paper.
On the paper.
There's no outside ring when you get a heavily oiled joint, but
yeah,
the paper is showing that the oil is running out.
And maybe
Sounds
that's
like
good.
paper. And what's the buzz like?
That I'm not sure.
What's the buzz like?
Good. Lift. It's like a sativa.
What are we on?
Sativa,
5?
maybe?
Yeah.
This is more uplifting.
What's your guess? An indica or a sativa?
Number 4.
Hybrid.
Hybrid.
Yeah. Coming to you.
I'm okay. Thanks.
You're okay?
I'll pass it on to the next generation here.
Passing it on.
We should have done a telethon, buddy. Could have raised some money.
Yeah, I've got an infused cookie here. I'm going to taste.
It's going to be touchy.
Was that a butterfly that just flew by you, Al?
Yep. Flew right in.
What
Looks like
kind?
a big moth.
A moth. I haven't seen any monarchs up here yet.
Takes
a while to get up here, I guess.
We've had monarchs here, but that's just a butterfly. Just flew by. I didn't pay much attention.
Yeah.
JJ. Hi. Got a minute? All right. I've got JJ O'Brien with me. So what do you think?
I think it's great so far. I've just been making my rounds through the vendors, and I'm only about halfway through. So, but it's been very interesting. It's a great crowd here. It's very busy. So I'm just slowly making my way through. Yeah.
I saw you up on stage during the seminar there.
Yes, I was very proud to be representing Education and speaking on the Sovereign Inherent Rights panel with my colleague, Jose Bourgeois, who's absolutely amazing, and with Kathy and Sturgis. It was a great panel, and I was very honored to be a part of it.
Yeah, good. Now, I guess you're spending the rest of the day walking around. Are you in any more panels?
No more panels today, but I'm going to walk around some more, and then I'll be seeing everybody in the consumption lounge later, and hopefully hitting it at the after party.
It was raining when I was outside last, so I came in, do some more interviews, but it was nice out there earlier.
I know. I'm hoping it's going to clear up, and we can.
It was crowded. It wasn't big enough.
No, I know, and they kicked a bunch of us out, so I hope we're getting back in.
I just have to move out of the way. All right. What else offhand? Can you let us know we're doing anything independently? But I know you're with Education. Shout out to them.
Yes, absolutely. Shout out to Education. We're a nonprofit here in Canada that's dedicated to promoting responsible cannabis education in Canada. So check us out at education.info or send us an email. We do have a membership. We have a community and leadership membership. If you have some level of cannabis education, come and join us. Or if not, come and join us as well, and we can educate you.
All right, super. Thank you very much. All right, I'll let you go and make your way. Okay, you too. Bye-bye.
They may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Here we go.
There we go.
There we go.
Now picture this 5-10 years ago.
Oh, it was solid people, man. It was
Yeah.
huge.
But
Huge.
you know, okay, like I mean, I grew up in Toronto, and we used to go downtown on any given day, and you'd be shoulder to shoulder people like this.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
that
yeah.
doesn't even happen anymore downtown
Sidewalk
unless
to
there's an event.
sidewalk.
Yep.
Yeah. Sidewalk to sidewalk. But you know, it's not one of those this year, and then we have to start fresh and build again.
Yep.
You know, it's doing things like this to allowing people to know that, hey, this is still going on, and why we should be getting involved in it.
And we like to air these things so that people like myself who can't do this anymore, you know, I mean, even if you're not there, you're still supporting us and you're supporting this event, and that helps because it creates a conversation, and maybe next year there'll be double what's here.
Yeah, exactly. As long as I don't forget, throughout the parade, I'll grab some people. I'll ask them why they are marching.
Yes, I think you should.
All right, there you go. So what do you think?
I think it's excellent. I love, again, you know, I was talking with Timmy earlier, and it's always like somebody starts something and everybody responds. And that's the beautiful thing about it is we're all here, and it's these events to give us a chance to kind of find each other. So this is my first march. I've been involved in plenty of events, but my first march. So
really,
you know, yeah, like, so it's really exciting to be part of, like, you know, the movement and has, excuse me, in that sense. And again, any opportunity that we get to kind of unite commercial, legacy, home grower, you know, and just cannabis advocate together as one voice collectively, we're going to get more done. So, bueno.
Exactly. More people will speak up, our voices are louder.
Yeah, that's it. Like, you know, like, I think it was Dalai Lama said, if you think you're too small to make a difference, sleep in a tent with a mosquito. So, kind of
not lots of times.
Like, you know, so if you don't believe, like, you know, anybody who's done that can definitely agree how a small thing can make a big difference. And
You should let everybody know who you're talking to.
so, pardon me?
Should let everybody know who's talking.
Oh, I'm D the Bug Guy. I'm just I'm a Canadian grower. I'm medically licensed. I'm also CanCell certified. So I love exploring the different aspects of the industry, as well as being part of the moving change. You know, we have a good system in the sense that it's better than not having one, but there's still work to be done.
That's right. Sure is. So basically you march for?
Access, and I march for everybody. I march for those that can't be here today. I march for those that have been incarcerated for this plant, that still feel silenced, that don't have the access. But like I said, otherwise, just we're here to support the plant. And the people that are here are trying to make a difference. A lot of familiar faces and a lot of new faces. So, yeah. So, like I said, me being one of them with the march. But, you know, there's events surrounding it. We come together. It's a round table. Next time is better.
Yeah.
You know, so it's all about execution. And like I said before, you build it and they come.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. All right. Well, thank you for the words.
Anytime, man. You know, I'll see you throughout the day, bro.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We will. I'm going to see if I can grab Scott here.
Who?
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Dad, how are you doing these days?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure. The answer is 8. It's always 8.
It's always 8. Not for this question, though. Why do you march?
I march because we still have a message to send around the world. We've legalized it. We've made it work for the best. I think, you know, it's not perfect, but we've made it. And we were talking earlier, a few of us, about the old expo days and treating yourself and how far we've come. And yet the world still is trying to catch up, I think.
And, you know, back in those days, we were out advocating for cannabis law reform, and we're still, you know, asking for cannabis law reform because there's always, like you said, it's not perfect. There's always changes that could be made.
Lots of changes that can be made. From the fact that they're talking about decriminalizing hard drugs right now, I think that's a good conversation to be having, and I think it's the right time. Also, I want to say something. I have a very nasty injury I recently suffered, and I have really come to realize this. We should maybe
we should move along, eh?
That some of the damn packaging. Did you get it? Some of the damn packaging in these containers and stuff that we're buying nowadays.
Oh, brutal.
I have suffered greatly trying to get into these.
Oh, big time. Oh, I know.
Putting my foot down. I'm tired of it, and I know a lot of people are.
Yeah, like I anything that I've had to open, majority of the time I've had to use scissors in order to get into them.
It's very difficult to do right now. So, and I'm not complaining, not at all. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that this is a simple injury in a lot of people's lives to what they've suffered. And if I'm having that much difficulty trying to get into my medicine, I can't imagine what it must be for a lot of people.
Oh, yes, because especially so many people go to the stores for medicinal purposes. And I think that's I'm going to say too, because there's been a lot of increase in the older category of people going in, right? So they're having to deal with these packages.
And yes, from seniors to disabled people, even the people that are new to it, they're befuddled by some of these packagings. And I just look at them and just have to roll my eyes and go, yeah.
Yeah. Normalization. Yeah, correct. Well, we caught up to the parade again there, Al. All right, Scott, thanks. We'll be talking, man.
I will look forward to
it. That's right. Bye. How are you? Can I ask you a question, just so you know? I'm Al. Here's my producer, and we're live on 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. So basically, my basic question is pretty simple. Why do you march?
I've been doing it for years, and we still need to recognize it globally, so I march.
There you go. Exactly.
I want to travel and be able to smoke weed in other countries.
Yeah, exactly. Good answer. Thank you. Right. So we need lounges. We need lounges where they can host events.
Yes, we do. We're missing so many of them now. It's really sad.
So why do you march, Ashley?
Oh, because this needs to be legal everywhere, and we need to change the face of legality too. We definitely need lounges.
Yeah, exactly.
We used to have a lot of them in Toronto. Not
yeah.
Now there's
exactly.
Like 4.
We'll get there. You know, as I said to people earlier, when cannabis was illegal, we were marching for cannabis law reform, and we're still doing that today.
To this day, 100%. We still need to up all of our legal limits to allow for medical patients to actually get some form of relief.
Why should someone get arrested with 32 grams or a ticket for 32 grams when you can go places and buy substances with greater quantity?
Right?
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
All right. Thanks, Ashley.
No problem. Thank you.
Website?
SofaKingGoodBakery.com.
Okay, thank you. Do you remember the days when the chant was so loud it would echo off the buildings?
Oh my God, you couldn't see the street.
Oh, yeah, side to side. Sidewalk to sidewalk. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I have a simple question for you. I'm asking everybody as we go along here. Why do you march?
I march because cannabis is legal here, it doesn't mean it is in other parts of the world. People are jailed for this everywhere. Yeah. And even with legalization, there's still there's still a legal system that's attached to this. Like legalize we can have 28 grams of cannabis. It's a little crazy. And there's people suffering around the world, jailed, facing death sentences for cannabis.
A year ago, there was a couple of guys in Singapore that got hung.
That exactly.
I think there's somebody else waiting to be
Our
hung as
crowd's
well.
a bit smaller than it has been in other years, but the message is still the same, and it will still be the same until cannabis is legalized and it's legal and accepted.
Exactly.
Stigma needs to be removed as well, right? So
Exactly.
we're working on that. I mean, we're 5 years here legalization, and it's still stigma's still attached to it.
Exactly.
So it's not going to be a quick fix, but we keep this up and we keep normalizing it.
It's like 90 years of prohibition. That ain't going away.
Exactly. And we think it's just because now we have stores everywhere. It's just going to be, oh, hoity-toity and fun and it's not. People still have are still, brainwashed. The reefer madness, that generation is still around. So,
Yeah, exactly.
And their kids. So we just need to change the way cannabis is viewed. And again, not just here globally. This is a global march. This isn't just in Toronto. This is just Toronto's section of this global march.
Yeah, exactly.
So we just need to, keep fighting the good fight.
Yeah,
There's a big
exactly.
one going on in New York right now too.
Al says there's one going on in New York right now.
I love it. Well, it is global, right, guys?
That's right, global. All right. Oh, we got a poll there. All right, thanks, Amy.
Take a poll. Put some rap music on.
I'll stop and ask Church a question. I'm asking everybody the same question.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Why do you march?
I march to spread awareness and to show my experience along with having a good time and hanging out with some friends.
That's right. Yeah. Awareness is good. That's right. Okay. Thank you. Bye.
The Hamilton
Hey,
Police Headquarters.
I've got 11 here, and I've got a question for 11.
Okay, you go ahead.
And I asked this question of everybody I've been talking to during the march. Okay. Why do you march?
7.5 inches. Oh, sorry, what?
Why do you march?
I thought it was something else. I thought you were going to ask me something else. I mean, one, it's just great to see everyone. Let's be honest. Should we keep walking? Let's not lose the herd. So it's definitely a community thing. It's definitely a beautiful energy, but we got to show up, just like with the podcast, as the different manifestations as we are as like consistent cannabis users and community members, to show how diverse, like you got to show up for it to kind of like share the colors inside of the community and kind of just like represent. So I think it's rewarding definitely to be part of it, but yeah, like to show up and to march, I think you gotta give that respect to the plant by like presenting yourself as part of something that is involved with cannabis. So I feel like it was just representing, but also it's totally selfish. It's 100% selfish because I just get to hang out with a bunch of stoners.
Yeah, dual purpose. Fight for cannabis law reform and hang out with friends.
Yeah, I feel like we even just shifted the energy to like fun. I mean, it feels protesty because we have a chant, but it's like, me, I prefer to kind of focus on the, on what's working, on what the positive is. So if we can all just constantly live a good example, like by checking ourselves first, and then what people notice of the community is positive. Like, look, everyone's just goofing around, laughing, being creative, colorful bunch. Like, it's about the opportunity to, offer that impact as like what collectively as a group a stoner's supposed to like be. Not that it's period after this group. It's just like here's a bit. Here's like a Toronto vibe. Yeah.
And in this march are some people who've been here since the beginning, and it's good to see that this year's a bigger march than last year. And last year was sort of it wasn't really much promo or anything, and this year is some promo done, and we got more people out.
Just keep moving with it, man. That's it. Let the momentum build.
Do it all again next year. Just try to build again, rebuild.
It's always a fun time, and it gives you the opportunity to probably try some new shit or smoke a joint with someone you ain't never smoked a joint with before.
Somebody maybe you only knew through Facebook.
Well, that's what I said. I was joking about that when I was getting the chance together. I'm like, it's like this is fucking bunch. Like I see a bunch of faces that I only see online.
Yeah. Well, it's true. It's true. So, all right, 11. Well, let's shout out to where people can find you, man.
Disciplined Stoners. Me and my wife, Winnie Clark, have a podcast called Disciplined Stoners, and I mean, a bunch of people who are here have been on it and will be on it. And we just are lucky enough to be documenting this time period in history and going at it through the lens of mindfulness. So that's like what we talk about. And yeah, we do canna covers, all sorts of stuff like that. So you can check us out. Discipline.
Have a show about the march. And after, yeah, I don't know.
Song or something?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe a song. Yeah.
Damn, didn't someone catch the ball? I think Spliff McKenzie, we just made history. I was just freestyling, and then a homie comes up and starts freestyling next. It was awesome. And, like, there's always those moments that happen authentically when you exist in the cut,
Yeah, exactly. All righty.
You're documenting it.
Oh, yes. Been doing it for years. We used to just do it in audio. Now you got the cameras going. So, yeah, that's right. Cannabis. There we go. All right. Thanks, 11.
Yeah, buddy. Good chat.
Thank you. Good to see you. I got a question for you, Val. All right. Why do you march?
Because we can.
Yeah, we can. That's right. It's allowed in our country.
We sure can.
There's a lot of countries where you can't.
Absolutely, you bet. And we're so lucky to be here in Canada.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah. 11 getting the chance going there.
Job.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Eh?
Yeah, totally.
All right. Oh, okay. On to my next interview, I guess. Yes. Pop up question. That's what I'm going around asking everybody. Why do you march?
That's a great question.
Talked to, I don't know, half a dozen, 7 people so far.
Why do you march?
Why do I march? I march for cannabis law reform. That's the same reason I marched for when I started this, going to these approximately 20 years ago. And I still do it for today because even though cannabis is legal, we still need cannabis law reform. People can still get fined or even arrested for quantities of cannabis that are, they're only 30 grams. Some people need more than that. Or you go camping for 2 weeks. You're going to take, some people 30 grams isn't going to be enough. So people risk that. There's the taxes. There's people getting just arrested. There's other stuff as well. If you could deal with those excise taxes, that would help lower the cannabis. Maybe make it so that you don't have to climb a mountain and swim through the ocean in order to get to the regulatory part of it all.
Yeah, agreed.
So, all right, Val. Good talking to you.
Hooray.
Hey, Thomas, how you doing? Good. I got a quick. Yeah, that's right. I got a quick question for you.
Ask away.
All right.
Legalization globally, and for me, it's logical legislation here in Canada. We're just doing it badly for the wrong reasons. So for me, I want to stand against that.
Still fighting for cannabis law reform.
Exactly. What a way to say it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was thinking, well, why do I march? And I thought, why did I march in the beginning? And it had to do with to change the cannabis laws because cannabis is illegal, right?
This is the second march for me in the 25. I think I went 20 years ago when I moved way too much weed to be out here openly. I never went again.
Now back then I was marching for cannabis law reform, and today I still march for cannabis law reform because there's things that could be changed. The regulatory end of things, as well as I look at it as, taxes would obviously make it better. I think I adjust that. Patients can have tax-free medicine. Why not a location where a patient can actually go into and get their medicine and talk to somebody who's,
Well, I would just take the boot off the neck of the industry. It's stifling innovation. Nobody can move. It's a stranglehold in favor of monopolizing for corporate interests that do not care about the average Canadian, doesn't care about the medical patient, doesn't care about the recreational user. Let's smarten up.
Yeah, exactly. And some countries use us as an example of way to do things, and we're still fighting in order to make change.
Yeah, well, one punch at a time, right?
That's right. You know, exactly. All right, Thomas. Thank you.
Keep marching.
We will. I think the newbie is burning up the tires on the little Nugs cart here.
I don't even know if the baby's still in there.
Oh, really?
It's been a long time since I've
Well, you
looked.
got it tied in there pretty good, though, with the string and all.
It's pretty secure, but ever since he's become mobile, he climbs out every once in a while. So, yeah, how big is Toronto? I'm sure we'll find him later.
So I have a question for you. As you said, you're the newbie. Why do you march?
To have the conversation or to encourage having the conversation. I think my biggest thing is I do not like the fact that any conversation is cut down because people are uncomfortable or they only want one side to be told. And I think that the conversation regarding cannabis isn't fully being told or fully allowed to be told. And I think that's both the positives and the negatives. I'm not even advocate that it's, the miracle. I don't think anything is the one and all thing, but people have to at least be willing to do the studies on it, have the conversations. What is it actually doing? Where does it help? Who can it help? And allow people to find that personalization that I've really come to understand. Like I used to think that weed equals weed. And now I've become fully aware that it's so personal in terms of how you take it, how much you take it, what you take it for. And if the conversation isn't allowed to be had, then people will constantly be quite possibly utilizing it in the wrong way because they have nobody to really go to find out how they can improve, I guess, their experience with the plant. That make sense?
Yeah, it sure does. And being you're a newbie, it's good to hear.
Yeah, you know what? And I think if the conversation is allowed to be had, then the stigma breaks. All those other things that people are wanting to have happen, I think it just starts with people being allowed to even discuss it.
Yeah, exactly. Because before, without legalization, that was that would be an issue with a lot of people. They didn't want to discuss it because it was illegal, and they figured discussing it would be taken negatively by somebody in their family or a friend or.
I don't know. You tell me, Al. You've been in this community for way longer than I've even been in it, for sure. But I think the conversation doesn't want to even be fully had within the community, lest some of the I think everything has positives and negatives, and I think sometimes even the community itself doesn't want the full conversation to be had. It just in case, even MJ and I talk sometimes, and she's worried sometimes that she might find out that maybe she isn't a fully medical user, and that bothers her. Maybe she is more of a recreational user, and not that there should be a stigma attached to that either. But she's preached so long in her own mind that this is why I consume, that she's almost afraid to find out that maybe there are other reasons she consumes, and then that changes the narrative that's been built up in her own head.
Okay, yeah.
I think that's scary for some people.
Well, personally myself, I've been consuming cannabis since I was 13. And when I became a patient when I was 41, it was something that I knew I could use as the benefit wise, and would help me. There was a benefit for me to consume it because it was going to help me with my condition. And because of cannabis, I never got prescribed any opiate drugs other than when I was hospitalized.
Do you?
So because I couldn't shut up.
So let me ask you this, just because we're talking conversation, or having the conversation.
Yeah, and we're stuck here.
One of the things that, in regards to opening the conversation, and I'd love to have your opinion on this, is MJ and I talk a lot about the consuming it through the burning consumption, through smoking it, and the health benefits that can come from cannabis, but also, there's also the negative side of, that form of consumption can certainly do damage to lungs. And I think I think that's the conversation that even people in the community are afraid to have, because everybody just wants to talk about it as if it's this perfect thing. How do you feel about that concept of that form of consumption?
Oh, I've been a toker all the way along, but I push and discuss the non-smoking methods, because I don't expect somebody who, let's say, is 75 years of age and is going to start using cannabis medicinally, who has never smoked anything in their life. I don't think that they should be forced to smoke cannabis, and that was part of the argument before the courts back in 2013, because at that time smoked cannabis was the only way that we were legally allowed to consume it as patients. And so it went battled through the courts, and we had like a 5-year-old lad whose mother was making him cannabis oil, but that at that time was illegal, and she was risking arrest.
Do you I think, okay, so I as you're just talking there, I'm just thinking this out loud.
Sirens blaring.
Right, MJ always makes comments about the fact of, 5 years ago, this whole place would have scattered as soon as they heard the sirens go.
Now,
No.
now they ride by on their bikes and they say hi.
I think one of the things also about why I advocate for having the conversation is because of things like you just described, where somebody now comes into the world of going, okay, there is a more natural way for me to maybe, fight against some drug that maybe the pharmaceuticals have been working with them with. And now they're like, oh, well, maybe cannabis can actually do it for me. But there's very few people, though, that they can actually go to have the conversation to say, hey, guess what? You don't have to smoke it, because the stigma and the perception is like, I thought that was the only way it was ever consumed. Like, the fact that there's so many methods now has blown my mind over the years. But again, it goes back to having that conversation. People still don't know. So now they're thinking, oh man, I could probably use cannabis, but I don't want to smoke it. And they don't even realize that there's an option.
They said they don't.
That only happens when people are willing to sit down and go, we talk about bud tenders being kind of handcuffed, that they're not able to, they often are the doorkeeper, and someone comes in and they're interested in trying something, but the bud tenders aren't equipped and empowered and trained enough to really share any information with them. And so where do people go who are like going, I think this can help me, but nobody can talk to me about it, and nobody's willing to talk.
Oh, believe me, in those early days, that was big time, big issue. And there's more now than there was 5 years ago, but 10 years ago, it was nasty.
Well, I can tell you this, and I'll end with this, because there's lots of other people.
Right, we got to go.
Yeah. But this conversation that I'm just having with you, if you had told me 10 years ago that I would be at a global marijuana march on a video feed having a conversation about cannabis, I would have been like I would have thought you are nuts and you're high. You got to be high, clearly. So just that's why I'm here, is the fact of, even as a non-consumer, I still believe that these conversations need to be had, and that's what I'm advocating for.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Thanks, Timmy. Where can people find you?
Oh, well, you can find us at the Newbie and the Doobie, and we do have a show here. What is it, Wednesday nights, I think?
10 o'clock.
Wednesday nights is 10 o'clock, the Newbie and Doobie podcast, and we're actually working on a bunch of new stuff right now that we'll be looking to release in the next little while. Then, of course, Mary Jane Baker's got her own stuff through Instagram, and I'm at The Real Timmy Boyle. But Newbie and the Doobie, check us out, and we want to break the stigma, have the conversation, bring the fun, and raise the bar.
There you go. Thank you very much. All right. Okay. All right. Well, signing off here. We're live here at the Global Marijuana March at Queen's Park, Toronto, the North. And come on, check us out. We'll be here, well, obviously, till after the 420. If you're close, stop in for a visit. Check out our vendors. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live at paceradio.net, but we're also live on YouTube and Facebook as well. Good evening, Tamara. How you doing?
I'm doing. How are you all?
Not too bad. Tired. But,
it's Wednesday, so Wednesday night I did the late shift and then the morning shift, and so Wednesdays is not mine. But I do, like I said, I could work straight nights, but I do this to myself so I can do this show. Like that's why I work Wednesday day shift, right? So I do it for a reason, and the tired is worth it.
Yeah. Well, you'll work Tuesday night and then get up for Wednesday morning, but you get off from Wednesday night till Thursday night.
I don't work now till 3:00 tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah.
It gives me a long kind of turnover too. But I specifically asked for Wednesday day shift so I could make sure, because they had switched my days off for a while because we had another lady working for us. And then when they started me working 6 days a week, they asked me which day I wanted off, which I didn't care. And at one point I had Wednesday the whole day off to do the show, right? And then she wanted Wednesday so that they could change me to Saturday. So they had a day during the week that they could go do business appointments and doctor's appointments, right? So I work day shifts so that they can actually have a day that they can actually go and
they can leave.
They can get at all till 3:00. So they have like that whole day to actually go and do their appointments and stuff that they need to get done, because my one boss is diabetic, right? So he has to have regular blood tests and stuff done too. So
everybody needs time to do that.
Well, like I said, it works better for them because and then her mom is in her 90s and she lives with them too, and sometimes they got to take grandma to the doctor, so they're they'd have to do so. And it worked out well for me because, like I said, then I've got Wednesday night free to do the show.
That's right. Exactly. Yeah, the you can see the dewdrop over my shoulder here.
Yes.
You can see I got a little water line in there. I had it out on the weekend. Had a nice sunny, nice day. Out for a walk. Took it with me. Enjoyed it out in the country. And then when I got home the other day, Gail had me this container.
Right.
And it's big enough that I can I can put some alcohol in here, okay,
right.
And put my apple or my dewdrop inside here and soak it overnight.
Right.
Pull it out in the morning and it's clean.
Right.
Clean.
I think that's a great idea because, like I said, I never thought of that. But there's so many other like pipes and bongs and stuff over the years that were really hard to clean. If you would have had,
I
would have thought like a coffee can or whatever, right? Never thought of that. That's a great idea.
Yeah, I've got a vapor bong, a Roar vapor bong, or TY Roar vapor bong. Actually, that can be a problem. It has spots in it that's hard to get at to clean.
Yep.
And something like that, the base of it would fit in there. This might be just big enough for me to put that in there.
Right.
So that bottom part of where it's the problem will.
Because it'll have that spot where the pipe or the stem comes out of the bong, right? And you can never get on that bottom piece, right? The only thing I ever found that actually works is if you salt and ice, and you have to really it. But then again, you're risking chipping or hurting, because the ice be hard. But yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah, because you can put some people use ISO. Our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics, they actually carry high proof alcohol for patients to use to clean.
Yep, their items.
Like I've got a container I clean my scissors in from harvesting.
Yeah.
I've been cleaning my pipes and stuff without this. Now I'll just throw it right in here. My grinders, like I'll tell you, I gotta clean the things like once a week.
Yeah, I know, right? When you're using them that often.
Yeah, it's just gone right.
No,
Really,
you can't use them.
It can be a problem, but really, it's a good problem because of the fact that if it's gumming up, then there's a lot of trichomes on that cannabis, right?
Yeah. Yep. If you got gummy scissors and gummy stuff, that means you got
Yeah.
some trichomes there.
Oh,
And the
yeah.
stickiness-
Like it leaks out the end of the joint.
Yeah. Right.
That.
That's the kind I've missed that because when you smoke legal weed, you don't get that. Like I'm looking at some of the papers and I'm going, like, is there even any resin on that? Like, it's white. Like, seriously, like.
Oh. Yeah, let me just see.
Like I said, this is what you're getting out of the legal market. Like I remember back in the day, we're talking like early '90s when we were like getting ourselves in trouble with this really good skunk weed by and actually got himself busted selling that stuff, and it was a big conspiracy for the purpose of there was 13 of them they busted in that ring, and my husband was at the bottom level of it. My ex-husband, like we're talking like in the
that's nothing.
He got busted. It was 89 and 90 he got busted, and he did 45 days for his first offense for selling cannabis. But they had a book. They came into our house, they busted our condo, they had a photo album this thick of pictures of it, and they had my car. They actually seized my Mustang because it was used for transporting.
Right. Okay.
It was, and I was young, like I was like 18, 19, right, when this was going on. But the cannabis we had was skunk. It was called skunk. And it was like the stinkiest, stickiest, and like you couldn't even get it through a joint. I'd smoke a joint, 2, 3, I'd be sleeping. Like it just knocked me right out. I didn't even sleep.
Really? That it wasn't uplifting?
Oh no, it was like indica. Like it was like couch lock.
Okay.
Oh, it was good. But I mean, like back then I was like lightweight, had barely started smoking cannabis, and I like 4 puffs and I'd be asleep on the couch. So I didn't smoke. But the stink, holy, it was stinky.
It's stinky.
Yeah.
I got some more questions to ask you, but just so you know, I've got some stuff here tonight to go over, like we normally do. I got some continuation of women in cannabis. Got a continuation of that. Why they're buying so much and talking about the growing of cannabis for the women. We're gonna get into taxes. You love talking about cannabis taxes, so we're gonna get into that tonight as well. And let's see what else. Some trials. Some driving stuff. Yeah, there's some medical information. So we've got different things to discuss throughout the show.
That's excellent. Well, like I said, we always end up finding, there's so much, like there isn't as much news as there used to be since legalization. That's for sure.
Yeah, and
stuff that does come up.
It's sharing education, sharing knowledge, sharing stuff that's just came out in the news, whatever, right?
Yeah.
So.
And unfortunately, the states didn't get some of the outcomes that they wanted, and even the states that had referendums on cannabis didn't get the outcomes.
Yeah, exactly. And there's still some challenges going on with some of them too.
Right, but here's the thing too with the barriers. Like they had 57%, and it had to be at 60.
Yeah,
so
that was Florida. Correct. That was the Florida.
Right, and that just seems to me to be kind of ridiculous. Like 50-50, like it should be like at a 51 or 52.
50% plus one, right?
Right, exactly.
That's the majority. And
but then you got it at this level of 60%, and it's like 3% below that they don't even budge. And I'm thinking that's just, isn't that round up?
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, that's the way they set it up, right?
Like it
people
just
say it was set up to fail because
that's exactly
it was that high, right?
For failure, right?
And they would know through their own internal surveying about what the percentage of support is within the states just through polling, right?
Well, I foresee a lot of
And if
private.
they know that it's only like 52% and they set a standard at 60,
Yeah.
then that makes it, a better chance that it's going to fail, right?
Well, I foresee the pot laws in the states becoming reinforceable. I see them really cracking down on cannabis in the states in the next. I really do, especially after watching a program on Ecuador. Is it Ecuador? And how their prison system is set up.
Oh, okay, right.
How they've got, like, how their president decided that he was going to go under a state of emergency and clean out the gangs. They have MS-13 basically locked down in a private jail that they built. It's 8 football fields long. Each cell has 80 inmates in it. They are stacked on top of each other with no mats, no blankets. They have one toilet. They have a pit that they put water in for them to wash with. There's zero human rights allowed. They're allowed out of that cell for 30 minutes a day to exercise in the hallway. They don't ever get to see the TV every day. And this is how Matt Gaetz, who thinks that's a great solution for the United States. So I don't see it being good. And that means that they're going to crack down.
They won't have to worry about him.
Right? Like cracking down on cannabis too. Like that's going to be.
I'm seeing a mix is what I'm seeing in the future down there because, they have talked about letting the states decide. So I see an uneven way that the laws will be applied across the whole country, where some states will be, 100% in favor of it, and some states will be against it. People will be charged for simple possession of cannabis. Some of them may receive long jail sentences, or longer than what is really
I was trying to
word to put in there.
To some of my friends in the U.S. that people up here at one point in time with mandatory jail sentencing, people with cannabis offenses would get charged for a longer sentencing than somebody who had sexually assaulted somebody. And they were
yeah. That's what it was. Yeah, correct. It was.
It was.
Yeah, it
and
was.
Again, and again, like they find that appalling, but because their sexual assault rate, they get like 25 to life down in the States for that kind of stuff, right?
Okay.
Yeah, like that's even though they think women are shit, they still charge, because it's it's different sentencing. Like they get a little harsher on them. It's a felony down there. Here it's on the arm wrist.
I don't want to get into that part, but it seems to be pretty popular in a certain spot right now. So
anyways,
so give us a bit of an update to what's going on with the CSP.
Well, we made it out this weekend by the lick of my ass because we've got stuff stuck in the mail. And so with that being said, I hustled up and made some candy and did my thing, and we made it out there. We've serviced 60 people again. So we're looking at
in one location.
Yeah, one location, and that's one of 4 in town. I haven't been to the other locations because.
We had talked last week that it's going to be hard for you to go to all the locations, and you're looking at maybe just going to the one.
And now this one, because of where it's located, is kind of like you come off the top one of the industrial roads, right? Mm-hmm. And then you have to go in kind of through through our open field, right? And the road.
Oh, okay.
Like, let's put it this way: the hot chocolate was all over the front seat of my car. And I had.
So you're off road.
I was just like, so it's like, and never mind. And then it's down and up and whatever. But
hot chocolate. Hope your seats are vinyl, not cloth.
Oh, it was just on the floor. It was just on the floor, not my seats.
Okay.
And I have a mat, so it's
mat. Hot chocolate just make a big stain, man.
It hit the floor mat, thankfully, and that was it. But I mean,
yeah.
I'm going in there and I'm trying to drive and hold on to the coffee can, like the coffee pot, because it was moving around inside the milk crate. And I'm like, oh. Anyways, I got it without too big of a deal. Love that. They love the hot chocolate, but
good.
It's going to be an issue with the winter because we got snow today, and they don't plow that road. So I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get in there this weekend.
Oh, but so did you had enough snow that your roads were plowed?
We've had 5 inches of snow today already, and it's still
5 inches.
It started this morning, and it's just been coming down. Oh, like not kidding you. So
I
I gotta go now find my goddamn snow shovel because
we have a couple over the next 2 weeks. We have a couple faint chances of some flurries showing up.
Sunday.
There is one day. There's one day it says 1 to 3 centimeters.
Yeah, well, that's what ours said.
And it's only like 40% or something. So that's
yeah,
it's maybe.
yeah. Well, like I said, they told us
So
until mid-November. It's
okay.
mid-November.
So you got to deal with this supply issue also, obviously, with the mails going out.
Thankfully.
Can people use courier?
Well, they can, but again, it's way more expensive, right?
More
like
expensive,
I heard it's $86 to send an envelope through Perlator now, because now, of course, the mail strike. So now they've raised their prices because they're now
Oh yeah, supply and demand, yeah.
So Amazon you can get because they've never shipped through Canada Post, right? They've always shipped through third-party couriers. So your Amazon stuff is fine to get, but anybody shipping out of like anywhere else, if you go through Perlator or FedEx, DHL, UPS, whatever they are, yeah, you're going to pay 60, 70, 80 bucks. Like I paid $50 for a big, huge 12.5 kilogram box to come from Nova Scotia, right? Through Canada Post. It was only $50 is all I had to pay for that box, right? Which of course came out of our donation money. But again, Canadian Lumber sent me that out, and thankfully it made it before the mail strike too, but it came Canada Post too. But it was $50. That box per liter probably would have cost me $200.
Oh. Well,
25 kilograms. It was 45 pounds.
In the post office, depending on what you're moving around, you got those, like if they.
This wasn't in a prepackaged box.
I guess these papers wouldn't. They come in like a square box type thing.
Oh, they sent me. Here, I'll show you. They sent me a box with.
You box. It's not a little box, folks. She said box.
Little box. It had 4 of these inside of it.
Holy!
Are stuffed full of papers.
You got 4 of those.
4 of these, and they're all the different kinds. So they sent me 2 boxes of the woods, right? And then they also sent me a box of the greens, and then they also sent me a box of. Oh, where is it? They're called the hippies. The hippies. They have another one that I don't.
You're using the hippies. That's why you can't find them.
No, the hippies are probably out there. They're right here.
Hey, puppy.
That's the box that I opened for the weekend, like to take out was the hippies. So these are the hippies.
Okay.
So
and are they thin or?
Yeah, they're all right.
They're all right. Good stuff.
I just opened a pack tonight. So this isn't stuff for me, right? So I don't really utilize much of it. But I did grab 1 pack of the hippies just to check them out. But yeah, they're nice and thin. And then they come with like
filters
too, right? So
right, nice.
So that's one of our sponsors for CSP is Canadian Lumber. They send us, and every CSP across the country, Canadian Lumber has sponsored. So they do Halifax, Surrey, Langley, Cranbrook, and I believe they send out to Vancouver too. I'm not positive about that one, but I know that Rosie gets these for Surrey, Dan gets these for Langley, and Chris gets them in Halifax, and now I get them in Cranbrook. So Canadian Lumber, they're our sponsors for our
Alrighty. Good.
Good. Great.
Yeah, you always need papers if you're.
We didn't have them. They showed up Friday, so we had them. This is the first weekend that we've had them, and we've already been going out 6 weeks now, right?
Right. So those are now. I'm assuming those are for pre-rolls, or you're giving out packages with some cannabis.
I give them out a pack of papers this weekend. We gave them a pack of papers. Before, I was just kind of utilizing all the papers I had from every event before. I had like a whole bunch of papers from the TY and like
I've got a container of those.
Oh yeah, so I had like lots of papers from leftover events and stuff. So what I did is I just kind of utilized those, and then at the first weekend I only gave them out because I had very little cannabis, right? I gave them each a gram and then 2 papers and
oh, okay.
Because Rosie had sent me out a couple books when she sent me out her first sponsorship package, right?
Hmm.
So I did that with 2 papers and some like I just ripped everything apart. Now since we've had some more cannabis donated and stuff, they're getting now 2 grams of cannabis and a pack of papers they were given. If they still have papers, they'll tell me because they're pretty honest about that. I ask them, "Do you have papers?" If they say yes, they don't get any. If they say no, then I give them a buck of papers, right? And then I
Right.
know that they've been back. Like I know who they are. They've been here every weekend, right? They've been the same
Hmm.
people, kind of thing. I haven't had. I've had a couple new ones in this last couple weeks, but it's pretty the same people. So I know who's gotten papers and who hasn't, right?
Right.
So if they tell me that they haven't got any papers, I'll go, "Yes, you do. I gave you some last weekend." "Oh yeah, yeah." Right? So like they're pretty like I mean they like I said, they know that they can't pull the wool over my eyes. Like, we've already kind of gauged each other as to where how much my limitations are going to be with them and what because I've
Hmm.
got one guy that always asks for more cannabis and I said, "No, man, until everybody's taken care of, if there's anything left over, I can maybe hand you an extra one." I says, "But it's one pack for everybody until everybody's taken care of. And then if I've got extra, then yes, I'll help you out, right?"
Right.
Sometimes I have extra and sometimes I don't. And this weekend he was just ended up being lucky and I had a couple extra to give him. So he got a couple extra grams. But I mean, if that's what helps him and I've got extra, I'm not gonna tell them no. Right.
Right.
But when I found out the one guy doesn't smoke it at all and he was just getting and lying and saying he was getting it for his girlfriend when he didn't have one and selling
Yeah.
it, he didn't get anything this weekend.
Right. Right.
I
Yeah.
came to
Yeah.
myself,
Okay.
"Oh, aren't you the guy that doesn't
Right.
smoke cannabis?" Right? And he's looked at me because the other ones they talk, right? They tell me, right? And then they told me that he's the one that stole all the cancer patient stuff. It's like, buddy, you can't steal from somebody
Yeah.
else and expect me to help you. Like it's not gonna. And I put it right on him. I said, "You stole from JD. You're not getting anything. Sorry." And he looked at
Right.
me, and I had 2 big guys standing behind me. He wasn't gonna challenge me. So
Well, hey, you take advantage, you lose your
you
lose
lose your
your
privilege, right? Like I
privilege.
mean,
Yeah.
I have to be like
Whatever
that
you
because
want.
if they all start doing that and they all start taking advantage, then there's not going to be anything for anybody, right? And I
Right.
want to
Oh
be
yeah,
fair,
for sure.
but
Yeah.
I just want to be fair with everybody. So I'm trying to be fair. And if you're not going to follow a little bit of rules that I've given out, like please do not
Yeah. You're
don't sell
you're
this stuff. This is not for sale. This is not diversion.
yeah.
This is why they don't want to follow the rules and they just don't get any.
Correct. Yeah, because getting it from you and then turning around and selling it
I'm
to
not
somebody
trafficking it.
else.
Yeah, I'm not trafficking it to you. I'm gifting it.
Yeah. You're
And then
giving it to you. It's going to you as medication.
right. It's right. So you're taking advantage of the fact that I'm trying to get you well, and you
Correct.
don't want me well. You just want to use it for diversion. So sorry.
Yeah.
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 And they're the ones that are so grateful because they do utilize it and they love it, right? They think it's great. And I hear that. And I hear, well, I haven't used, or this is really helping me sleep, or I really appreciate this. I haven't eaten in 4 days and I wasn't hungry. Now I'm hungry. And some of them wait for Saturday because they don't like they think it's great because on Saturday they count on it. They know it's going to be there.
Right.
They know that they're going to sleep Saturday night. They know that they're not going to be using on Sunday. They can make it stretch. Those tinctures, I told them, you get one a month. You guys got to make that stuff stretch, right? Because I can't be bringing out tinctures once a week. I don't get that much donated, right? Like I only
No. Yeah. Exactly.
yeah, right. And I'm grateful for every little bit that we get. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm very
Right.
grateful. It was double, it'd be even better, but I can only work with what I've got. And that's what
Correct.
I tell them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if stuff runs out, unfortunately, I won't have anything to give you. So.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's where we're getting close to that. I need to start hustling because the last bit of money that the program had, I sent off to get the stuff that's stuck in the mail. And now I had a very
Now it's stuck in
I have a little bit of money, but that's the only money I've
Right.
got. 4 bags of bottles. That's not really going to cut it. So we need to, start hustling.
Well, Christmas is coming. Hopefully, some can Santa comes along, and
That's the reason why I'm not expecting a lot of donations right now too, is because Christmas is coming.
yeah,
And people are, thinking of their families and, keeping their money tight because it's Christmas time. And I understand that too. Right.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, if someone's gonna send you a package of gummies, maybe they can't send you the gummies in the mail anymore, but whatever they were gonna pay for those gummies, they could send you that money and you could go purchase those gummies.
Yeah.
Right? And then that way you avoid the mail end of things.
Well, the nice thing about it too is I have to get out there, but we have a res store that
Right.
wants to meet with me. And
Right.
I was going to go out today after work, but we got snow. And I'm not driving that road in the snow because I got to go
Well,
across
hopefully it's better.
the bridge and not doing it today.
Yeah,
So-
well, hopefully tomorrow's a better day. And you'll be
Well, I'm hoping, that I can get out there because then I can purchase from them too. Like if if the matter is, I'm not sure what they're offering. If they're offering anything,
Right.
if they're just offering discount prices,
They
I don't
just
know.
want, yeah. You posted that they want to talk to you. They have some questions, and
Right. Yeah.
correct,
So-
and they'll make the decisions from there.
Right. I don't know whether they're doing anything.
Correct.
So
yeah.
I still need money. You know what I mean? Like I still need
Yeah,
to
or,
get
or
I
access.
make a lot of stuff.
you know,
I can make a lot of stuff myself, right?
There's
Yeah.
possibilities, maybe access to a a lower price product to allow you to do what you're doing, or who
That's-
knows? Maybe there's an opportunity that they're willing to help you out with a certain product, or there's all
Well,
kinds of different things that they could.
I've
Like I
already
know I have a friend of mine who's diagnosed recently with cancer, and the location that she was going to is now supplying her free RSO, free
that's
Chico.
That's terrific. That is so
Yeah.
nice. to hear. And that's what
Yeah.
like I said, that's what we've been doing with the 2 cancer patients out there too. I've been buying it. I got the one that I have to have 500 milligram gummies for to keep her
Mhm.
a safe supply, right?
Right. Yeah.
I had to make
Yeah,
gummies.
10
I
milligrams don't do it.
made candy this weekend at 500 milligrams. I used the last of the RSO that I had here,
Yeah.
except for 2 syringes, so I could give 1 each to the cancer patients. I plowed the rest out into that candy so I could make a high milligram candy for her. Because if I don't
Right.
have that for her, she's going to start using again, maybe. And she doesn't want to do Suboxone, doesn't want to do methadone, doesn't want to do the Acadia program. She wants to just use cannabis. And
Use
so far,
cannabis. Hey, good. That's good.
so
That's good.
well, there's no side effects coming. Like you go into Suboxone, then you have to wean yourself off that too. So you're weaning yourself off whatever to go on.
Yeah.
You gotta
Yeah.
wean yourself off of that too, right? So
Right.
you're never really like Alvin's uncle lived on methadone for 30 years. You would have never known, right?
Right.
But he was a
Yeah, and like I have a friend that she used cannabis to get her off the methadone.
exactly.
Well,
right?
actually, I shared her story in the group.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, like that's the thing. Like there are so many different avenues to do this with, and if you choose not to use the pharma way, which is basically Suboxone or methadone, is using pharmaceuticals to come off, or you can do the natural way, which would be cannabis,
Right.
or whatever else that you think might help. There's like other plant matters too that can help with stress and alleviate nausea and that kind of thing too, right? I think cannabis is probably the most effective. Sleepy time tea and that kind of stuff helps too, but cannabis tea would be better.
Mhm.
20 years ago, I didn't have access to all that. When I was coming around and getting away from cocaine, we
Right.
I didn't have a lot of knowledge back then.
Sure.
I didn't know about the medical program. I
A lot
wasn't.
of us didn't.
Yeah, I wasn't involved in any of this. So, but smoking cannabis kept me away, right?
Yeah.
And I attune that to today. That if I didn't smoke cannabis, I'd probably drink like a fish, like I used to, and then end up at the end of the, when your inhibitions are down, you're blacked out, drunk, you're snorting coke. It was a thing, right? And then as soon as you're blacked out, you're snorting the coke, then you're sober again, going, "Holy fuck, what did I do?" Right? Like, and it's just like a.
Right.
So again, like, why even bother? I just come home, smoke a joint, never think about having a drink or anything
Yeah.
else, right?
Yeah. 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 That's good.
And I hope
Well,
that works for other people.
you've been there. If you've used cannabis to help you deal with that addiction. I know myself. I used cannabis to avoid going into an addiction because I made that choice when I got my Crohn's. Do I want opiate drugs or do I want cannabis? And I went with cannabis.
Right. And the thing was, when I first was diagnosed, they gave me a can of Metamucil and said, "Here you go. This is what you get. Drink this." That's all. That was 1986 for colitis. That's what I was told to do.
Metamucil.
Here's some fiber. have this every day. It should help. I'm not kidding you. I was handed a prescription or a pad of paper that said buy Metamucil. Not fucking kidding you. So then I went to
Things
Tabor.
have really changed since then.
Well, never mind. So I'm in Tabor, right? I get my colonoscopy. My GP there prescribes me Asacol, which is a high level of aspirin, right? And codeine, 90 milligrams a day to slow down the diet. They're trying to plug me up, thinking the codeine.
Yeah. That's what the opiates do. They clog you up. Besides all the other problems they do.
It didn't work.
Yeah.
90 milligrams of codeine, I was still shitting through the IV needle. It didn't matter. Right? Like,
yeah. Mine was the opposite. I was constipated even without the opioids.
Yeah, see, and that's not been an issue for me. They were trying to slow things down with all that. And that high level of aspirin was supposed to take down the inflammation in my colon. But I've also got lymphatic colitis, or microscopic, I guess they call it, which is like runs microscopically all through your small intestine and your colon. Where it's so ulcerative is where you get the ulcers, and they can actually remove parts, and then you know, with mine,
they sew you back together again.
you cannot do that. I was told, do that for you, so you never have any problems at all. You can have a colonoscopy bag.
Yeah, no thanks. No. All right, time for us to take a break.
Already? Wow.
Yeah. It's 8:31. Well, 9 depends on where you are. It's 6:31 where you're at. So, all right, Tamara and I will be back after the break. We've got some things I want to discuss and continue that talk on with women of cannabis, and a couple stories here that I think people might find interesting. But other than that, you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net as well as Facebook and YouTube.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adopts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back. We're live. How you doing? That's how you been?
Rolling.
Rolling. Oh, okay. All right. I got my vape pen.
I haven't had any smoked a joint since I got home from work.
Oh,
I was
yeah?
just fighting with Alice.
Oh, well, my vape cartridge battery died, so I had to bring it back up. All righty. Here we go. Last week we talked about the women in cannabis and their use and stuff. And this one article is a bit of an extension of that. They say that women aged 25 to 45, the fastest growing segment of cannabis users. And they say that they seek the solutions for stress relief, chronic pain management, mental health support, issues that significantly impact their quality of life. And they say that as more women become more informed of the benefits, they are getting involved in cannabis.
Well, I told you why I smoke it. So I don't kill people. Yes.
On the list.
for relaxing.
I think that is on the list.
Yeah. Right. So you don't kill people. No, like seriously, after you people all day and if you work at a job where you're dealing with people all day, you need to come home to something.
Oh, I have a close friend. I had a close friend that ran a small store, like yourself. And she got tired of dealing directly with the public.
Oh, yeah. And I was a hairdresser, right?
She doesn't work there anymore.
After a year and a half, well, I got into retail, I guess, almost 2 years ago now. We went at Top Crop or at the garden center there. So, yeah, I'm about done. After 2 years of it, I'm getting close.
Okay, so they say the number one reason is pain relief for conditions like endometriosis.
Endometriosis.
There you go. Fibro and arthritis.
I will say maybe osteo, my RA. It diverts it to. But I'm telling you, when you're in a flare and you feel like you got a broken bone, and that's pain. Like, are you on a rotator or there's nothing? Like, sometimes not even the morphine helps. Like, I'm not kidding you.
Well, there you go. Yeah. Like, even though I used it for my pain with my Crohn's disease, it doesn't kill it, eliminate the pain. It dulls the pain, but there are pains that it doesn't specifically help with as well. So
I know that it'll help, like when I'm like with my colitis too. I'd find that when I smoked first thing in the morning, right? It would kind of like dull down the intenseness, right? And then it would kind of go away. And as a day, you kind of forget about the pain because you're busy doing things and smoking and doing whatever, right? But at night too, before bed, I'm smoking like 4 or 5 joints because I don't sleep very good, and I find that the legal cannabis I'm smoking ain't fucking helping me much, to be honest.
We're gonna get into the sleep end of things. Because number 2 on this list,
these joints, there's no resin on this. Like back when I was growing cannabis, if this was my joint that I had grown myself, this would be black. This is legal cannabis, and there's no resin. What does that tell you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I roll doobies and they get dots on them.
I know, right? Like that's just like unfair.
Polka
That's
dots.
not unfair. It's just I don't smoke any. I don't grow my own right now, so I'm
right.
But that's the reason why lots of patients do grow their own, because even you get dignified access. That's not fucking dignified access. That's garbage.
Okay. Now, here's another reason. Number 2. Anxiety. This might cover the I want to kill somebody. The things. Anxiety. Social pressures, responsibilities. They say that it creates anxiety. What else? They go. Okay, number 3 is.
Children.
Oh, they talked about 79% of participants experience reduced anxiety levels with CBD oil.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Now, number 3, third reason why is improved sleep quality.
I told you back in the day, 4 puffs. Oh, this stuff. No.
No, eh?
No.
No, I see. They say that a study from University of Colorado indicated that participants who used cannabis before bedtime reported better sleep quality compared to those who did not.
Yeah. I will say yes. That's one of the main reasons why I use it to eat because I don't eat either. Like
Right. Yeah, oh yeah. Sometimes it has created problems for me for overeating.
right, and it's still like I said, the stuff I'm getting right now ain't doing shit from the stores. Like it's not like it, but again, it's not medicinal either, right? And they don't claim that it is. They claim that it's recreational and it's not the high THC and the medicine that we need. So maybe that's why it's not working for me because it's not medical.
Okay, number 4, menstrual health support. They say that cannabis can help with muscle relaxing properties of cannabis, can alleviate cramps and other symptoms.
Yep. Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. But again, doesn't totally, right? Diverts more.
Right. Yeah. Dulls it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The appeal of natural remedies, such as there's a shift towards holistic health approaches, which is true. Yeah.
Yeah. I think more people are wanting to get away from pharma because they've heard, well, it's the side effects.
Mhm.
It's always like, nausea, diarrhea, but anything you take pharmaceutically, right, always has some adverse side effects. I don't like
Yeah.
hearing suicide, shorter life expectancy. Like these things are some of the stuff that you hear with even like the stuff that we have to take, right? Like the methotrexate, all that stuff. And these are supposed to be life quality changing drugs, but are they when you think about it? So cannabis, even like I said, for addiction too, like there's no side effects, right? You're not gonna get hooked on cannabis and then never, and have side effects where you're gonna, hurt.
Right. Yeah. It'd be much easier to walk away from cannabis than it will from the other substances.
Absolutely, like way easier.
Yeah.
But again, like I said, so many people are like I don't say brainwashed, but we're conditioned, I guess. We're conditioned to think the first thing to do is run to the pharmacy, right? We're conditioned to do that, right? Run for Tylenol.
Some people just That's
Run
why
for-
I'm glad that I had this friend to call,
right?
and back 20 some odd years ago that hey, I've got Crohn's disease. Is there any benefit for cannabis? Because I don't want I don't want to do the opiate end of things.
And how hard is it back then? How hard it was to talk,
Real hard,
right? To even have even consider it. Now it's a little more. Now it's way easier to talk to a doctor because of the legalization of it.
Yeah.
20 years ago, we never thought we'd see legalization to begin with. Yes, we had a medical program, but we also had and still do have the College of Physicians actively blocking, doctors.
They're not. Yeah, they're not happy with it.
They're still not there. Like the doctors are still not there yet. Like they're trying to find harms. All these studies they're doing are trying to find harms in driving, impairment, addiction, all these things, all these studies that are being done. It's not to find benefits for cannabis. It's all to find harms.
It's been like that since day one, hasn't it?
Safety, right? Public health and safety. But you do see them doing studies on Advil and Tylenol to find the harms all the time? No.
No. Well, as they say, some people say cannabis is the most studied plant. Alrighty, on to this other little story here about women in cannabis. I don't know if you know about this, but Women make up 61% of cannabis home growers.
I believe
I
that.
went, wow.
Well,
Yeah,
because in hindsight, it's kind of a natural gardening thing that we have, but
the gardening thing, correct? Yeah, yeah,
men garden too. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, there's lots of men that really enjoy gardening too. They do the yard work. They do all the
yeah.
gardening. So
Um,
I'm not shocked. I thought it'd be more like a 50-50 kind of
yeah.
thing. But
This was a survey by the looks of it on home growing, and they say that other things that they found in the survey was 50% of respondents agree that home growing uh, learning to cultivate gives them a sense of self-sufficiency and control. And 35% of respondents said that they cultivated home to dictate the strain selections and quality of their cannabis. And here you're sitting here complaining, "Hey, I wish I grew my own again." Then you get something that's better. Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Well, if those master growers are doing their jobs, good for them. But then it's hitting the eradication on the way out the door. So you can grow the
the
nice and beautiful, like it looks good, looks great. But if you're eradicating it as it's going out the door, you're killing everything on it.
I know when I first had my gardens and I was able to get some successful ones off. I felt that it was something, I accomplished something that was important to me because I was looking after my own health. But from being so sick to the point of, being bedridden and not knowing whether I'd be able to do anything again,
Right.
being able to grow cannabis and look after it and grow my own medicine was something that I looked at, something that was, double thumbs up, like
Therapeutic too, right? It gave you something to get out of bed for.
confidence. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Because I can, there's times where you can also struggle while you're growing. This can be
Frustrating.
very frustrating. And when you have medical conditions that can suffer from that because of the stress and other things that go along with growing. It's just not as simple as throwing a seed in the ground and throwing some water on it, right?
No, I wish it was. But again,
Yeah,
most people have pretty good luck. But again, your first couple crops, it's getting used to growing,
yeah,
curing. Because curing is a whole different thing. You can grow the most beautiful.
yeah.
If you don't cure it properly, you ain't gonna get a good product at the
Yeah.
end of the year, right?
They say, yeah. They say that 41% of the home growers view growing cannabis as stress relieving activity that transforms it from a hobby into a form of self care.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's absolutely true because the fact of the matter is that you have to be in control no matter
Yeah.
what, right? So
Now,
it is
according to
empowerment.
according to 44% of home growers, the biggest misconception is that the perception difficulty in growing cannabis. Hey, it happens. It doesn't all just grow, trouble free. I read, in the groups on Facebook and stuff. Yeah, there's people who have a lot of problems with growing cannabis,
Yep.
and it can be stressful if things don't go right. Right?
Well, yeah.
Your medicine, and for it to go bad because of some gardening practices that
Yeah.
you learn. Some people just learn by trial and error. Like
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
all you do.
Well, a lot of times too, you find that I did anyways when I was trying to train or
Mhm.
teach. They always had, and I never said there's no wrong way of doing it. Everybody does things differently, right? But
Right.
a lot of times, and I'm just gonna say it. If I'm a girl, and men don't
Yeah.
like to listen to women, and I'm trying to tell them what they're doing, and they basically did their own thing. And then when it all went bad, then I just kind of sat back and went, "I warned you, right?"
Yeah.
Anyway. Don't let your temps get over
Um,
70 degrees, people.
So the next thing, away from those stories, I mentioned taxes to you earlier. Cannabis taxes.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Okay,
yeah. That's
I'm
all
gonna
nasty.
come at you two different ways on this.
All
Okay.
right. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, the Canadian Revenue Agency has written off nearly $5 million worth of excise tax that is uncollectible.
From the
Five
LPs, probably. Yeah.
companies, I would say
Of course,
companies that
it's
have gone
up.
under, eh?
And of course, they're going to have, that's something that we knew was going to happen because we knew that they over licensed, right? Like they over licensed. Yeah. So you
They
know
say
what?
that
In their face, I don't care.
all all the companies, all of them, it says all the companies are from Ontario.
No, really.
Yeah. 12 companies. 11 of them show a balance of debt that remains after compromise settlement pursuant to applicable authority, it says here, whatever that is. Okay.
So what
The
about all
largest amount of a single company's uncollected excise tax debt is $1.9 million, while the smallest is 136. 7 show a debt incurred in 2024, 3 from 2023, and 1 from 2022.
Okay, so what taxes weren't they paying? Because then that would
Excise tax. They weren't paying the excise tax.
why are they paying excise tax?
They pay the excise tax
Then why are we paying excise tax?
because they're not going to suck that up themselves. We pay it.
Well, then why
Yeah.
the government then, right?
They have to pay that 1%, that 1%. How is it? It's $1 on each gram or 1 or 10% of the value. There might be something in here that explains it to us, but these are unpaid excise tax. Now, according to the Insolvency Insiders, 47 cannabis-related businesses in Canada have filed for creditor protection since 2019.
Wow.
Yeah.
So they get to run away with all the money they made off the stocks.
Yeah. Okay. Well, here you go. As of January 31st, 2024, the federal government says it has collected $3.4 billion in federal excise tax, with nearly $2.7 billion going back to the provinces and territories.
So the excise tax is the GST and the PST that we all pay on that stuff.
No, it's excise tax. Here you go. Here it is. I'll explain it to you. Excise tax for dried cannabis flowers is effectively $1 per gram, and 75% of this goes back to the provinces, as well as an ad valorem rate of 2.5%. Yeah, okay.
That's
It's not
okay.
just HST and GST. This is yeah.
So all that money, okay, and then that 75%, they're supposed to filter that back down to the municipality.
Yeah.
Well, the
Yeah.
municipalities are supposed to be getting $11.5 million a year from the provincial government.
Yeah, it's supposed, and it doesn't come that way. Well, look at there's even numbers here. Breakdown of taxes for the year.
I know the stores send the PST directly to the province.
Mhm.
But they charge at the stores. The GST goes directly to the feds. Right?
Yeah.
So 7% plus BC charges another 20% on every vape that they sell. So the province is getting 27% on a vape.
Yeah. I know, eh? Isn't that crazy?
Where's money? Where's the fucking money?
Where's the money? Yeah, I know. You keep saying that. Where's the money?
Well,
let's find out. Let's find out. I knew that was going to come up. Where's the money? So I just happened to find an article. It's a U.S. based article that tells you. It says that cities where they get the money. Okay, this is for cities. Okay, not provinces, but they mostly put cannabis tax revenue towards the police and general funds.
We have RCMP. That's bullshit.
I would say cities or province, it's the same spot where the money's going. What do you think?
That's bullshit. And they say community safety units. We don't need community safety units. That needs to be changed. Like I said, I'm going to, I'm going to the next city council meeting. I'm going to put it right on them. Where the fuck's the money? And don't tell
Yeah,
me don't tell me that you're giving it to the RCMP, because you guys just told us that we couldn't afford 11 new members because we couldn't afford them. We were the RCMP is begging for 11 new members for our town because of the population size, and our city council just told them, sorry, we don't have any money for that.
Where's the cannabis sales? Yeah.
Trust me, I'm going.
Now they say here. Where to go? Yeah, bulk of tax revenue from legal cannabis sales goes towards law enforcement and municipalities' general funds, with relatively few cities and towns allocating cannabis generated funds to support education or health programs.
No, they're not doing. Where's the fucking money?
Yeah.
And
Is this what they said they would use the money for? Health programs and.
It's supposed to be used for addiction services.
Yeah.
That's what they decided to do with it. When we were talking, we wanted it to go to education, healthcare, and building parks, and like doing things that are good things, like paying for a new hospital, paying for a new school, not fucking and we do need law enforcement, but not for cannabis offenses. So what law enforcement are they looking at? You're not. What are you chasing people down for smoking a joint? No, you're not.
No, they're not. No, they're not chasing joint smokers. Now they said they reviewed 3 states where existing adult use cannabis programs, which are Michigan, New Mexico, and Oregon, as well as Ohio, where they started in August. They say that tax revenue has not yet been allocated to local governments. They reached out to 501 localities across 4 states and heard back from a third of them. So if they reviewed, they haven't received any money. So they're probably screaming too, where's the money?
Money. But I know in Denver, when they first legalized cannabis, there was towns and stuff that weren't allocated anything, and then all of a sudden there was these other towns that were getting new schools and new roads and parks, and these other towns are going, oh, how come they're getting funds that we're not getting? And the state said, because you didn't opt into cannabis, and they did, and the tax money that municipality was, they were doing great things with it. I think it was Denver or Colorado City that was actually building parks and schools with the cannabis taxation revenue.
Yeah.
That's what it should be used for, to go back to the people, not to be.
Well, now
okay.
there has been some. They say here that there has been some money that has been put into funding parks and recreation, but I bet you that money limits or those levels are very low compared to
what
law
they're
enforcement. Yeah.
And like I said, where's the money? $11.5 million is what the municipalities in every city are supposed to be going to the cities, right, from the provinces. After the feds don't get it. Like the feds aren't getting the whole thing and then having to give it back to them. Okay, the feds keep the 25%. The 75% goes to the province. The province is supposed to send that back to the municipalities that are opted in on cannabis stores.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we have 8 of them. Like, come on, where's the money?
They say that 1% of it goes to support social equity licensees within the cannabis industry. Only 1%. Only 1% goes to K-12 education, or 1 to 2%. Sorry, 1 to 2%. So
again,
but yet 27 to 30% goes to law enforcement, and 26 to 29% goes to general funds. That's slush fund. That's to help buy orange juice at lunchtime for the
slush fund.
meeting.
You know what? If it was going into the city general coffers and it was actually going to our roads and going to give, but if it's going to give the mayor a raise, nah. You know what I mean? Like I just think it's bullshit. Like, where's the money? That's all. Like, you show me where you got your money and you show me where it went, and I'll be good with that.
But yeah, you're gonna have to go to a meeting and ask them what's going on. I look for it'd be interesting to hear what they have to say.
Well, I'm gonna start with emailing.
Say, hey, thanks for inquiring about that, because we haven't received any money yet from the province.
Right?
Maybe that's what they'll say.
If that's the case, then why haven't you? It's the same thing with the high school. They say it's education minister. It's it's got to come down from the province. If our city council is lobbying the province to get that done, nothing's ever going to get done. The same in Ontario. If your cities aren't lobbying the province to get things done, it's never going to happen. Then you have to be proactive. You can't just sit there and think,
Yeah.
automatically just send his little fairy wand over there. He's already made a deal with Elon Musk, for God's sakes. Like, who knows what he's going to do next?
Oh, I see it's break time.
Well, hopefully Starlink will make it so that you get cheaper power or something that more people can grow cannabis out there.
Yes, yeah, I know. It'd be nice. It'd be nice.
Your
That's
power
for
is
sure.
outrageous
Right.
up there too, isn't it? It's outrageous.
Yeah, our power is too. I can remember the days we used to pay 4.3 cents per kilowatt hour. Now
That's what-
it's like the lowest is like 15 cents per kilowatt hour now.
My
Something like
gas
that.
is outrageous, but my electricity is dirt cheap out here. Like dirt cheap.
Oh no, not here. No. We have our peak hours cost, and then we have our evening hour cost where it's
I think
reduced
the max
peak.
our peak hours is 14 cents a kilowatt at max. Peak
Yeah,
hours.
no hours. All right, time for us to take a commercial break. We'll continue this discussion when we get back. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net as well as at YouTube and Facebook.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching the Pace Radio Show. And don't forget, if you miss this episode, you can always catch it at the paceradio.net website or at paceradioshow.com. Actually, that's a website address. I haven't said that in a long time. Something I meant to talk about earlier that I forgot to bring up, and that is the fact that our sponsor, Legacy 420, is for sale.
I was just going to ask you that. Actually, get it out of my head because I had seen that somewhere, and then I was going to ask you about that, like how.
Tim
Yeah.
posted it. Tim posted it. He posted it and he shared it to the Pace group, and he's turning 65 in a few months, and it's time to retire.
Good for him. I'm happy
Yeah.
for him. He's had it,
Yeah.
and Legacy 420 is an amazing place, right?
Oh.
And he's done such an amazing job with all the testing in the lab. His vision has been taken to the fullest, and he should be super proud of himself and all the people that he's got working for him. Like, it's amazing.
It's a 10,000 square foot facility, complete with retail store, which is actually 2 floors. Like, it's one floor, but like the height of the ceiling inside is 2 floors up. So say somebody ever wanted to expand the store, you could actually create a second level if you needed to, right? And then there's all the office spaces. There's the lab, as you mentioned. There's a big lab in there. There's the kitchen where the baked goods and everything are done. There's the area where all the concentrates are made. There's a processing spot for their products, for doing packaging and all that. There's where they make all their own beverages. Those lines, those beverage lines and everything. The warehousing that's there, all the security. It is built to Health Canada's regulations when it comes to all this type of stuff. Even the lab equipment as well. So it's all fenced, all that stuff. There's room for growing. If you want to do a greenhouse type thing. And as far as expansion, if you need to make a bigger building.
Now, would it have somebody though that can would you have to be First Nations because it's on the reserve, right?
Well, that would probably be up to however things are set up in Tanaganaga as far as businesses, way they run things. Because I know, like they're at Roseneath. I don't know what it's like now, but I know at one point, you had to be First Nation.
Well, you'd think you'd have to live and play on that land. It would have to
Correct.
And in order for you to be able to run it, you should have to be First Nation.
Yes. I'm not sure what the rules are. Whether there's bylaws, whatever you want to call it, on Tanaganaga when it comes to the businesses there. I don't know. So
I don't know. Like I said,
anybody's looking for it's already there. It's already well established. I know that his Legacy 420's products were in many stores right across the country. Yeah.
Well, I'm hoping that they can sell it. That's decent
Yeah.
so they can continue on, right?
Yeah, they do nation to nation business.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. So they'll sell to other stores across the country. So it's well established, and anybody who buys out of obviously got a well established business, but they also there's a lot of history behind Legacy 420 because if I look at it as Tim and the guys were the ones who got things rolling when it comes to the First Nations with cannabis and all these stores opening up.
Yeah.
Because Project Long On, which was a big cannabis police enforcement agency that was going on here in Ontario. They visited him more than once, and he stood his ground and gave them the information on why he was right and what he was saying, and providing all the the information to the police. And then they came back and said, "All right,
It's
now we can do, right?"
sovereign land. It is.
So yeah,
It's
and things just exploded from there.
well,
The word got out.
that's a downside for BC being unceded because there's no treaty agreements. So the province could do whatever they wanted. But it
Yeah, there is right now. Ontario is bringing in, and I'll be reporting on it tomorrow on the news, on Pace News. That there is a law coming out in the province to go after advertisers of illegal businesses, and there is one reserve that is concerned that the law will be targeted towards First Nations. And
they're going to
within the article, it says that that's not what the law, according to the minister who's writing the law or proposing the law. He says that's not the intention of the law to go at the First Nations. Because I'm thinking, like, first thing I thought, oh, BC, New Brunswick, right, going after the First Nations, the province. And I was thinking, well, maybe that's what they're going to do here. But according to the minister, that's not what it's about. It's more about the to go after, they say, anyways, the online retailers is what it's supposed to be for. Marijuana, right? Mom.
The legislation can't touch the server, right? So even if you're on GoDaddy using that as an online business, they have to go after the provider and not you personally, right?
Yeah.
Depends on whether I don't know how they're going to get around
that.
Yeah,
there's different laws on what they're allowed to give out and information that they don't, and so on and so forth. So.
Yeah, I don't know how that. I mean, they've already cracked down on advertising as it is. Like, none of the magazines are around up here because we couldn't advertise anything, right? Because the black market, you don't advertise. But even the vaporizers and all that kind of stuff, there was no cannabis advertising. So even the LPs couldn't advertise and say Skunk Magazine. Hence why Skunk Magazine went to California, and 12 High Chicks went poof. We're gone, right?
Yeah. The other magazines as well.
Right.
Well, this one didn't go because it wasn't allowed to advertise. It was gone well before legalization.
Yeah, but no, we like TY, or not TY, but 12 High Chicks shut down. And Dennis actually moved it down to Washington because we couldn't advertise in Canada. And it was like a huge start.
Right.
And there was no way why that Asia was going to take on that.
Right. Now, I'm talking down in the States. They are in the works of doing some rescheduling of cannabis, going from 1 to 3. The date got moved, and now I'm hearing that the date might be moved again.
Is this in one state?
No, this is for the federal rescheduling of cannabis. Biden and Harris started it. It won't be finished before the Trump administration comes in, because they've
executive orders it.
There's supposed to be a meeting that's scheduled for, I believe it's December the 2nd, but it looks like that's going to might be canceled because there's a problem with all the witnesses and stuff like that that were on the list. It was just brutal. There wasn't really much in the way of any cannabis advocacy groups, maybe like 2 or 3, if that. And like Smart was more people like Smart, which is Sabbath there with his anti-cannabis thing.
I don't think anybody was really too happy about the rescheduling. I think maybe that's why.
No, well, yeah, exactly. So I don't know. Sunday here on the Pace Radio Network, we've run broadcasts from the Veterans Action Council. Right now, it's not running because I've caught up to them, and I'm allowing them to get some more videos created, and then I'll start running it some more. But the Veteran Action Council, they're actually in the news over this rescheduling, and because they weren't on that list or anything, and the lack of real good representation was missing on it. So they've put, they wrote the people and said, hey, what the hell's going on? We want to be involved in this, right?
Right.
And they said, just trying to fix if it has where it has the review. Now they feel that they say that while the DEA devised a reasonable, inclusive stakeholder assortment of witnesses, VACSAD it still failed to fulfill its mandate to allow testimony from interested parties. And the veterans organization said that's evidenced by the fact that Mulrooney, whoever he is, has since delayed the formal hearings proceedings until early 2025. It's been moved again from early because the DEA provided insignificant information about their selected witnesses' position on rescheduling or why they should be considered interested parties. Now, the VAC's position, okay, is that cannabis should be reclassified as a Schedule 5 substance, not 3, 5, or descheduled altogether. And it says that moving it to a Schedule 3 is clearly a step forward, but it's inadequate. It's inadequate to address veterans' needs and continues to place unnecessary barriers to cannabis access within Veteran Affairs healthcare.
Well, that too. Never mind anybody else.
Oh yeah,
Right?
yeah. They're always involved. They're always involved in stuff when it comes to the cannabis and things. They speak at the UN. They go around the different states, talk about cannabis.
Well, that's so effective for PTSD because it really is.
Well, I just happen to have a story right here. The headline says FDA approves long-awaited clinical trial of smoked marijuana to treat PTSD in veterans.
Yay!
There you go.
But you know what? It's been the veterans advocating for themselves about this.
Yeah, and that's what these guys do. They're always out there advocating for stuff.
And the thing is, like, veterans have had to advocate for themselves a lot, right?
Yeah.
Because the government
Okay, well,
seems to care about them a lot.
Yeah, the initial hearing will take place on December the 2nd, but no testimony or evidence will be taken at the time. So what are they going to do? Figure out witnesses, maybe.
Maybe the judge will just say, "Hey, we're just going to make this."
Yeah, let's just make it legal. You guys can't figure it out. We're just going to throw the law out completely.
Yeah, I could definitely do that. Or like I said, maybe Biden will go with like I have a thing in my little dream that Biden goes out in a big blaze of go fuck you, and he legalizes cannabis and he lets out all the cannabis people, and he does tells Trump that there's all kinds of dreams I have, but that's one of them.
Yeah. Well, I don't think. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Smoking into things. Okay. It's being funded with tax revenue from legal cannabis sales in Michigan.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah. MAPS. That's Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies. Announced this week that the U.S. Food, FDA, granted approval for phase 2 research that they described as a press release as a randomized placebo-controlled study of 320 veterans suffering from moderate to severe PTSD who had previously used cannabis.
That's so awesome.
Yeah, the study is designed to investigate the inhalation of high THC dried cannabis flower versus placebo cannabis, with the daily dose of being self-titrated by participants. What's placebo cannabis?
I was going to ask you that. What is that?
Would that be the stuff that you used to see in High Times magazine years ago, where you could buy an ounce for like $10? Or would it be CBD? I don't know.
Maybe it's grass.
What would it be? What would placebo cannabis? It's smoked.
I don't know.
How do you? It's not as if it's a pill.
I don't know. Like, what do you? Basil? I don't know. I don't know what a placebo cannabis would be.
Okay. Okay. Let's see.
I don't know if I smoked placebo cannabis, it would make me mad, and then my PTSD would probably go through the roof and probably want to,
Yeah, they want to study the real world use of inhaled cannabis to understand its potential benefits and risks in treating PTSD. It says it's been in the making for years. And it took 3 years of negotiations with the FDA.
How many people have seen that video of that man with Parkinson's shaking and shaking? And then he sits down, smokes a joint, and then he's sitting still. Don't tell me that these doctors and researchers and all these politicians have not. Have I seen that video? So have they.
Oh, and it's right in front of you. You watch him improve his life right there. Oh yeah.
How old is that video? 20 years old? Give or take? Like, come on. There is so much evidence. I don't know how much more evidence they really need. A placebo? What the fuck is that? They're going to test 300 people to see what they already know that we've been telling them for the last 50 fucking years?
Oh yeah.
How many more tests do they need? That's my thing. How many more tests do we need? How much more research do they want?
I see Sue Sicily. She's involved in this study. She's a researcher and a psychiatrist from down in the U.S. She actually she got fired or someplace from a place because of her studies, because she was finding benefits.
The fact that
She says the trial will help shed light on the scientific legitimacy of using smoked cannabis to treat PTSD.
Right? Pretty sure she put a study out that debunked their theory on cannabis, young minds, and schizophrenia. I have to look that up. But yeah, propaganda.
Yeah, she says in her own practice, veteran patients have shared how smoking cannabis helped them manage their PDS system. So like she is seeing that in her practice, right? So now we can do an actual study of it, and it's been approved. Yeah. They say it would generate data that doctors like herself can use to develop treatment plans to help people manage their PTSD symptoms.
Which is rage. Foremost, usually rage, depression, anxiety, all that kind of stuff. But rage is the #1 contributor, which then you never mind the flashbacks and all that shit. That I asked. But rage is the first reaction to PTSD. Rage. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know what the noise. All of a sudden, there was a noise I was listening to. All of a sudden, disappeared.
Shower.
No, it was the fan in the bathroom. Wait, got turned off.
There's a ghost in the house. Watch this, Gail. Hi, Gail.
Yeah, they say that Michigan, they announced $13 million in funding for research back in 2021, part of a $20 million grant in total. So they're spending some money on us, on treatment, or studies here.
Yeah,
which is good.
Yeah, that is good. Like I said, I'm all down for the studies, but it's just the fact of the matter is, how many more studies are they going to do?
All right, well, here's one. Well, no, this is a poll. Sorry, this is a poll. I'm just going to read the headline here. Driving while distracted by cell phones is a bigger problem than cannabis-impaired driving.
No shit.
According to what Americans say in a poll.
No shit.
Everybody has a phone.
Well, 90%. I've always had this thing with distracted driving because, okay, I'm not one driving. That's one thing. But you got kids in your backseat. That's more distracting than your goddamn phone.
Oh, kids in the back seat. Oh, I think they've been distracted for drivers since the car.
Hey, let's not put a law in.
Was made, yeah. My mom sat in the back seat of the rumble seat in the old Model T.
Yeah, to make sure the kids sat still. My mom did too.
No, they had to put the pig in the front seat when they took it to market.
That too.
Well,
no, my mom
the thing too is that my mom, there was too many kids in their family to put them all in one vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But no,
you
like,
know,
we have cars all the
it
time.
was farm life, right? You raised and fed and your farm hands through your own children, really.
Well, we didn't live
They're
on
the
a
ones who
farm.
worked the farm.
Yeah, no, I didn't do that. But my mom still sat in the back seat. We had no seatbelts. We had no car
Oh
seats.
no, we didn't have any seatbelts either.
Like,
We didn't have to put our kids in the seat. We didn't have to put our kids in the seat.
Yeah.
Car seats. What's that? Yeah, I know, eh?
Now, if you're like, I'm 4'9.5". If I was 4'8", I'd have to still have a booster seat to drive. In Ontario, yeah. So like the size of you, but again, like they've made so many ridiculous regulations.
What
Like,
if they put blocks on your pedals?
I had to use a pillow in some of my cars. The only reason why I don't have to use a pillow in this car is because the seat goes up and down. Same with my Charger. But any car before that, even my Mustang, my first car, I had to have a pillow. Any truck I've driven, I had to have a pillow. It's just a standard thing. I have to have a pillow in my car.
Yeah. You don't
This
have
one-
a long enough torso to reach the.
No, I'm pretty tiny. But yeah,
Yeah.
you should have seen me trying to drive a grain truck. I was standing up. From the clutching.
So yeah, let's see. It says here. They say 96% of respondents said they consider driving while distracted by cell phones a problematic issue in the community. 94% speeding was a problem. 93% aggressive driving.
But again, we haven't seen the numbers go statistically high for people getting caught for impaired driving with leading to cannabis. There's an odd one here or there. Like I said, I don't see, no headlines going, the sky is falling because everybody's driving around high. You know what I mean? Like, because they're not. And if you are, you're not getting caught because you're not driving like an asshole. Usually you slow down a bit, you're a little more cautious. Anytime, like, because you like, depending on, like, not lately because the weed's shitty, but if you got good weed and you're driving, you slowing down a little bit paranoid that somebody is there watching me because I'm stoned. Like, yeah, you're not driving fast, that's for sure.
Well, 96%, like I said, have problem with the cell phones. It says here, 37% believe cannabis is a major problem, and only 45% say a minor problem. But yeah, cell phones. I can see that. They're right there, right? Easy and handy to have. Everybody has one.
Well, the first thing, not for myself personally, the first thing I don't do is pick up my fucking cell phone in the morning. But a lot of people, the first thing they do, like, I don't even have my cell phone set as an alarm. Like, when it's off and I'm home, it's on relax. It doesn't ring. And my ringer is my Alexa. I don't want to look at this thing first thing in the fucking morning. Like, I don't. Well, I just did a survey. And on this survey that I just read, 98% of people pick their fucking cell phone up the first thing they do before they even get out of bed in the morning is they're checking their phone. And I'm like, because it was in a survey for phone addiction. Or
What are they
whatever.
checking their phone for?
That I don't know. Who knows? Messages? I don't know. That's the first thing some people do is check their fucking phone in the morning. I don't want to see the fucking thing.
Now, okay, think back. Did you ever have an answering machine?
Yeah, and it was the last thing. I hate answering machines. I hate voicemail. I would never check it. I'd ignore it.
Well,
I don't even check my messages on my phone now.
I would say probably most people, when they came home, they would look to see if the light was flashing on the.
But not the first thing when they got out of bed in the morning. This was when you got out of bed in the morning.
Well, maybe they got a phone call overnight.
Maybe. They're checking for porn. Who knows?
Maybe they're checking to see what the weather's like, so they know how to get dressed.
They could be doing that too.
Yeah.
But it's becoming an addiction, and that's what the survey was about: is how addicted people are to their phones. Just their phone.
Yeah. Like before, when you think of the kids, hey, we have to put laws for the kids and cell phones in schools, but we never. You and I, when we grew up, our phones couldn't travel much more than 3 feet.
That guy depends on the cord.
Yeah, like when the ones that were attached to the wall, 3 feet.
Have a long cord. She always made us like sit. No, I was never allowed a phone.
Yeah. Some, I guess, we're only a foot long.
And then we go to my grandma's and she had a party line.
Yeah. There was that too. I remember that. All righty. Well, I see we're at the bottom of the hour. We are done for the night.
Woo!
We talked a bunch of different topics.
Oh, it goes by so fast. It
I
really
know.
does.
Yeah, it does. It does. All right. Anything else you want to think of offhand?
No, send money.
Send money.
Send money for the cranberry
Yeah,
substitute.
and for people who would like to send you gummies, because people like gummies, but they can't due to the mail strike.
Yeah.
Then send the money so that Tamara can go buy the gummies locally.
Right.
Right. So then that way the gummies are still there.
Like I said, if my stuff prior to wasn't still tied up in the mail, I
Yeah.
could just make candy, but I can't even do that because all my makings are in the mail.
Yeah.
And like I said, we spent the last little bit of money that I did have. And like I said, I've got a small little, one donation so far and 2 bags of bottles. And unfortunately, that's just, well, it might cut a
Right.
little bit, but for the amount of people that we're servicing right now, I've worked it out that we need probably $1,500 a month, cash wise, or so
Wow. Yeah.
because I mean, I'm not always going to get the donations and gifting of cannabis.
No.
You know what I mean? So in order
Right.
to stay sustainable, I have to have at least a half a pound of cannabis a month, minimally, and that's what I've been working with. I still have a little bit of that left, plus my gifts, right? So,
Yeah.
but I mean, that's 6 weeks worth, right? So I'm
Right.
down to like what I was gifted from my anonymous friend, and then I've got like probably maybe an ounce left of the half pound that I bought.
Right.
So then we're going to be needing cannabis too, right? So
Yeah.
overall, I'm going to have to be on the hustle because I was generously donated a couple huge chunks of money to begin with, right?
Right. Oh, yeah.
Between the two of them, there was $1,500, right?
Right.
Which was
Yeah.
able to get me the first chunk of stuff that we just barely ran out of. Like I said, that lasted me 5 weeks.
Yeah.
So if I can get by with like even $1,500 a month, but again, I was also like gifted a bunch of cannabis. I got caps. I was gifted some gummies. There was other gifts and stuff involved in there too, right? So, yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. All right. So anybody's interested in helping out Tamara, get a hold of her on Facebook, or you can email her at
TamaraLee3@gmail.com, which also is the email that you can use for email transfer. Or you can just send me a message on Facebook and we can figure out whatever you want to do. Again, I'm always grateful for anything because it's not for me, it's for the people that live houseless and are addicted. And not all houseless too. I'm helping a few patients that aren't on site at Moyer. I also help 4 or 5 other patients off site too. So without that, I can't help them.
Yep. All righty. Just a reminder, we'll be back next week. Who knows what we're going to be talking about. And we'll be getting an update as we do all the time on tomorrow and the CBK cannabis substitution program.
Yeah. And I changed Facebook was giving me a hassle about having cannabis in the name. So it's just, so I just took cannabis out of there, made it cannabis substitution program.
CBK substitution program.
Yeah. And you can say cannabis substitution. I don't care, but it's just for Facebook.
Yeah. As far as people searching, I want to be accurate. So they're searching for the right thing.
Yeah. Substitution program because cannabis, they wanted to take the group down. I had to fight with them a bit about it and kind of explain and appeal it because they literally just, wanted to shut us right off.
Right. Exactly. All right. Other than that, we'll be back, like I said, next week. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. And thanks to our sponsors, Legacy420.com, the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, as well as atease.ca. Plus, thanks to everybody for tuning into the program. We will see you all next week. Bye-bye. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
We're still in entertainment. Bring it on.
I've got a dewdrop to test.
Yes.
To test out
So,
today.
You
And this
showed
is
that
made-
to us, but
This is
how does
made
it
by
work?
Dave.
Electric.
Dave, and I'm gonna mess up pronouncing his last name.
Pereira.
Pereira, correct.
Yeah.
Or Electric Dave on Instagram.
Yeah, and he's also the maker of the Happle.
Correct. And I've got that.
So
right
it's
here.
not Electric Dave though.
No, it's electric.
Electric. Electric.
Yeah,
So you know,
yeah, correct.
when you're looking for him.
ERRLECTRIC.
Electric. Electric.
So there you go. This is his dewdrop.
Hold on now. Here, hold on. There you go.
This is the dewdrop. As you can see, it's nice and clean, and it's nice and clean because I have not used it yet.
Okay.
On the top of the stem, this is the piece where your hash will stick to.
Mm-hmm.
You light your hash, you stick it in here, and
in the water.
Yeah, I've put
hash goes in the water.
Yeah, no, it's
no.
There's a glass enclosure.
Oh, okay, I see.
All right, and then
here, let's make you bigger.
Nice.
Oh.
Wrong one.
Oh. It's not going bigger than that. No. Okay, just go ahead.
Okay, it's probably So there you go. It's hand blown. Dave does them all. And we've seen Dave at many events.
Yeah.
And so
he's very well known in the community.
Correct.
And an amazing blower.
I've got some hash here. Now, what I have found, some hash will work really well, and some hash will melt.
Uh-oh.
And when it melts, it makes it a little harder for it to burn because it's melting.
So, well, yeah, because it's also dripping.
Correct. Exactly. So I got leaves falling on me.
Yeah, you know what? It's really weird here. It was green up until about 3 days ago, and now everything's starting to turn.
Yeah. So I've got some hash burning here.
Do you find you waste a lot with these toys?
No. Yeah, just gotta make sure it's burning. It's not burning. Come on, hash. I should have maybe put some on here previously. Tested it out. But then I would have smoked it all. Yeah, I got her going.
I haven't had any hash in a while.
So I put it inside there. You can see it filling up with smoke. And just see it doing its thing. It sort of looks like our background.
Yeah.
Nice and smooth. Oh,
wow,
yes.
nice.
Yes, I like this.
And you could flavor the water as well, eh?
Yeah, I imagine you could. Yeah.
Put a couple of droppings of some terpenes or something in there.
And it's very, very nice. Dave says it's got a new reinforced stem on it here. And I'll tell you, this lid, it's just glass on glass. I have to tilt that to clear the chamber. It seals that well. Yeah, it's got the little bubbler in the bottom. Perk holes. The handle for this has got some ridges on it, so it's not a completely smooth surface, so it's good to grip onto. And, the thing about smoking hash too is it goes forever.
And what's the price range on those? You could have just said you don't know, Al.
I don't. I don't know. I don't know. Now I can tell you, the apple that I've got, the apple here.
Yeah.
I purchased it at Spirit Leaf in Campbellford, and it's a smaller version. I gotta clean it. This was $55, but it depends on the store, right?
Yes.
But if anybody's interested in one of these,
you can buy direct from Dave.
Correct. Yeah. Check your store, your local store, if you see if they've got one. Oh, stuff.
I was checking out another store. It says it's $55 too.
Pardon me?
I was just checking out a couple other stores. They're $55 too.
$55.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, it's coined one of the best hash pipes in Canada.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's
no wonder Nugs was like, we want to brand it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, you got a little cough on me, but
yeah, but that's a concentrate for me.
That's right. Exactly.
Any concentrate can make
nice,
it hack.
Nice, and it pulls nicely. It's easy to hold on to. And then it'll be easy to clean. Just like the apple will be easy to clean as well.
I put my student glass, I take it apart and put it in the dishwasher on the top.
Well, there you go. I don't know if I'd put that in the dishwasher, but
yeah, it might be a little too thin.
Yeah, but it's good stuff. So you can check out Dave's Instagram at Electric Dave, ERRLECTERIC Dave. I should have probably pulled him up on Instagram. And here is his page right here. There we go. Electric Dave. Some of his posts of his stuff. Oh, look at that. He's put an e-nail on it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, see, I was wondering if the top had a different feature because it looks
wow. Different. That is cool. I might be able to do that. I might be able to do that.
You know what? I enjoy I use the student glass more as a bong than I don't even have water in it at the moment.
But no, you just use it dry.
Just use it dry with the module as my vaporizer, and throw some shatter in there or some diamonds. I've got one scoop of diamonds left. Yeah,
right.
It's my movie watching bong. I don't own a bong. That's the only thing. I use my shatterizer and my student glass.
Now here it is with a banger on it. Is that a banger?
Oh yeah.
On the front of it there?
Yeah, that's. I was wondering because the way the thing, it just looks different.
Yeah.
Here, let's make it big, Al. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
That's cool.
Funny. I've got like 6 bongs and I don't use any of them. Oh, 7, 8 bongs.
Now he's got.
I've got a glass one, a raw one up there on the shelf, but I don't use it.
See, he's got a bowl on it.
Yeah,
there.
he basically made it like it's in everything.
Yeah,
it's gonna smoke everything. Flour, concentrates.
Yeah, you can see he's changing it out, eh?
Yeah.
The drop.
You're a genius.
Yeah, he did.
Fucking
Yeah.
brilliant. I wondered because as soon as I seen that, I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, I've seen the hash kettle for years, but you look at the hash kettle prices, holy fucking shit. You could buy like 6 or 7 of the Happles.
Yeah.
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 Why would you buy that other thing?
Steven, fuck off.
There he is. Okay, yeah.
That's the e-nail.
With the e-nail on it. Yep,
Oh.
carb. Nice. Nice job, Dave.
Just beauty.
Yeah.
Very
Check out his
nice.
Instagram. Check out his products. No doubt about that. It looks like it's
So that's
multifunctional.
the dewdrop.
Yeah.
Dewdrop.
Yeah.
How many dews does a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop could drop dew?
I don't know. We'll have to ask Dave.
You should post that in our chat. Post a link to his Instagram in the chat here in the comments.
Yeah,
Oh.
but I think. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, how much dew would a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop
Okay.
could drop dew?
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
just repeat to see if I could say.
How
seashells
much
by the
hash
seashore.
how much hash could a Happle hash if a Happle hash could Happle hash?
If a hash could happle, or if a happle could hash.
Sound drunk. Yeah.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Coming up on today's special Christmas episode, we're going to be having an inspirational reading from one of the funniest books that I have ever written, Inside Timmy's Mind.
And what a crazy place it is. This week's Mary Jane strain is candy cane.
Oh, I like that rhyme. And as well, we're going to be looking at the top 5 Christmas movies ever. This will surely cause a very heated debate.
And last but not least, we have part 1 of our interview with pyrographer Chris Burns.
Nothing like some good pyrography right before the Christmas season.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the doobie.
It is the Christmas season, hence I was going to say hence our outfits, but we occasionally wear outfits just because. You look super cozy.
I love this. As if I found a furry onesie.
Oh, I didn't know you were a furry. That's yeah, Google it. Seriously, you should look into furries.
I learned about furries from my 15-year-old son.
I learned about furries from watching CSI.
Oh, I never watched that.
No, someone died at a convention. And so they went to the convention and saw all these people walking around dressed as animals. And they went, what is this? It's a furry convention.
It's funny. I just taught Vanilla Savage about furries because her son was talking about them. Isn't it crazy? Children know more about this kind of stuff.
You might be out there right now thinking, well, wait, hold on. I don't know
what's
what a furry is. You just push pause and Google right now and then come back and join us.
Yes. You'll thank us later.
We'll give you a moment to do that.
No, we won't.
No, we won't. So
that sounds like a short story.
What does?
The furries.
The furries is a short story?
We'll wait. No, we won't. That's a short link.
I have no idea.
Sorry, I'm trying to tie it into the theme of the day, and it's not working.
That's okay. That's what we do best on this show. Things don't work.
I love this. I feel like juggling.
Hey, appreciate this hat, by the way. The doobie here went out and actually got hats done up.
Mm-hmm. No, I made those.
Yeah, no, you done them up. So you got the hats.
I did them up.
For like nothing, pretty much.
Well, see, I'm a thrifty shopper. So, sorry, I'm like poking myself in the eye. I had purchased the hats the end of season last year. So
Okay.
I got them for like next to nothing.
That's the best way to buy Christmas stuff, right?
Absolutely.
Like on Boxing Day, you should be buying Christmas stuff.
So this is one thing that I keep telling all my friends know, that I don't care about celebrating the event on the day that everybody else celebrates it. I don't care if we do Valentine's Day on the 14th, Christmas on the 25th. I think it's actually better to bump it a week after. Because if you bump it, like you're saying, you get all the deals.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, but Christmas costs a lot of money. So why not save some money and get some deals?
I used to think Christmas costs a lot of money. Until I realized that I actually don't need to spend as much. You know what? It's one of those examples of how culture controls us, and then we get mad. So it's like Christmas is coming, and people are just like, "Oh man, I'm going to go into debt. It's going to be so expensive." And it's like, wait, hold on one second. Nobody's making you do this, and yet people feel compelled.
Well, there's a borderline like guilt. There's a guilt placed upon you if you don't give. And you know, I'm a giver. I'm a huge giver, but I don't, like I said, I don't wait for a holiday to give.
Right.
I give all year round. I see something and I think of somebody and I'll buy it for them and I'll give it to them. I'm not going to wait till Christmas. So I kind of feel like that should exempt me from giving people Christmas presents, because at least then I spread it out over 12 months. This is the problem with Christmas. Where's the extra money come from?
I like that plan a lot. I actually
you get lots of presents, don't you?
Well, yes.
But they're things you need.
Here's the thing: people who think kind of like you but don't go full in are kind of like, okay, I'm going to get a lot of gifts, and hand them out throughout the year, or
Maybe
I'm
I should
going
start
to
keeping them.
Or I'm going to start buying the gifts and keep them till Christmas.
Yeah. Except
No.
what if you bought clothing for somebody
it
and
doesn't
then
work.
They waited 7 months and it sat in your closet, and now like I bought clothing for my niece and now she's too big for it.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. I'll tell you why it doesn't work for most people is because it's not about the buying of the gifts. It's about buying of the gifts in the season. There's something about the hustle and the bustle, because I know somebody who buys the gifts throughout the year and then still loads up at Christmas because there's
Is it the music?
I think it's the music, the atmosphere. Some people like I love Christmas.
lights.
I used to dress up as Santa Claus every Christmas Eve, travel around to friends, some of them who were hours away. My sister and I made it as Christmas Eve tradition.
Your presents was your presents.
Yeah, I would call and organize. We'd have like a list of we'd add somebody new every year and surprise them. So we would have my sister was like my elf navigator. So I would be all dressed up in Santa Claus. We would leave at 6 p.m. on Christmas Eve. I'd have a list of the list got to maybe 20 friends and people who were hours away in some cases. And we would schedule them. I'd map them all, and everybody knew that I might not get there when I said, but I will give you a heads up of how the travels are going. And
I'll stop at a payphone.
Well, we had the cell phones. I'm not that old.
I thought it was the 80s. I just
No, I was let's see. I would have already been in my 20s.
Okay.
Maybe 18, 19 maybe.
Okay.
And so I was I would drive around, and then every once in a while there'd be the surprise. And we showed up at one of my sister's friends, drove
showed up at like, I don't know, 2 a.m. because we had pushed everything back, and they did not know we were coming. We knocked on the door, and the mom came to the door. Was so excited. I'm standing there in the Santa Claus outfit, so excited, great surprise.
2 a.m.
My sister's friend comes to the door, like, this is awesome. And then they said they called for the father to come out.
Oh,
and the
wonderful.
The father
in
says,
his underwear. Did he come in his underwear?
The father yells this: "Do I need to put on pants?"
See, I knew that was a father thing.
And look, that person is a man after my own heart. I was in my head, I'm like, don't put on the pants. Like, I hate pants. I'll take off my pants now and we can all chill.
We can have a pantsless party.
But the
like
fact
in Harold and Kumar.
the fact that they were up and still moving and excited to see us at 2 a.m. But so I love Christmas. I love the energy of it. But I long ago stopped mentally and emotionally being connected to the need for gifts or the need to buy gifts. And look, if anybody out there is offended because I didn't buy you a gift, then maybe we need to question relationships and relationship levels. Like,
you know, if anybody should be offended, it should be me. Just saying.
Well, you're not getting anything this year.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But that's okay because I get things from you the entire year.
24/7.
Yeah. So
and
that's the way I feel people should live their lives. Don't wait for that special holiday. Like, don't wait till New Year's to make
There's
resolutions.
so much pressure. And then people spend all that money. They spend the extra money.
Or money they don't
They
have.
didn't budget for it. They go out there all out. And look, when I grew up, I feel bad. I shouldn't feel bad because it wasn't my fault. My parents make their own decisions. But every year we used to get like a big gift. Like I got my G.I. Joe aircraft carrier, which I still have at the house. I think it was like $99.99. And back then in the 80s, like that was a big Christmas gift.
Mm-hmm.
And every year we kind of got that one big gift that we wanted. And
yeah, you were pretty spoiled. I'm just going to say you're pretty spoiled.
My parents were very, very generous, very good to us. We didn't get everything we wanted, but there was always kind of that one real special gift, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I tried to do that with my kids as well. And then as everyone got older, though, I got less and less the whole. It's not even materialism. I like buying things. I think people should be making things. I'm not against that, but I'm a minimalist in my own life. So when people say, "What do you want for Christmas?" My answer is genuinely, I don't know, cash.
Which you're going to spend on necessities.
In this particular case, it's to give me groceries to get through the winter months here.
You know, I asked for a gas card or a Walmart gift card because I figured those I could use, like you said, for necessities, for food, for...
Cannabis.
No, not at Walmart yet.
You don't have a cannabis gift card? Somebody should look into that.
You know, I'm sure some of the stores might have them.
It's worth looking into.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got a lot coming up on the show today. We've got the Candy Cane Strain.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to talk about the best Christmas movies ever, which some people are gonna fight this list until they
I'm
die.
interested. I already know what number one is.
It's a very intense gift, or it's a very intense list. It's a very big debate.
It is a gift to us as well.
But because today is also Short Fiction Day.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, this is the gift.
We thought it was appropriate that I would read to you all from the funniest book I have ever written, Inside Timmy's Mind, which you can pick up by connecting with us, direct messages. It's also at the shop, timmyboyle.com. No, timmyboylecomedystore.com. Links will be below. But I'm going to read to you now, in honor of the Christmas season and Short Fiction Day, I'm going to read to you a story from my book. Are you okay with this?
Yes, I'm just getting ready to enjoy.
I feel like we should have hot chocolate.
I kind of do.
Instead of water. I love that mug. Here we go. Everyone is familiar with the 12 Days of Christmas. It's a story about people who are in love, the special loved ones, the greatest love. What are they?
Your true love.
Your true love. That would be the thing. And I actually think the story is more about an oblivious stalker who just doesn't quite understand what's going on here. And so I would like to share with you a story from inside Timmy's mind called The 12 Wacky Days of Christmas. It's this classic Christmas story told from a comedian's perspective, Timmy Boyle in particular. Here we go.
Are you talking about the like on the 12 days of Christmas?
Yeah, like the song.
My true love. Okay, okay. Oh yeah, we go through all the presents. Okay,
All right,
okay.
here we go.
I'm excited. I know this one.
Day 1. The true love arrives. I come bearing gifts. Ooh, I love gifts. What did you bring me? Guess. Is it a sweater? No. A movie? No. Oh my goodness, it's a puppy. You got me a puppy? Nope. Better. Better than a puppy? It's a partridge. A what? A partridge. A partridge? Yes, and a puppy? No, a pear tree. Talk about disappointment. But then the true love announces this is only the beginning. Day 2, there's a knock at the door. It's the true love, and he's hiding something behind his back. What do you have for me today? He quickly reveals his left hand. Is that a turtle dove? He reveals the other hand. Nope, it's 2 turtle doves. Silence. And he says, oh, there's more? Oh, yeah, there's more. Another partridge. Another partridge? And, yes, another pear tree. It is so silent you could hear a jaw drop. Day 3. Knock, knock. There is the true love, with a giant box. He teases by slowly lifting the lid. The excitement builds inch by inch until, ta-da! More birds? Yep, 3 of them. Hens? French. And, wee, 2 more turtle doves. Thanks. Now I have 9 birds. 10. 10? The true love reveals yet another partridge. And another pear tree. Day 4. Honk. The true love is in the driveway, motioning towards the trunk of his car. Do I hear chirping? Without responding, he pops the trunk. Are all those for me? Sure are. 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge? How did you know? The true love brings the birds into the house and then asks for help carrying the pear tree. Day 5. Someone is at the door. I wonder who. Yep, it's the true love. This time he requests closed eyes and an outreached hand, which is reluctantly granted. After all, no one wants bird poop in their palm.
He better have something good this time.
A pleasant surprise it is. The true love gently slides a gold ring on each of the extended fingers. Gold! Yes, and a truck pulls up in front of the house. More gold? No! More birds. 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and I know, a partridge and a pear tree. Of course. Day 8, a knock at the door. Who is it? It's your true love. Hold on a sec, I just stepped on another goose egg. Where should I put the 7 swans? Out in the back with the ones from yesterday? What about the cows? Cows? The true love is standing in the midst of 8 cows. He introduces the milkmaids that came with the cows, hands over 5 gold rings, takes the swans to the pond, leads 23 other birds into the house, and plants another pear tree. Day 12. It's been a really hectic couple of days. Along with the addition of more birds, cows, and milkmaids, There are now 11 pipers piping and 47 lords and ladies leaping and dancing all over the place. Does anyone hear that? Please tell me it's not drums. Sure enough, the true love is on the lawn, surrounded by 12 drummers, more pipers, dancers, maids, cows, and birds. He holds up 5 more gold rings and takes a big old goose egg off the head. Within minutes, a police cruiser is added to the mix, and the true love is taken away. There will be no day 13. Grand total, including what's on the lawn, 40 cows, 140 noisy roommates, 184 birds, more pairs than stars, and 0 true loves. What about the 40 gold rings, you ask? Sold. How else would you be able to feed all those freeloaders?
Wow. You know, I never ever looked at it that way, but that's a lot of gifts. And I think that should just go to prove that buying a present for somebody just because you should buy a present for somebody may not always be the best thing. Maybe they may not like the present and it might be a little too much.
Look, not everybody wants to have
how many birds
12
was that?
Partridges. I don't know. Just, I hope this Christmas season that you too will come to grips with the fact that there is no such thing as a true love. Well, sad face. Well, at least we know this. The difference between a true love and a stalker is that the true love buys you the one item that you love. Everything above that, maybe a restraining order is needed. Maybe that's the Christmas gift.
Maybe
the gift
one day.
that
One
keeps
day.
on giving. So, are you ready to get this thing rolling?
Oh, you know I'm always ready for that.
Roll it! Well, it is time for another Mary Jane's strain. Mary Jane, what is the strain?
Well, the strain is candy cane.
Mary Jane's strain candy cane.
Yep.
That's a high five, and we're not even at the high five.
Next.
Coming up.
Yes.
High five.
High five. No. Mary Jane strain.
Mary Jane strain.
I almost said word of the week. No. Mary Jane strain.
I got myself some hot chocolate. Well, you got me chocolate.
Is that
hot
candy
chocolate.
cane hot chocolate?
I don't know. Is it? You made it.
No. I did not tuck a candy cane in there.
And you actually asked me if I wanted one, and I was like, no, because nobody likes candy canes.
No, that is a tip, a trick, if you will. Hot chocolate with a candy cane in it, and you just stir it around, and the candy cane melts, and then you have the equivalent to a peppermint hot chocolate.
Okay, I wasn't thinking. I should have said yes to that. I don't like. Did your tree ever have? We literally, growing up, we would have candy canes that would be in the decoration box for like a decade because nobody ate the candy canes. They were just decorations.
You know, we have one candy cane that sits in the decoration box, and it has a pipe cleaner, a brown pipe cleaner like this.
Oh, to make it look like a reindeer?
Around the neck of it, and eyes. It has googly eyes.
Yeah, I remember.
It's pretty old.
The only time I remember eating candy canes was when I was really young, and you would suck on the end until it got really, really sharp and pointy.
And then what? Poke your tongue?
No. So you could shank your cellmate.
Isn't that your sister?
No. She was in the women's prison. I was in the man's prison. Mary Jane's strain.
All right. Cane. Yeah. Now that we went down that little rabbit hole there, like Shawshank Redemption. So candy cane, specifically the auto flower from Crop King seeds, is an indica dominant hybrid.
Question.
Answer.
Auto flower.
Yes.
So this is the one that you smoke when you're driving?
No.
Definitely
not.
No. What's an auto flower?
An auto flower. Okay, so if you were growing cannabis, you all right? I whacked your arm there. So if
Mhm.
you're growing cannabis indoors, you're going to need to set up a light cycle that's 18 hours of light and 6 hours of darkness for the vegetative state, for the growth period.
Mhm.
And then you're going to need to flip the light cycle to 12 hours of sunlight or sunlight, and 12 hours of darkness, which is emulating or simulating. I never remember which word is the right one. But anyways, you're basically creating the end of summer.
Okay.
So you're changing the season.
Right.
And when you do that, you turn it into flower, into the flowering period, life period of the plant. However, an autoflower is already predetermined. It will flower regardless. You could leave it
Well, that's
under
awesome.
18 hours of light, 20 hours of light. It will still flower.
And I've seen the amount of work that you go through to grow your cannabis plants.
Yes.
And how complex and like specific it needs to be.
Yep.
I would think an autoflower would be the way to go.
Well, they say it's like idiot-proof way of growing. Like if you want to try growing in the beginning, you should try an autoflower. I personally believe that if it's just the light cycle that's concerning you, you need to remember 18 and 6 and then 12 and 12. You literally can buy yourself a timer, which you should do because you're not going to remember every day to go in. I don't care if you have an alarm that goes, hey, you got to turn your light on in your garden.
Right.
You're not going to remember to go in and turn it on and turn it off.
Okay.
And if you don't turn it off when it's supposed to be off or turn it on when it's supposed to be on, you're going to mess the plants. And it's just going to confuse it. It could go into flowering, out of flowering. It's just, don't do it. Just get a timer.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But autoflower,
We should have done this as a word of the week.
Maybe. So the autoflower is a little smaller, a little less buds. So if
Okay.
you have a smaller grow space and maybe less light, because it would grow in the dark. So basically, an autoflower is a ruderalis.
Ah, the lesser known cousin.
Yeah,
The
so-
indica and sativa is like the laurel and the hardy.
Yep.
And then lesser known cousin ruderalis.
Was ruderalis. So basically, it's like the polyshore.
What, nobody likes the ruderalis?
No, the lesser known cousin is polyshore.
That's
Right?
funny. That was my son calling. I turned my phone off completely. Just gonna be real with you here, people. I turned my phone off. I'll have everything off, but my son has the emergency
Yeah.
bypass.
Yep.
And so his is able to ring through no matter what, and guaranteed what this phone call is, probably not an emergency. All right.
Okay, so getting back to the ruderalis. Another fun fact about ruderalis is it will grow anywhere. They kind of call it like the ditch weed because you'll see it growing on the sides of the road in the ditch. It's a very resilient plant. So that's why they say idiot proof
Okay.
for growing.
Mhm.
It's more forgiving.
Okay.
We'll put it that way. Okay, so now that we've gone back,
No, we're back.
come
Gone
back
through
to candy cane.
from a Mary Jane strain through the word of the week and back into Mary
See,
Jane
so when
strain.
I was going to say word of the week, I might have had something there. Okay. All right. So this is a cross between a couple different strains, well-known strains.
Okay.
Timmy might not know these. He might know the names because, okay. AK-47.
It's a gun. Yep.
Yeah. So it is also a
Yeah.
gun. Crossed with mango,
hmm
right? You know,
Yep.
mango. Crossed with white widow.
I've heard of that one.
Okay. It's a bug, right? Spider.
hmm
And crossed with obviously the ruderalis. So there's a lot
Oh,
of
wow.
things in there. So there's a lot of parents, a lot of strains going.
Like, is there some way to trace
Like a lineage?
So so now what happens if you take this one and mix it with, I don't know, monkey breath? So now monkey breath has like AK-47 mango white widow, which combined becomes candy cane.
Well, that depends.
And
It depends. Are you crossing the gorilla breath or the monkey breath? Oh, see, it depends. Is it monkey breath or gorilla breath?
hold one's
And
one's
are you
one's
crossing
an
it-
indica's powered strain, and the other
One's
one's
a
see?
sativa?
That's what happens when a newbie tries to sound like he knows what he's doing. It fails every single time. So this lineage thing,
Yep.
though,
There are websites that can track down exactly like what the parent, like say for example the AK-47,
Yeah.
what the parent strains of the AK-47 is, because you
Okay.
have to go all the way back to find the landrace,
Wow.
the original strain.
Because so you got mango in there.
Yep.
You've got AK-47 White Widow.
Yep.
How in the world does this become candy cane? Does it smell like candy cane? Does it taste like candy cane? Does it look like candy cane? Like, is it possible to have red and white?
Okay, so let
cannabis?
me just tell you a little bit more. It probably has to do with the terpenes.
Okay.
Terpenes are myrcene, caryophyllene, or caryophyllene. I
Mhm.
never know how to say that. I spell it right though. Counts for something. So myrcene, caryophyllene, and humulene.
Okay.
So those probably, it's very hoppy and like sweet at the same time. Maybe it
Okay.
has like a smell of mint.
Right.
I
okay.
haven't had the pleasure of growing this strain yet.
Right, but you've taught me a lot about how the terpenes is where that
Oh.
smell comes from, and so I could see if maybe it has a minty kind of thing.
Yep. The
And-
flavonoids and the
Okay.
terpenoids. And
All right, so
all the
it becomes
noids.
candy cane.
Yes.
All right.
THC levels can range anywhere from 15 to 20%.
Mhm.
CBD is less than 1% because it's a higher THC.
Right, because
It's-
usually
it's
you've
bred
told me that.
for THC.
Usually, if it's a high THC, the CBD is
Mhm.
lower.
Yeah. You can find equal CBD to THC, but most of the time it's around 8 to 10%.
Okay.
Or lower.
Right.
Or lower. Let's see here. Some people have said this cannabis strain makes
Mhm.
them feel relaxed, happy, and euphoric.
Just like candy canes.
For some.
And for others, actually for everybody,
Side effects
For everybody.
of this strain
Red
may
eyes.
include
red eyes, dry mouth,
Yes.
or cotton mouth, or
the munchies.
really,
Well, I mean, a lot of cannabis will cause the munchies. Ooh, and the giggles.
and the giggles. Well, if you're euphoric, I can see that.
See, I should go out and get some crop. I almost said crap
Crop seeds.
king seeds. Sorry, crop king seeds.
All right, get yourself some candy cane this Christmas season.
Autoflower.
It is time for another high five list. High five.
High five.
Now, this is a dangerous one. Look, I know that cannabis is a very divisive topic, okay? I have, just by entering into this space, I have lost relationships and contacts, sadly, business relationships, all of that because of this. What I say over the next few minutes, though, in regards to listing the top 5 Christmas movies of all time, could pretty much alienate me from another large group of people.
I'm excited to hear what's on this
This is-
list.
Well, it's not, you know what? It's not, I bet you there are almost, everybody will agree with portions of the list. Nothing is going to be like one in and of himself is going to cause this thing. Well, one might.
Okay.
But the point is that when you're talking about Christmas movies, there's such...
That's funny. In my head, I'm like, Home Alone better be on this list.
Right.
So people at home are probably doing the
Everyone's
same
going,
thing.
I am going. This is the type of list that
Oh
makes
my
people
God.
go, I will watch this list, because if this movie is not on this list, I am going to flip a table. This is a flipping the table moment. But I'm in control on this, though. So this is Timmy's top 5 Christmas. I'm not even going to say that. You know what?
I'm putting my hands here
No.
because I don't want to flip the table.
Not even going to say that. This is the definitive top 5 best Christmas movies ever. Not Timmy's opinion. Flat out top 5 Christmas movies ever.
Okay.
You ready for this?
Got my cheer.
Don't flip a table. Now,
if it's good, I'll cheer.
I just recently came across, it was Esquire magazine, okay?
You
And
just seen Esquire? It's like been around for years.
I just came across this particular list from Esquire magazine.
Oh, okay.
They listed the 60 best Christmas movies of all time. Now, listen to me.
That's a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
Who's
Okay.
going to go through that list?
I did not have much issue with the first 15.
Wait, you went through the whole list?
Oh, I scrolled through the list.
I would have been like 60.
I scrolled through because I wanted to
About
see.
10.
This is a list that I needed to see. I needed to see where certain movies ranked, and I wasn't happy with one in particular. But the top 15, almost everything on there, even though they don't make my list, I'm like, you know what? That's pretty solid.
Okay.
Okay. And then After that, though, like in fact, I have 3 of the top 5 that they chose. 3 of those top 5 are in my list. Okay, so I was very happy with kind of that top 5 and into the top 15.
Okay.
Moving on from there, though, it got dicey. Like I considered maybe 7 of the next 45 like decent Christmas movies. So like we're talking, I honestly think that when you're talking about Christmas movies, good ones, 25 might be the deepest you want to go into a list. Like once you start to hit 25 of these movies and go on to like Esquire's 60 best Christmas movies, I bet you will be able to go, you know what, this could easily go off the list. This could go off the list. This could go off the list. And you probably get yourself down to maybe 25, maybe 30, which means that 25 is that number where you got, okay, this one, does it make it? Does it not?
That's funny. I can see the brainstorming session now. Come on. I need another one. Just find another one.
60 is lazy. And if you saw this list, you'd be like, that's not even close to a Christmas movie. Esquire magazine, you can do better. 60 is just lazy writing. People are just like, I'm just going to Google Christmas movies and put them, because I don't even think, like, I'm going to tell you this, Eyes Wide Shut. You know the movie Eyes Wide Shut? That really weird movie?
I've never seen it, but I've seen the cover.
Okay.
It's Kidman, right?
It was ranked, okay? Eyes Wide Shut was ranked ahead of Die Hard. Now, you might not think Die Hard's a Christmas movie. It doesn't matter, but nobody thinks Eyes Wide Shut.
Is that a Christmas movie?
Apparently it has some underlining Christmas theme. I thought it was about weird Illuminati people, but anyways.
I've never seen it.
Right away I was upset. But I've even, look, there were ones in there, some recent ones. Office Christmas Party, that was with Bateman and TJ Miller.
That's a good movie.
Anything Bateman's in is good. We're talking Seth Rogen's The Night Before was pretty funny. You made me watch that one. A Very Harold and Kumar Christmas, which I'm going to review on the next episode.
It's good for Harold and Kumar.
Well, in a top 60 Christmas movies, it's fine to be on
there for sure.
Okay, but 25 is as far as I would go, and 5 is real. Like this was tough actually. When I got to past the first 3 for me, I was like, "Ooh, which ones do I put into 4 and 5?" Like that's how tight it gets. Okay. So I think 25 would give, but I'm not doing a Timmy's high 25 list. I'm doing a high 5 list.
High 5.
Here's what is high 5. Here's what is clear. No matter where you stand on this Christmas movie list thing, the 50s and the 60s. And the 80s going into early 90s is Christmas gold. Okay? Like pretty much every movie in the top 15 on this list, and probably in my own list, comes from those 2 eras. In fact, I believe that 1983 to 2003 might be the golden age of Christmas movies. Okay? Now, I would say this. The Christmas movie canon, I'm using that's a religious term. They closed, like Genesis was the beginning of the Bible, Revelation was the end, and then they said the canon was closed. This is the official Bible. I'm saying that the Christmas movie canon could be closed in that window, starting at 1983 to 2003. Some other books might kind of, you say, can we include those? And you say, well, yeah, you could probably include some from the 50s and 60s. But really, you would not be missing much if you watched movies in that 20-year span.
Didn't A Christmas Carol come out before that?
It did. And that would be one that I would probably see as an exception. Okay. So here we go. Here are the top 5 Christmas movies of all time. Not according to Esquire, because I think they're horribly wrong. I don't even think they listed them in order. It was a very lazy list, Esquire. Here they are. Number 5 is Elf, okay, with Will Ferrell. It was 2003. It was listed as number 13 on Esquire's list.
13?
This is the last great Christmas movie that has been made. We're talking 20 years now. There has not been a good, at least what I would consider a classic. There has not been a classic Christmas movie made since Elf in 2003. It's been 20 years. That was the last of the that's why I say 1983 to 2003. Elf closed it off. Mm-hmm. Interesting to note, though, Bad Santa came out in 2003 as well, which we watched together. I had never seen before. And an incredibly dark, twisted story.
Yeah.
But I was fascinated because it was actually a really good story. And I actually would recommend Bad Santa. It didn't make my list here of top 5, but definitely it was number 8 on Esquire's list. I was surprised by that, but also not surprised because it is a way better Christmas movie than I think people would think. That's with that guy who used to carry Angelina Jolie's blood in like a thing around his neck.
What is that?
Bad Santa.
Oh,
you know that guy.
I don't want to admit I think he's sexy. I know his name. Billy Bob Thornton.
Billy Bob Thornton.
Yes.
Okay. So anyways, 2003 was actually a really good year. Coming out with the family classic Elf and Bad Santa. A great story, underrated. Not sure it should have made top 10, but an interesting choice, Esquire. But I think Elf is number 5 in my list, and I don't believe I think 2003 was the last time a classic Christmas film has been made.
Well, I just want to say that Elf is a must watch for our family every year. The kids and I watch it on Christmas.
That's what we did too. It quickly fell into our family's pattern.
Yeah.
Number 4, 1990, was the original Home Alone. Right? See, I didn't even do that. I am not a yes man. Believe me, if it was not on my list, I wouldn't have done it just to please her.
I actually have a soft spot for Macaulay Culkin. I know you're out there, and I know you're doing well.
Well, and why wouldn't he be watching this? Everyone else is. The original Home Alone, I still find funny. They have tried desperately. I mean, when they tried to make the movies again. Now, listen, Home Alone is definitely not a parenting manual. That's probably not to be used in that form. But so many people have tried to recreate not only that franchise, but tried to create the same scenarios with other situations. I think movie just got done very recently with this chubby kid in England or something like that. Anyways, I think I saw a trailer for it. Don't do it. Do not try to copy this movie. The original Home Alone is a standalone movie and should be on everybody's top 5. It was on Esquire's at number 5. It is in my list at number 4.
Everybody knows Kevin McAllister and the...
Right? Who doesn't love that? Number 3 on the top 5 Christmas movies of all time is A Christmas Vacation, 1989. It was number 2 on Esquire's magazine, so we agreed as well. At least it's in the top 3 with Chevy Chase. So many great lines. His Christmas rant is a classic. Just Google Chevy Chase Christmas rant. But you've got to see Christmas Vacation.
Everybody knows the house full of lights, right? And the station wagon with the tree on top.
Right.
Actually,
right?
On the way to your house, did you see that the other day? You stop. He probably missed it because he just drives. But you stop at the stop sign, and as you're making the turn, there's a station wagon, and they've got a tree on top of it.
Okay.
And the tree's all lit up.
Interesting.
They've got it plugged in. It's literally just a decoration.
Okay, it's on their house. It's on the car.
It's on the car right in front of the house.
Sweet.
Like the Griswolds. The Griswolds. Love them.
That movie has almost perfect comedic timing all the way through. Even throws in this little emotional moment where Clark is up in the attic and he starts to cry watching old home movies, and they break that moment in a perfect way. It would be up there, not just a great Christmas movie, but might up there be with almost a perfect comedy film. So Christmas Vacation, number 3 on my list, number 2 on the Esquire one. We switched here. We flipped our number 2 and 3s around because I believe that my number 2, A Christmas Story, is slightly ahead of Christmas Vacation.
Okay.
And I think you could go back and forth, and I wouldn't even argue with you. But I put A Christmas Story here. You know A Christmas Story?
I have not seen it, but I think you're going to tell me it's the one with the little kid in the glasses and the tongue getting stuck to the pole and the leg lamp.
And the leg lamp, which I own.
Okay, see, that's
all
all I need to know,
have you heard
right?
You'll shoot your eye out?
No.
Oh, okay. We need to watch that this Christmas. So Mary Jane makes me watch stoner flicks.
Well, not just stoner flicks. I guess it's a certain genre.
Yeah, it's
of movie.
It's movies that would be enjoyed mostly by stoners.
Like American Pie or Mike and Dave Need Wedding Dates.
Yes, we did watch that too.
Oh no, I just remembered the four-wheeler.
Okay.
Okay.
That was funny. I did enjoy that one. And I will be reviewing Harold and Kumar's Christmas next episode, so stay tuned for that. But I'm going to make you watch A Christmas Story this thing. Because I do believe it is definitely number 2 for sure on my list.
Okay.
I'm going to give a couple honorable mentions right here before I list number 1. The Year Without Santa Claus is a 1974 claymation one with it's.
Sorry, I giggle. I think claymation is funny.
I personally find Heat Miser and Cold Miser. He's Mr. Heat Miser. He's Mr. Cold. Da-da-da-da. Something like that. I don't know all the lyrics. But you need to.
Now I want to see this.
I used to have all the little figurines. It was a staple in my household. It was an hour long. The Year Without Santa Claus, 1974. You need to check that out. It wasn't on Esquire's list. It didn't even make their 60 list. Esquire, you suck. Like
you know how long it takes to make a claymation anything?
To completely ignore that movie on a list of 60 Christmas movies that had Eyes Wide Shut on it. Can I flip this now? I want to flip the table. So that one and How the Grinch Stole Christmas, the original cartoon. It was only 26 minutes long, but
not the Jim Carrey one.
No, the Jim Carrey one was questionable for me.
I kept seeing The Mask. That was the problem I felt with that, is because they used the same character or the same actor that played in The Mask, and The Mask was also a green face.
Oh,
so it was hard for him. He had the same voice.
I kept seeing the Cat in the Hat.
Oh, and maybe they wait. Wasn't that Mike Myers?
It was.
Oh,
but that was the face.
Even worse.
I saw that kind of weird nose. That weird nose.
Oh, I think they did kind of have the same
it was
sort
that
of
same
prosthetic.
Same kind of snout area.
But they're both Dr. Seuss.
But you need to watch the cartoon. The cartoon is classic. It needs to be watched I think I own it still on VHS. Okay. It's 26 minutes long, and the reason why it's not on my top 5, it would be in my top 10 for sure, and it is the most bang for its buck. Like, it is a 26-minute experience that is as good as any full-length film.
So it's technically not a movie. It's
a cartoon,
a short.
Yes, it's a short. Exactly, it's called a short, and but it's cartoon, not claymation. But I would check out both of those non-live action ones. For sure. They would be in my top 10. Just didn't make my top 5, but they need to be mentioned. A Year Without Santa Claus, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, the cartoon original version from 1966. You got to sit down your kids and watch those. Or, you know what? No, don't even bring the kids. Sometimes they get too chatty. Watch those as adults. Light up a joint if you need to, whatever. And then number 1 on my list, and with this I close, ladies and gentlemen, Yippee-ki-yay, mother... We'll bleep that out.
Oh, are you going to show your sweater?
This is my, so this is my sweater. This is my,
This was last year's Christmas present?
Yep, this is their hair. Look at.
Oh, you can't see it.
You can't really see it on the camera.
We'll make a video.
But it's glowing, so this is my Christmas sweater. Die Hard is, without a doubt, a Christmas movie. It is also the number 1 Christmas movie of all time. I feel like deserves a little cheer. If you agree with me that a Christmas Vacation was a pretty perfect comedy film, Die Hard could be one of the most perfect films from beginning to end. The fact that it is also a Christmas movie, there is no doubt in my mind that it is number 1. I love Christmas Vacation a lot. I watch it every year. I watch A Christmas Story every year. I watch Home Alone almost every year. These are all fantastic films, but nothing comes close to Die Hard. It is not only is it the greatest Christmas film of all time, it is one of the greatest films of all time. And how Esquire put it at 26 behind Eyes Wide Shut. I will never, ever read Esquire again. I've never read Esquire in the first place.
Shame.
But Die Hard is, let's just set the record straight, Die Hard is a Christmas movie, one of the greatest movies of all time, and definitely the greatest Christmas movie of all time. Do you have anything you want to throw in about this list as we get ready to wrap up this high five?
Okay, so I have one thing to add about Die Hard because I already added my sense as we went along.
Mm-hmm.
Die Hard is not only one of the better comedies that I've seen, and I watch a lot of comedies. It's one of the better action movies that I've seen because I don't like action movies. So it's a very good balance between action and comedy and a little bit of romance in there too.
A little bit of romance, a great story, a great villain, a great characters,
and it's
great
not
writing.
it doesn't feel like it's like, you know, like in certain action movies, you know it's going to be an action movie because from the very, very beginning, it starts, bam! This one you're like, wait, what's going on? Like you're saying, in the story part of it.
I am going to, in the new year, during a cinema review, I know it's not a stoner flick, but I'm going to spend some time because I really need to break down Die Hard, and I'm going to do it here probably on the show. I watch Die Hard every year on Christmas Eve with my daughter. I might not be able to do it this year. Life is slowly changing. But I'll tell you that is my Christmas Eve movie, Die Hard. Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, wait.
Comment.
Before you're done, I have one thing. I'm done with the list. But I have one more thing I just want to say.
Oh.
Because you said we have to watch A Christmas Story.
Yes.
And I've never seen that. And I'm pretty sure you've never seen this show that I found on Netflix just recently. It's called Happy. It's also a Christmas movie. Or no, it's a series because there's 2 seasons.
Oh, you've told me about Happy.
Yes. I started watching it because it had an imaginary unicorn. And that's all I'm going to say.
Why wouldn't you watch it then?
Yes. And it's a Christmas thing. So if you're looking for something to watch, and you've already run through Timmy's list of movies.
And that's not on Esquire 60, so clearly there's even more out there.
Well, you see, that Happy show was not technically what I thought it was going to be. And not generally what I watch, but I couldn't look away.
Well, if you're looking for something interesting on the Christmas season, I'm going to take her word for it that it's in there. It's not on my top 5, but please comment below in whatever form you're watching this at. Send us a message. Let me know where I'm wrong.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's funny. But let me know where I'm right, and let me know which other movies you would put. Let's increase it to a top 10, and let's just assume my top 5 are right. What would be the 5 after those would be the better way to put it.
And see, I want to say, what is your top 5? I'm going to make my own top 5 movie list. It will be different because obviously I've never seen A Christmas Story. So.
That's my high 5 list. Merry Christmas.
High 5.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to another episode of On the Spot with the Newbie and the Doobie. We are so excited today to be joined by Chris Bennett / Chris Burns. There's a story around that, but Chris, thank you so much for joining us today.
No problem. Thanks for having me there, Timmy.
First of all, I really like your shirt. I just wanted to throw that out.
See, I really like that he said Timmy.
Well, that's my name.
Well, I know, but so many times people call you Tim, and I'm like, who's Tim?
That's
Do you know
true.
who Tim Boyle is? He's a car salesman in Idaho. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's nobody.
He's
but
nobody,
Timmy
but Timmy,
Boyle.
he's somebody.
Yeah.
I don't know if...
He's definitely a Timmy.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, you're definitely a Chris. I think you're a Chris Burns. I know. Let's talk about the Chris Bennett / Chris Burns because I like the name Chris Burns. You look like a Chris Burns. Your work reflects Chris Burns. Let's talk this out. Let's make sure we call you what you want to be called, Chris.
Well, I guess we'll go with Bennett these days. Chris Burns is a moniker that kind of started around 2009 when I took my wood burning hobby and turned it into a full-time business. So Chris Burns just kind of went along with that. I had considered even legally changing it just because it went so well together with my artwork. And I had so many people ask, is your name really Burns? Because that's pretty convenient. I kind of wanted to be able to follow up with, yes, it is. But I stuck with Bennett. And now that I'm back working in the legal system, we're going with the government name. So Bennett it is.
Okay. Well, you know, I don't know if you're aware that Mary Jane Baker changed her name legally.
Yes, my parents were not that cool, and they didn't have foresight that I would get into this industry. I just really, really love infusing baked goods, so I was like, it's perfect. So I would be like, you should change your name. If you want to go legal, I think you should change it. It's only like $117.
Yeah, I heard it's actually not too bad of a process to get done, but I don't know, it might still be on the table. Mary Jane Baker works very well for you.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you're willing to expose what the original name was, but we can just go with Mary Jane Baker.
I will give you the first name. It was Janice.
Boo.
Yeah, a very boring, and if you check television in history, the most annoying television characters are named Janice. Or Jan, which is even worse. I'm not even going to go there.
Fair enough. You had the Jane in there, the Jan part of it.
Yes.
Yeah, you still kept it.
It's
yeah.
funny because I sign MJ all the time, and my initials used to be JM. So I just kind of like flip them.
Okay. I like that.
Yeah.
See, there's a way to do it. Timmy was also a branding name. So okay, I understand, you know, you want to go with the legal name of Chris Bennett, dealing with, you know, just keeping it all above board legal type of thing. But I thought your name was Chris Burns, and especially when I saw your artwork, and I wasn't as familiar with you as MJ was, but I see your artwork, you're burning wood. I actually thought what people think of her and go, wow, his name's Burns and he burns wood? That's amazing. So what is it about burning wood that got you excited? How did you, like, talk to us about, first of all, what
it's funny,
you do
say
in the process?
Burning wood, because it's not just burning wood. Like,
well, that's what I want him to explain.
Yeah, he's going to get into it. And Chris, I'm guessing some of that artwork behind you is yours.
A few pieces. My house is littered with like artwork from, you know, people that I've met along the way.
Yeah.
I'd like to kind of display theirs more than mine, but there are some pieces of mine kicking around here.
Yeah. I've had the pleasure of actually seeing, I got a little sneak peek inside Chris's place, and the artwork inside is beautiful, and you can see all of it on his Instagram, which we'll share a link to. But yeah, explain what it is, because you're not just burning wood.
Yeah, I mean, at the base of it, you kind of are
Thank
burning
you.
wood.
I tried to give you a little bit more credit. Come on, Chris.
No, I don't, honestly, like saying I'm a wood burner, or the more fancy term pyrographer, never really kind of, I don't know, I never liked the title. I mean, even though that is essentially what I'm doing, and it was always hard for me to kind of just say I'm a straight up artist, but yeah, I don't know, wood just kind of reached out to me. I had no real background or experience with it. I took it in college as kind of a third strike program, where the first two things I took didn't work out. And I was like, I either need to, on this final attempt at college, I was going to go into an art program to kind of go down that road, because I'd always been into it. But I decided to go with the trade. So I ended up taking a cabinet making class, or like a course. I got a diploma in it and stuff. Worked with wood for quite a long time after that. And I basically just used one of these old school wood burning pens to sign my name on like a dresser that I had made. And then I realized, you know, I can pretty much draw anything on this wood with fire, and it's pretty unique and cool, which really appealed to me, because the thing that prevented me from going down the art route is I always felt like I personally knew like 100 people that were better artists than me. And I didn't really want to go into something I'd have to compete like that. And I had a few student loans to pay for after college. So I'm like, going down the trades route is going to give me a skill that, you know, I'll be able to actually make some money, and people won't be able to take away, and won't be as competitive kind of thing. So when I kind of discovered wood burning, it was like, this is something that not a lot of people are doing, and I can really own and focus on. So that really appealed to me.
Well, I can tell you that I really appreciate anybody who works with their hands. I've often talked about this live on stage, and I've said it here on the show, but I don't know if you can tell, Chris, but if you ever felt my hands, these are comedian hands. These are hands that have never really faced a hard day's work in their life.
They're
It's super
actually
smooth.
softer than most children's hands.
Yeah, they're very nice. Although I did have to polish some boats over the last couple months to
Which polished
make
your
some money.
hands.
Which polished my hands. But I was really intrigued when you just said that you hesitated to call you an artist, because I've been on your Instagram page.
He's so humble, right?
And that's like art by every definition. So what is it that makes you hesitate calling yourself an artist? Because I definitely see the connection.
I know the answer to this. It's the internal demons inside your head that are telling you that you're not good enough. And that's not true, because like Timmy, I've been on that page, Chris.
Yeah, no. There's definitely some internal demons. It's not so much that they're not telling me I'm good enough.
Sorry, those are my demons speaking. That's what they tell me.
My demons more kind of say that everyone's an artist. I've kind of always really felt that way. I think, everyone has their own unique style. And to me, art really isn't about who can draw the most accurate portrait. There's a lot of incredibly accurate, talented, technical drawers that aren't the most famous artists in the world. I, at an early age, realized, I was winning art awards in school and stuff like this. And I'd look over to my best buddy and he was drawing stick figures. And he's like, I can't draw at all. And there was like a simplicity and beauty to his drawings that I knew I could never recreate. So I'm like, everyone has their own unique art in them. So, for one, it was kind of, based on that, just, trying to preach that everyone is a bit of an artist if they want to be, and kind of recognize that. But also, I just, it was a hobby. And the only reason I started to do it full time was to treat it like a business. And I always came at it from a very business minded approach. When I started to go full time with my art, there probably aren't too many artists that had such elaborate and detailed Microsoft Excel sheets about their day-to-day work as an artist. And that really, really helped me to kind of be able to do it and sustain it as a business. So it always seemed more like a business venture to me than an art thing, because I was surrounded by so many more artists that, were incredibly talented that just, didn't treat it like that, even kind of opposed treating art like business. And it always worked for me. And I kind of, if you say you're an artist, it just kind of gets attached with all those, unfortunately sometimes like, flaky or, I don't know, kind of things that, just weren't part of my art. I was really about, you tell me what you want, you're the client. I don't need to have like a big artistic vision and, that's going to, you're not going to cramp my creativity if I'm just making you a sign kind of thing. It was very business approach to the whole thing. So I think that's always where my hesitation came. But, after, a decade plus of doing it, I have realized that I am an artist and people treat me like that. And, it's not something to be ashamed of or anything.
Well, the first part, that's beautiful, because it's true. Everybody is an artist. And like myself, I paint in paint pouring. You basically just take colors, put it in a cup, put it on a canvas. Anybody can do this. But you're right. Everybody's color choice is different. Everybody's method, the way they move, the finished product is completely different. So I agree. Everybody is an artist, whether it's telling jokes or painting or woodwork. And I just want to say on the second part, as an artist, I wish I treated my art a little bit more like business, because then I wouldn't be giving things away and I wouldn't be undercutting myself. I would value my time and my work, and maybe the starving artist method of thought would disappear if people would just treat art a little bit more like business. So, and I just want to say personally, as you were talking, I was thinking about the 7 acres sign that you had done. My God, that was beautiful. That is beautiful. I'm like, I love that sign. And I'm sure that was commissioned, right? Like you went in and said, tell me what you need.
Yeah, that was actually for an event. As things were getting closer to legalization, I started to hook up with 7 acres and kind of like, I could see the legal industry was on its way. And, pun intended, I was getting burnt out on burning like, cat portraits to pay every phone bill kind of thing. It wasn't always the funnest projects I was doing. So while I was super proud of that and, I wasn't exactly starving kind of thing while being a starving artist, it definitely, I could see a bigger potential in cannabis moving forward. So started to do some things with them, which included like a big burning that I did live at an event that they were hosting. It was a commission piece that they ended up hanging on their wall afterwards, which was really cool. And then that kind of was the beginning of the transition to me going into the legal cannabis industry.
So, Chris, I don't know if you know much about our story here, but as a newbie, so I'm a non-consumer, MJ kind of got me to try cannabis 3 times. Bowling score went down. I decided some things aren't.
Far.
What's that?
Just smoking so far.
Okay. To be fair, we'll try some other methods in a little bit. But I'm always very interested to know, as a newbie, how our guests got into cannabis in the first thing. What was your entrance in? Was it recreational as a kid? Was it medicinally later on in life? Where did that journey start with you?
Gotcha. So I always like to say the only thing I know and have more experience with than wood is weed, and kind of leads me. Either way, I'm burning trees for a living, so it's kind of
nice.
a cool part of it.
Okay, you got to go with Chris Burns now, period. Just make it happen, buddy.
But I started when I was like 16. It was most definitely recreational. It was just around with friends, and I kind of had a family background of issues with harder drugs that kind of always kept me away and a bit scared at a young age from those things. And I think, in my young rebellious modes, I wasn't too put off by trying cannabis. It didn't seem like, the same kind of thing. And it was around friends. So I definitely was, I'd say for like even the first 15 years, it was fairly recreational focused. And then I started to realize how actually, there were medical components to it. When I first went for an actual, medical license, and you see all the conditions that they consider it applicable for, I'm like, I really was kind of self-medicating, whether it was for, pain, sleep, social anxiety type things like that. I could see how I was using it in a medicinal way. And I think, I believe this is maybe even like a loose quote by Cheech and/or Chong, about all cannabis use is medicinal, and the term R&R apparently was like something that came from the military, that it was actually prescribed to soldiers that like, hey, rest and relaxation are very important to your health, mental and physical. And I think cannabis provides that for almost anyone using it, whether they're thinking about it recreationally or medicinally. So I came to realize that, and what was just kind of a fun getting high thing for most of that time, I realized the benefits and had been exposed to how many people it helped in different ways, and then really started to get into like the advocate and activism part of it as well.
Well, that is a wrap.
Blunt wrap?
No, was it hemp? A wrap by Hemp and M.
A hemp wrap.
A hemp wrap. Thank you so much for joining us today. We hope that you will tune in again. You can again watch this podcast, The Newbie and the Doobie, on YouTube, which we always recommend because you can't see the cool outfits over in podcast form, but you can listen to it on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, all those other listening in the podcatchers, as they call them. And
we're on all social media, Facebook, Instagram, right? All at The Newbie and the Doobie.
Yes. We live mostly on Instagram, a little bit on Facebook, but everything's at The Newbie and the Doobie. Even on YouTube, you can just type in that, at The Newbie and the Doobie. But we would also say, if you enjoyed that interview that we had with Chris Burns.
You don't want to say pyrographer?
With the pyrographer, Chris Burns. Or any of the interviews that we have. A lot of them, you can watch them in their fullness on our Patreon page. And then in there, if you support us monthly, you get access to the unedited versions of our videos, of our interviews.
In full.
Yeah. So as of right now, in terms of, unless you're watching this video 3 years from now, If you go onto Patreon at the Newbie and the Doobie for $4.20 a month, you can support us and help us keep this thing going, as well as see full interviews from Chaclair, the Canadian rapper, and as well Ross Rebliati, the Canadian gold medalist from the Olympics, and Chris Burns, who you saw today. So check out everything. Everything's at the Newbie and the Doobie. Thank you so much. Have an awesome Christmas. Tell all your friends.
Yeah, don't forget to share with your friends, whether they're a newbie or a doobie. Sorry, I kind of got lost, sidetracked there for a moment, because I was thinking about if somebody watches us 3 years from now, wouldn't that make us time travelers?
Oh, whoa. And I'm not even high.
Think like a doobie.
What are your final words?
Stay lifting.
And keep on laughing. And Merry Christmas.
Happy holidays.
Yippee-ki-yay, mother.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Pace Radio Network, created by patients, for patients, and for those who need to know.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's November the 21st, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, your Psychedelics and Cannabis news source. Good morning, Rev Cindy. How you doing?
I'm doing well this morning, Al. How about yourself?
Not too bad. Actually, I'm doing really good. You ever had those days where you put something down or put it someplace and you've forgotten where it was, or you just sort of forgot about it? Today, just this morning alone, I have found 2 items that I put away and forgot about. And one of them was a couple grams of hash that I just found like 20 minutes ago. And this morning when I got up, I found a whole 6 joints that I had lost in a doob tube over the weekend. Crazy. So double score morning for sure.
Yeah. You don't have to worry about rolling your joints this morning. Your Happle can be loaded like no problem a bunch of times.
Right. That's right. There it is.
Waiting for you.
Yeah. Hey,
that's awesome.
I wish every morning was like this.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Wouldn't it? All righty. And as far as yourself, anything new and exciting?
Well, there's new and exciting stuff going on, but we'll wait till February to talk about it.
All right. Sounds good. So let's get going with today's news then. How's that sound?
Sounds wonderful.
All right. First story is up.
Coming to us from, pop-ups are blocking everything. Coming to us from Green State, how Trump's cabinet picks feel about pot.
The election dust has settled, and the bigger picture of what the second Trump administration may look like is becoming clear. The president-elect is firming up his cabinet picks, many of which are proving to be controversial. Now, the nominees will be vetted and approved by Congress, where denials are somewhat rare. Government policy is heavily influenced by cabinet leaders who advise the president on topics related to their posts. While many issues fall under their preview, some wonder where efforts to reform cannabis laws will land. Now, according to Rep. Nolan West, a GOP member of Minnesota's state government, Republicans are more apt than ever to move the needle forward.
Because it was on the ballot in Florida, you got to see Trump's opinion on it, which I think reflects the opinion of the vast majority of Republicans. West told Green State. Donald Trump is famously anti-drug and anti-alcohol in his personal life. But as far as other people's personal lives, whatever floats your boat. I think it reflects the broader view of the public and the Republican Party that it's up to the individual whether they participate in it. And that gives me a little optimism about something happening at the federal level.
So where do Trump's cabinet nominees stand on weed? It turns out some may support the cause, while other ranking members of the president administration may need some convincing. Several potential Trump appointees are considered friendly towards cannabis reform. The 2 most vocal and arguably most controversial nominees are Rep. Matt Gaetz of Florida and Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Gaetz, who has been nominated for the Attorney General position, is one of the most pro-pot Republicans in Congress. Go Gaetz. He co-sponsored the MORE Act, which would have legalized cannabis on the federal level and has consistently voted in favor of reform. Gates also supported the legalization of medical cannabis during his state as Florida state representative. The congressman faces an uphill battle in confirmation proceedings due to alleged ethical breaches and sexual misconduct. Secretary of Health and Human Services nominee RFK Jr. has been outspoken about his support for legalizing both cannabis and psychedelics. During his presidential run, the politician said he would use tax revenue from the legal cannabis market to fund drug rehabilitation. Kennedy was inspired by his own struggles with substance abuse in his youth. RFK Jr. is another notably controversial pick given his anti-vaccine stance, which includes spreading misinformation that they cause autism, which apparently they do not.
Another pro-pot cabinet pick is Rep. Tulsi Gabbard, who has been selected as the Director of National Intelligence. The Democrat from Hawaii introduced a bill to deschedule cannabis in 2017 and has supported the use of CBD for military members. While Gabbard would not have an active role in cannabis policy like Gates or RFK, her appointment adds to the pro-cannabis rhetoric in Trump's ear. Now, additionally, tech billionaire Elon Musk has become a key Trump advisor. Musk famously smoked a joint on Joe Rogan's podcast despite telling the host he rarely consumes. It's unclear if Musk favors reform, but his experience with cannabis and ketamine may inform his opinions and influence how he advises Trump on the matter.
Of course, not everyone in Trump's cabinet is on board with federal cannabis legalization. Secretary of State pick Marco Rubio has been clear about his opposition to legal cannabis, calling it a gateway drug. The Republican senator from Florida has said that if cannabis is indeed a medicine, it should be approved by the FDA, leaving some to wonder if he does indeed favor the rescheduling process. Republican Doug Collins of Georgia is a wild card. The Republican nominee to lead the Department of Veterans Affairs repeatedly voted against proposed changes to the agency's cannabis policies. However, he did vote in favor of protecting state legal medical cannabis programs toward the end of his congressional tenure in 2019.
The Republican Party will also control both the Senate and the House for at least the next 2 years, which will heavily influence cannabis policy. Both Senate Majority Leader John Thune of South Dakota and Majority Whip-elect John Barrasso of Wyoming have maintained anti-pot stances. However, Thune has reportedly said he will do his part to advance Trump's policies. If that includes cannabis reform, so be it. It's difficult to predict what policies will be enacted during Trump's tenure, but many in the cannabis space are hopeful some type of change is ahead. It may not be the full legalization Democrat Kamala Harris promised, but removing some restrictions may still bode well for the pot business, just not for consumers or people still in prison.
Interesting.
Yeah, there you go. Over. So we'll see what happens. It's
going to be interesting, and we've got if he does do anything with rescheduling or legalization, he is a politician. He is surrounded by politicians. It's not going to happen for about 3.5 years.
Yeah, and well, what I've heard him say when he was on the campaign trail was, it'll be up to the states, each individual state, on what they want to do, and so basically, you could have a state that is full on legalization, allowed to grow your own, go to the store and buy your own cannabis. And then you could go to another state where, it's anti-cannabis. And they could have, obviously jail sentences. You wouldn't be allowed to grow. You wouldn't be allowed to consume. Could they enact a law that if their citizens consume cannabis in another state and they come back to their state, could they be charged with it?
Yeah. I've got, through the course that I took in Mexico, I've got a friend now that lives in Texas. So it was a Texan man. And it is highly illegal in Texas, according to the law. But in Texas right now, it is kind of like Canada 2017. There are illegal pot shops, like literally all over the place. And it's like driving downtown Toronto right now. Like every corner has a pot shop, maybe two. People are openly smoking. It's, you know,
So
yeah.
it's,
So it's kind of
yeah,
like
they're going
Vancouver,
against the law.
yeah, Vancouver, Toronto, pre-legalization here. You know, it's, you know, cops are smoking it off duty. Like, I mean, they do
Well,
nothing
sounds
about
like
it.
sounds like the state government needs to get caught up with the people.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, I mean, I see that happening a lot down in the States right now. And, you know, not that I follow politics, but I think it's silly for the governments to not get on board. The money that they're missing out on is incredible.
Yeah.
If for no other reason, the money is incredible.
Exactly. Oh, and we were going to discuss at the beginning. Happy birthday, Marco.
Oh, yes. Marco, happy birthday. 65.
65. Yeah.
65.
TY. There you go.
He is he's the dabber guy that I used to give t-shirts away for.
Correct. Exactly. Yeah. All righty. On to the next story. What's up?
Coming to us from StratCan. CRA has written off nearly $5 million in cannabis excise tax.
Ooh. Canadian Revenue Agency has written off nearly $5 million worth of excise tax on cannabis as uncollectible as of September the 1st, 2024. According to the newly tabled documents in the House of Commons, a total of $4,718,514 has been written off as uncollectible. The table documents are in response to a question from Taco Van Popta, Conservative MP from Langley, Aldergrave, BC.
All of the companies with excise tax written off as uncollectible by the CRA are located in Ontario. The table document lists 12 such companies. 11 of these show a balance of debt that remains after compromise settlement pursuant to an applicable authority. One of the listed companies shows a debitor is an undischarged bankrupt corporation, with the trustee confirming in writing that he does not foresee any further payments.
The largest amount for a single company's uncollected excise tax debt is $1.9 million from April 2024, while the smallest is $136,000 from September 2024. Of the 11 companies listed, 7 show a debt incurred in 2024, 3 from 2023, and 1 from 2022, and all were, as you mentioned, located in Ontario. You can see the rap sheets right there.
Yeah. I was taking a look at it while you were reading. Yeah. Mr. Van Popta's question in full asked, with regard to entities that owe tax to the CRA for unpaid excise tax on cannabis, 1, how many have filed for creditor protection or bankruptcy, broken down by year since the legalization of cannabis? 2, how much excise tax has been written off in total and broken down by the province or territory of the entity owing tax? And 3, for each entity which owed unpaid excise tax on cannabis and had their amount owing written off by the CRA, what are the details, including the name of entity, location, amount written off, date of the write-off, and reason for the write-off?
Now, according to Insolvency Insider, 47 cannabis-related businesses in Canada have filed for creditor protection since 2019. Another 10 have filed for bankruptcy, 13 have filed for receivership, and 21 have filed for notice of intention to make a proposal under the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, which allows financially troubled corporations the opportunity to restructure their affairs. Not all of these businesses are operating in Canada. A few operate in the U.S., but were listed as Canadian businesses, and a few are ancillary services to cannabis producers or retailers.
Interesting. As of January 31st, 2024, the federal government says it has collected $3.4 billion in federal cannabis excise, with nearly $2.7 billion going back to the provinces and territories. These amounts reflect the CRA's administration of cannabis duty and information returns provided by the licensed cultivars, producers, and packagers of cannabis and or cannabis products on behalf of the federal, provincial, and territorial governments.
$2.7 billion has been going back to the provinces and territories. So it'd be nice to know where that money's gone.
Yeah.
Now, these amounts reflects the CRA's. I think you read that. Yeah. Canada's federal excise tax for dried cannabis flower is effectively $1 per gram, with 75% of this going back to the provinces, as well as an ad valorem rate of 2.5% of the due amount for the cannabis product. Other cannabis products are taxed at a flat rate of 0.0025 cents per milligram. Now, the CCAA filings for cannabis companies have shown significant amounts of unpaid cannabis taxes owed to the Canadian Revenue Agency. One recent CCAA listing showed $345,000 owed to the CRA. In a recent creditor protection filing, another company showed nearly $5.4 million owed to the CRA for source deductions in excise tax.
Okay, so let's just go backwards for a second because this just caught me. Canada's federal excise tax for dried cannabis flower is effectively $1 per gram.
Right.
Let's go back a couple other paragraphs to where I read. The federal government says it has collected $3.4 billion in federal cannabis excise. That's a lot of grams.
It sure is. It is. Yeah. Yeah. And apparently 75% of that is $2.7 billion. That's a lot of grams. That's a lot of cannabis. That's a lot of money that's going back to the provinces, but it's supposed to be going also to the municipalities, and some people wonder where it is.
Yeah.
We were talking about last night on the Pace Radio show.
Yeah.
About the tax. Yeah.
Incredible. Crazy.
Yeah.
Over
so
3
did you, I see you
billion
responded while I was busy. Hi. Here we go.
Hey, Waylon.
Hey, Waylon. Yeah, we're live, Waylon. We are live. Just as Cindy, you must have responded back to him, did you?
I did.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we're live. There you go. We're just busy talking, so we didn't have an opportunity to.
We usually do the replying to comments in between stories.
Yeah, correct. Yes. All right. Where are we now? We got that story done. Got to move on to the next one. I just got to bring it up. I was dealing with Waylon there. Okay.
Yeah.
Done.
Have to click
there
the
we go.
buttons.
Hopefully. Yeah. Click. We need an off-site person just to run the board for us sometimes. All right, here we go. Next story. It's up.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment. DEA should be removed from cannabis rescheduling hearing after illegally conspiring with prohibitionists, legal filing says.
Yes. A DEA, or Drug Enforcement Agency administration judge, is being asked to remove the agency from its role in an upcoming hearing on the Biden administration's cannabis rescheduling proposal, with a new legal filing citing alleged statutory violations that include unlawful communication with a prohibitionist group. When the Department of Justice firmly proposed moving cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 of the Controlled Substances Act, consistent with a recommendation from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, one aspect stood out. The DEA administrator didn't sign the notice of proposed rulemaking, breaking with historical precedent on federal scheduling proceedings. Instead, it was signed by Attorney General Merrick Garland.
That was one of several factors that led to a motion being filed with the DEA Administrative Law Judge, the ALJ, John Mulrooney, on Monday, seeking corrective action. It was submitted on behalf of Hemp for Victory and Village Farms International, which were both invited to participate in the rescheduling hearing that's set to begin next month. The issue isn't just that DEA Administrator Ann Milgram declined to sign the proposed rule. Throughout that notice, the agency said it needed additional data on a variety of issues, namely cannabis-related health issues and law enforcement concerns, in order to make a complete assessment. The motion argues that the backwards approach to the rulemaking violates federal statute.
By waiting until the publication of the proposed rule, and thus after DOJ had initiated proceedings under the CSA, the flag categories of supposedly necessary data, DEA ensured that HHS would not get to respond to that data in its recommendation and evaluation, the motion says. Even worse, it continues, DEA effectively turned the proposed rule into a blueprint for the prohibitionists it apparently was communicating with behind the scenes. Another issue that's arisen concerns DEA's selection of witnesses to participate in the December hearing, which was scheduled following a public comment period that saw tens of thousands of submissions, a majority of which favored rescheduling or otherwise pushed for broader reforms, such as removing cannabis from the CSA altogether. That's the best one right there.
Mulrooney, the DEA ALJ appointed to handle the case, recently advised that the agency provided insufficient information about the 25 witnesses who were selected. He ordered the designated participants to fill in the blanks, for example, by making clear where they stand on the question of rescheduling. In doing so, he also pushed back the timeline for the hearing. A preliminary meeting is still set for next month, but it won't be until early 2025, at least until they get to the merits of the case. In the new motion filed with Mulrooney's office, attorneys for the petitioners said DEA's lack of transparency is creating the witness list is alarming, undemocratic, and betrays notions of good governance. In some cases, seemingly qualified candidates who requested to participate in the hearing did not receive formal denials, and the list submitted to the ALJ didn't itemize the requesters or provide information about why they were approved or denied.
Without knowing who DEA excluded and why, there is no way to assess whether and to what extent the agency's decisions are arbitrary, capricious, and subject to bias or otherwise unlawful, the filing says. It continues with, if, for example, DEA included parties with expertise in a particular topic, but only if they opposed the proposed rule, while also excluding parties with even more expertise on that same topic if they supported the proposed rule, then there would be a powerful case to be made that the agency's decisions were arbitrary and capricious.
The filing also argues that by even selecting witnesses in the first place, the DEA usurped the ALJ's role as the presiding officer of the hearing. Among the 25 witnesses that the DEA chose to join the hearing was Smart Approaches to Marijuana, SAM, the nation's leading prohibitionist group. The filing includes screenshots of social media posts where the group's president, Kevin Sabet, indicated he had private conversations with DEA officials about the rescheduling effort as SAM rallied opposition to the reform and urged the agency to keep cannabis in Schedule 1.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, so that's who they were speaking to. That's who I wondered. 1 week prior to the DOJ's publication of the proposed rule, Sabet posted on X that he would confirm Milgram wouldn't sign the notice, citing 2 confidential sources inside DEA and another outside the DEA with intimate knowledge. That and other public disclosures added fuel to this latest motion.
In light of this evidence of improper ex parte communications between DEA and private parties, this tribunal must take all steps necessary to ensure that all such communications are discovered and included in the administrative record, it says. In the relief section of the filing, it also calls on the DEA judge to mandate that records of such communication be preserved. Unless and until that happens, there will effectively be 2 records of these proceedings, one that is public and incomplete, and another that is secret, complete, and available only to those in the know. Or, as Dr. Sabet put it, those with friends in low places, it says.
The motion also cites comments given by SAM Executive Vice President Luke Neforatos, who said during a webinar in June that DEA's approach to the rescheduling notice offered prohibitionists a roadmap on how to rebut their own proposed rule. Neforatos said in a statement to Marijuana Moment on Tuesday that the filing is wacky and amounts to pure legal theater and no substance.
While it is an entertaining read, we are certain the filing will be rejected, he said. If anything, they have perhaps strengthened the argument for our participation. In any case, the latest motion implores the DEA tribunal to use every tool at its disposal to uncover each instance of improper contact between DEA and prohibitionists and determine whether those contacts influence the designated participants list created by the administrator.
It says that requiring disclosure of the ex parte contacts is what the law demands, and because sunlight is the best disinfectant, it will restore confidence in these proceedings. Now, ultimately, one of the critical requests attorneys for the cannabis companies behind the motion are making is for DEA to lose its status as the proponent of the proposed rule, because the agency allegedly did not follow statutory rules and improperly selected witnesses, including Sam and other anti-drug groups tied to it. DEA is the opponent and cannot bear the burden of proof in these proceedings.
It is unclear whether DEA ALJ Mulrooney has authority to remove the agency itself as the proponent in the hearing, but the motion advises that the judge should instead have DOJ, or alternatively Hemp for Victory, serve as the proponent. Shane Pennington, a partner at Porter Wright Morris and author LLP, who authored the new brief, said that it is our belief that the DEA cannot lawfully act as the proponent of the proposed rule, and that its actions throughout the administrative process demonstrates that it opposes the proposed transfer of cannabis to Schedule III and is therefore compromised.
Treating the DEA as the proponent of the proposed rule would violate the Administrative Procedures Act and DEA regulations and render these proceedings a sham, he said. Lawyers from the Department of Justice, not the DEA, must therefore defend this rule. Meanwhile, cannabis and psychedelics researchers is asking the DEA ALJ to postpone its rescheduling hearing due to the agency's alleged improper blocking of witnesses, while arguing that the proceedings should be halted at least until President-elect Donald Trump's administration comes into power so it can review the rulemaking.
About a week after Panacea Plant Sciences founder and CEO David Hildreth filed a lawsuit in federal court requesting an order halting the cannabis rescheduling proceedings, he submitted a motion to the DEA judge on Monday seeking a stay of the upcoming December hearing. Mulrooney separately rejected a veterans group's petition to participate in the upcoming rescheduling hearing, which the organization called a travesty of justice that excludes key voices that would be affected by the potential policy change.
I got an idea. I think I know who that veterans group is, because I've seen in another report that that group is the Veterans Action Council, which has broadcasts here on the Pace Radio Network on Sunday nights.
Yeah,
they've been doing great work down in the States, and they've been, speaking at UN and different places and working away at things. So, they're upset. They believe it should be Schedule 5 or removed completely from the
Removed
CSA.
completely is what it should be.
Correct. As far as the story goes, it says, for what it's worth, by President Kamala Harris said recently that part of the reason for the delayed administration cannabis rescheduling effort is the federal bureaucracy that slows things down, including at the DEA. And in March, Harris expressed some frustration with the bureaucratic process of rescheduling cannabis prior to the DOJ's formal recommendation, calling on the DEA to expediently finish the job.
While the Biden-Harris administration facilitated the review that led to the DOJ rescheduling proposal, Trump has also voiced support for the reform. In Congress, numerous lawmakers have shared their own perspectives on the proposed reform with DEA and DOJ since Schedule 3 announcement was made.
In August, for example, Senator Chuck Grassley raised concerns about the Biden administration justification for recommending cannabis rescheduling, demanding answers to questions from federal agencies about how they arrived at that decision and what he described as a rushed and unconventional administration process. A week earlier, top Democratic senators, including Senator Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, sent a separate letter to DOJ's Garland and DEA's Milgram, urging the agencies to promptly finalize the rule to reschedule cannabis.
While rescheduling would remove certain research barriers and free up state licensed cannabis businesses to take federal tax deductions under the International Revenue Service code known as 280E, it would not federally legalize cannabis, as the Congressional Research Service, the CRS, has made known in multiple recent reports. Meanwhile, 2 additional congressional lawmakers have joined the ranks of GOP members who are challenging what they say is the unusual process that led the Biden administration to propose rescheduling cannabis, expressing concern about how the review was carried out and demanding answers.
Rep. Doug LaMalfa condemned the Biden administration's push to reclassify cannabis, as well as legislative efforts to enact bipartisan cannabis banking reform, because he says the policy changes would prop up this immoral industry and give a green light to the evil that comes from drug use. Senator Bill Casey also blasted the Biden administration over what he described as repeated refusals from federal agencies to brief Congress on its plan and justification for rescheduling cannabis, which he argues fuels speculation that the proposed policy change is politically motivated.
Similarly, 25 GOP congressional lawmakers sent a public comment letter in July opposing the administration's planned rescheduling of cannabis, specifically alleging the government's recommendation was based on politics rather than science.
There you go. Now, did we not read a story earlier that said something about they thought there was going to be some good stuff, but now you wonder what's going on there. Okay, I'm just trying to. There we go.
Always wondering what's going on there.
Always. Geez, bro, already halfway through the show. We're not even halfway through the stories yet. Okay, here we go. Next one is up.
Coming to us from Mugglehead Magazine, Nature Study finds irrefutable evidence that Egyptians ritually consumed psychedelics.
Oh, there we go. Sort of new meaning for that song, Walk Like an Egyptian.
Yeah.
Now, a new study has conclusively determined that an ancient Egyptian mug was once used to consume a bizarre brew made of psychoactive substances, human body fluids, and alcohol. A state-of-the-art chemical analysis, one of the world's only remaining Biz mugs, led by a University of Southern Florida professor, found traces of Pignum harmala and blue water lily. It is understood that these substances were used to induce heightened euphoric states for ritual purposes and enlightenment. The lotus flower, in particular, is often depicted in ancient art and hieroglyphs.
Along with these 2 psychedelic plants, Professor David Tanzi and his fellow researchers identified proteins from blood, vaginal mucus, and fermented alcohol made from fruit. The cup, dating back to about 200 BC, has been housed at the Tampa Museum of Art since 1984. Researchers had speculated about its historical use, but didn't have the concrete evidence they do now after a groundbreaking study was published in the Nature Journal Scientific Reports on November 14th.
For the first time, we were able to identify all the chemical signatures of the components of the liquid concoction contained in the Tampa Museum of Art's Bez mug. TANASA says in a USF press release, including the plants used by Egyptians, all of which have psychotropic and medicinal properties. Yeah.
These mugs have been a subject of extensive study and debate among scholars for several years. Many have speculated that they serve some kind of ritual or religious purpose. Their past uses had been largely a mystery until now. From an archaeological student standpoint, the research helps inform academics about the role of Bes in Egyptian mysticism. Others have analyzed the composition of the mugs, but were not successful.
This is the first time scientific evidence has directly confirmed the use of psychedelics in ancient Egyptian rituals. Study author Enrico Greco told Newsweek on Monday. Now, according to Egyptian Museum in California, many who worship Bez in ancient Egypt were newlyweds that viewed him as the god of fertility and childbirth. Pregnancy in the ancient world was a risky endeavor, and they believed they would be blessed through the admiration of the deity. The best mug, the best mug is currently on display at the Tampa Museum of Art's Prelude and Introduction to the Permanent Collection exhibits.
Very cool.
Yeah, there you go. So it's good that they can analyze things that's that old and find out what all was inside that mug that would have been used. So that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. Time for us to take a break. Time for us to medicate. Time to get a drink. You're watching Psychedelics Cannabis Education News. We're live here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back with the news. We got 4 more stories to try to squeeze in here. A couple of them are short, so these shouldn't be too bad. Alrighty, here we go. First one's up.
Coming to us from StratCan, Ontario introduces legislation that would impose new penalties for advertising and promoting illegal cannabis.
The Ontario government has introduced legislation that they say, if passed, will help tackle illegal cannabis sales by prohibiting advertising and promoting the sale of illegal cannabis through the province's cannabis legislation. The changes or the possible changes are part of a larger package of changes as part of new legislation. The Safer Streets, Stronger Communities Act, which includes targeted measures to help support public safety near supervised consumption sites, crack down on auto theft and careless driving, enhance the tools police can use to manage sex offenders, tackle illegal cannabis sales, and support access to justice.
Our government is keeping our communities safe and holding criminals accountable, said Solicitor General Michael Kesner. Today, we're proposing impactful changes to strengthen tools for police officers, improve access to justice, and eliminate dangerous activity that puts hardworking people at risk. In Ontario, crime doesn't pay. The proposed change would amend the Cannabis Control Act of 2017 to add a new prohibition respecting the advertisement or promotion of cannabis that is sold unlawfully, along with related penalty if a person is convicted of contravening the prohibition.
Current penalties for violating various aspects of Ontario's Cannabis Control Act of 2017 can range from up to $100,000 for an individual and up to $250,000 for a corporation. Many cannabis retailers in Ontario have expressed frustration at what they say is under enforcement by the police against unlicensed cannabis stores. This new legislation, if passed, could give bylaw officers more ability to penalize illicit operators without relying entirely on Toronto or Ontario police services. So this would be the bylaw officer who would be doing that.
Yeah. StratCan reached out to representatives of the City of Toronto regarding a recent article about illicit stores in the province, and their response revealed a need for the province to review the Cannabis Control Act, which has not been updated since before legalization. In March 2024, Toronto City Council requested the province of Ontario undertake a comprehensive review of the Cannabis Control Act of 2017 in consultation with municipalities, including roles and responsibilities, funding and enforcement, and addressing unlicensed cannabis establishments, said Shane Girard, who is the Senior Communications Coordinator. The Cannabis Control Act of 2017 has not undergone a comprehensive review since it was introduced 7 years ago.
Mm-hmm. He added that the province is responsible for licensing and regulating private cannabis retail stores through the AGCO, which enforces the regulations. Further, Girard said that the city does, in fact, go after property owners. He says the city can and does file charges against property owners who are in contravention of the Cannabis Control Act. Individuals charged can be faced a $250,000 fine and face imprisonment of 2 years minus 1 day.
The city also pointed out that the current Cannabis Control Act provides limited authority to municipal bylaw officers. These officers do not have arrest powers and are not permitted or trained to use force while carrying out enforcement activities. This makes the enforcement of unlicensed cannabis dispensaries challenging and presents health and safety risks to officers.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Bylaw officers?
Yeah.
I don't know how that's going to work. Now, there was another story, just so you know, on that same topic, and that was that there's a First Nations reserve in Northern Ontario that is concerned that this law will attack the First Nation cannabis dispensaries across the province.
Well, that's where my mind went. Like, I mean, in reading this story, I think of the old Vapor Lounge, Vapor Central. Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, they were strong-armed into closing with legalization. And, you know, I worry about other, like when I was in Toronto, when I came back from Mexico, I mean, like I walked around Toronto and came across a number of either Indigenous owned or legacy dispensaries. And I'm worried about them. Like I thought about the one little market I went to down on Danforth, and, you know, and then I went, my mind immediately, of course, goes to one of the biggest Indigenous ones out there in Ontario, and that's Legacy. Like, what's going to happen to these people?
Yeah. Now the minister, in the other story, the minister says that this is not targeted to go at the First Nation reserves.
Yeah, well, let's hope, because there's a couple of First Nations Green Miles that are tourist attracting. I mean,
Oh,
I come
yeah,
to
yeah.
Ontario and I want to do the green miles. I also buy legal cannabis. As a tourist coming to Ontario, I
Yeah.
shop both sides, but
Yeah.
like they both
Likewise.
bring tourists. Like, leave them alone.
All righty. On to the next story. What's up?
Coming to us from Business of Cannabis. Note draws speculation DEA may expand participant list for cannabis rescheduling hearings next year.
Ahead of delayed and highly anticipated cannabis rescheduling hearings, now is set to take place in early 2025. The U.S. Drug Administration has suggested it could add more participants. Last week, DEA Chief Administration Law Judge John Mulroney rejected the Veteran Action Council's petition to participate in the upcoming hearing on whether to reschedule cannabis from Schedule 1 compound to a Schedule 3. And there's that group that I mentioned earlier,
That we're gonna
Veteran
stop
Action Council.
Yeah, the VAC, one of many organizations to request a seat at the table during the upcoming hearing, called the denial a travesty of justice, adding that while rescheduling was positive, it is inadequate to address veterans' needs. Furthermore, the Cannabis Advocacy Organization for Military Veterans also argued that the proposed Schedule 3 classification is inappropriate for a $32 billion industry, and we're talking American dollars, folks, and would not fully address the tax burdens imposed by Section 280E of the tax code.
Despite the denial, a footnote in the order suggested that the DEA's decision to exclude the VAC may not be altogether settled, leading many to speculate changes to the list of the participants could be on the way. Now, in October, the initial list of 25 participants was publicly announced, but it has since undergone numerous changes. I remember we reported on that, and we were commenting, well, geez, how come there's all these prohibitionist groups? Where's NORML? Where's VAC? Where's these people who are good with it?
Yeah, both sides, right?
Exactly.
The American College of Occupational and Environmental Medicine missed a procedural deadline, while an oncologist representing the American Academy of Hospice and Palliative Medicine declined to participate. Notably, 5 remaining participants shared legal representation by David Evans, a prominent anti-cannabis advocate, highlighting the polarized nature of the hearings. And the December 2nd, 24 hearing, previously expected to kick off the rescheduling process, will now focus on scheduling participant availability for 2025.
We've read a couple of those stories now. It's just like stacking the deck is what they were doing. Busted. Yeah. Not good. All righty. There we go. Next story.
Coming to us from Mugglehead Magazine, FDA gives long-awaited green light to veterans cannabis trial for PTSD.
The FDA is permitting a large cohort of American veterans to smoke medicinal cannabis in a study aimed at gaining insights for combating PTSD. The Multidisciplinary Action Association of Psychedelic Studies, MAPS, has been pushing for since 2021. It will compare the effects of regular cannabis flower inhalation against the placebo weed consumption. The trial organizers have obtained approval for burning flower regularly, but their application to use vaporizers has not been authorized yet. Placebo. What is a placebo when you're smoking cannabis? What would it be?
Yeah, I don't know, because it would have to, people know the smell and taste of cannabis, so it would have to be something that burns like cannabis.
The only thing I could think about is years and years ago, back in the old High Times magazines, you could buy like an ounce of, it looked like buds for like $20 or something like that. It was just, I don't know what it was that people were selling, but maybe that's what it is. I haven't got a clue. I'm curious what a placebo of a cannabis plant would be. So
absolutely. And I get, something else that caught me in what you said there. The trial organizers have obtained approval for burning flower, but not to vaporize it.
It hasn't been authorized yet. Yeah, correct. I found that interesting as well. I would have thought that the vaporizer would have been first because of the smoking. right?
Yeah. MAPS founder Rick Doblin, who I met in Vancouver, I just had to throw that in there, says he has listened to several veterans talk about the benefits of smoking cannabis for PTSD firsthand. He is quite enthused about the approval milestone, and I think he participated in the cannabis ceremony we had in Vancouver at the conference, which is really cool.
Good.
Suicide among veterans is an urgent public health crisis, but it's solvable if we invest in researching new treatments for life-threatening health conditions like PTSD. This is what Doblin said in a MAPS news release this past Wednesday.
Funding for the study is coming from the Michigan tax revenue generated by cannabis sales. The research could potentially provide data about how cannabis can reduce intake of other medications and substances among participants. Bud is being supplied by Canadian growers. I know it made a difference for me.
Absolutely.
He's a Purple Heart recipient, has been preaching about the benefits of low THC oil. Last week, he described how it has been absolutely essential to help fight his post-traumatic stress disorder. Gary Herber is one of only 14,000 state residents eligible for Georgia's low THC oil registry.
For those of us that just know that fight every single day, a program like this and medicines like this can make that fight a little easier, Herbert described. He feels that far more states, 600,000 veterans, need to have access to this medical cannabinoid supply program. Do they ever?
Yep. On a more positive note in the U.S., the Missouri Department of Health and Senior Services just provided $6.5 million from a medical marijuana program to the Missouri Veterans Commission. Some veterans are so passionate about cannabis that they have even created their own brands. One of these is in New York, deemed Silly Nice, has over 70 dispensaries established throughout the entire state.
A 2021 study completed by the National Institutes of Health found that 11.9% of American veterans reported using the plant within 6 months. Another investigation by the American Legion determined that 22% of them used cannabis to alleviate mental and physical health conditions. About 82% believe that cannabis should be rescheduled at the federal level. Federal level, and that comes from the American Legion.
So there you go. Yeah. It's hopefully they can get some good information out that, and maybe someday we'll find out what placebo cannabis is.
Yeah.
If anybody who's watching knows what placebo cannabis is, put a comment in there, and as long as we're still alive, we'll report on that. All righty, last story of the day. I knew we'd get them in. This one's gonna be a little bit late, but we'll finish her off. All right, here we go.
Done. Coming to us from Marijuana Moment, psychedelics may offer potential avenue to help people quit smoking cigarettes, scientific review concludes.
All right. A newly published review of research on psychedelics and tobacco use concludes that there's evidence that psychedelics, in particular psilocybin, may offer a potential avenue for combating tobacco use disorder, though authors say that studies to date are still limited and further investigation is needed. The primary obstacle to drawing conclusions about the possible use of psilocybin or other psychedelics to combat nicotine addiction, says the studies published in the journal Discovery Mental Health, is a lack of relevant research. Only eight papers met the research team's inclusion criteria, and 4 of those originated from a single study.
The very limited number of identified studies do not allow firm conclusions on treatment of tobacco use disorder with psychedelics, wrote authors out of the Netherlands. Still, the identified studies warrant further clinical research of the treatment of tobacco use disorder with psychedelics such as psilocybin. Like, my good Lord, people, addiction. We're treating addiction. It doesn't matter what you're addicted to. We're treating addiction. There's a ton of studies.
Yes.
Nevertheless, in light of what the paper calls substantial consequences of tobacco use on health, society, and the economy, coupled with the limited effectiveness of existing treatments, authors added that exploring the potential of psychedelics as a part of the treatment for nicotine dependence could provide a novel therapeutic option for addressing tobacco use disorder.
They noted that they eagerly await definitive results from a clinical trial from the Johns Hopkins University studying psilocybin combined with a structured smoking cessation program for nicotine-dependent individuals, as well as a related study launched last November at Johns Hopkins to investigate the use of the 5-HTA receptor agonist psilocybin for smoking cessation, testing psilocybin against the active placebo niacin.
In 2021, the National Institute on Drug Abuse, the NIDA, approved a grant for researchers at Johns Hopkins University, New York University, and the University of Alabama at Birmingham to explore exactly how psilocybin can help people curb the addiction to cigarettes. A separate federally funded study out of Washington State University last year found that the cannabinoid CBD may help tobacco users quit by reducing cravings. The study, published in the journal Chemical Research in Toxicology, showed that relatively low doses of CBD significantly inhibit the key enzyme associated with the processing of nicotine in the body, which could stave off cravings.
Tobacco use has already been declining among the public. Gallup released data analysis last year that found for the first time, for example, that more Americans openly admit to smoking cannabis or eating cannabis-infused edibles than those who said they've smoked cigarettes in the past week. A separate 2022 Gallup poll found that young people were more than twice as likely to report smoking cannabis compared to cigarettes. There you go.
Wow. That's the shortest marijuana moment story I think we've ever done.
I have to agree. I was surprised myself when it was over. Oh, really? But hey, like I said, we'll get done top of the hour. You got it.
We're good.
But it just shows psychedelics can help so many different people, and from mental health issues to addiction issues, and like you said, tobacco. People get addicted to it, even though it's a legal substance. People get addicted to it, and they can, it can help people there. So,
yep, absolutely.
Yeah. And even with the alcohol and the whole bit. So, there's lots there for psilocybin to help society with, and let's hopefully the governments get that assistance out there for everybody, right? So, okay, anything before I shut us down?
I don't think so. Thanks for joining us here.
All right. Thanks for joining us here, and we'll see everybody on Monday. Other than that, from legacy420.com, our news desk. That's our Pace News Report for today. Thanks to our buds at Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, legacy420.com, and at ease.ca. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.